And we saved the best team for last. A Space Station game will be making a return to the North America region. This time, they'll be signing a roster who should be considered a world's contender. Bobby, Chino and Sans will all be lifting off together in their stellar journey of bringing home the trophy for North America and finally shutting up all of Europe for their lack of success. Hopefully you're all caught up to date on what's happening in the scene lately. This is surely going to be an exciting year of Brawl Esports, and we can't wait for you all to be a part of it. Best of luck to all the teams competing this year, and we're looking forward to all the amazing matches we'll see this year.
Hallo Dave.
Signing off. And as always,
Warte mal.
keep rolling.
Ich bin gerade irgendwie überfordert. Hä? Ich sehe gerade nichts. Aber ich verstehe nicht. Wieso? Ah, warte. Vielleicht hier? Ah, warte mal. Speichern. Okay, es sollte jetzt klappen. Hallo Amo, hallo Küken, hallo David. Passt das so? Chat? Seht ihr meine Maus? Ihr seht meine Maus. Hallo Maria. Das passt, ne? Nein. Gut.
So. Hörst du mich? Moin, moin, was geht?
Ih, Backspin, was? Warte, was?
Wir beide auch mal zusammen hier kommentieren dürfen.
Hallo Eon. Was? Wir gehen zum Englischen. Also nicht wegen Big Spin. Aber Englisch besser. So. Wie mache ich leiser? Bitte. Ist das laut? Ist das laut, oder? Wollt ihr das Ding hier rechts sehen? Wer ist die Frau? Keine Ahnung, kenne ich auch nicht. Das sieht ganz komisch aus bei mir. Chat, kann jemand kurz auf YouTube schauen, ob das läuft bei mir? Weil ich weiß nicht, ob es... Läuft. Hallo Nico. Von YouTube auf Twitch. Was? Mein Badge? Warte, ich bin gerade überfordert. Hallo Sven. Was ist das, Nico? Was? Kann jemand... Warte, wo ist mein Handy? Weißt du was? Ich mache mein Handy auf. Scheiß drauf. Das ist mein komplettes Akku weg, aber... Ist halt so, ne? Test.
Well, each one of these players has incredible history within the region. We're looking at World Finals appearances across the board.
Bro,
IKEOS actually being at all but one
YouTube hat insane Delay. Wie hast du es bekommen, Nico? Egal, es läuft. Wenn es läuft, ist okay. Kann ich? Hallo Johanna. Kann ich? Muten. Kann ich es leiser machen? Wollt ihr das rechts hier sehen oder soll ich das wegschneiden? Hier, wo meine Maus ist. Wenn dieses Zeichen hier reinkommt. Wie geht's gut, Johanna? Wie geht's dir? Clipping. Was? Wegschneiden.
Unlimited our opinions, but we gave just a few of them and who we thought was going to win the quarterfinals. Let's pull up our talent predictions.
So.
Across the board, you guys copied my homework today. Ready, set, come on.
Chat, so gut? So besser, ne? Das ist offen. Ich mache eine Umfrage. Besser? Ja gut, okay, lass ich so. Wenn etwas reinkommt, ich werde euch die Lösung sagen. Wenn ihr auch auf die Webseite schaut. Das ist mir zu anstrengend, Nico.
and with so much history, so much experience behind
Chat, weiß irgendjemand, wer die Frau ist? Irgendjemand. Ach, wird noch gut, Johanna. Geht das, David? Guter Name, ja. Hallo Mitski.
They're gonna struggle against us as well, so I really hope that we're gonna make it against them.
EMEA.
Ach du,
We'll go to
crazy.
the World Cup out by MSI. And it will not only be one team, it will be two teams.
Svarama.
Both in the finals,
Maria.
and therefore not only securing an additional World Final slot for the EU region, but also an RCQ slot.
Hallo Burinaka.
I think APAC is a really strong
Man,
region,
ja,
but
voll,
their
als
drafts
erstes
are,
Rama,
like,
Semantik,
lacking
das ist
very
Somsi.
much. And for my team, I hope that we basically just make worlds and have a
Ganz
good
gut,
show
ja.
in that.
Sehr gut, David.
I hope to reach
Du musst
the
nicht immer da
finals
sein,
in
wird
my
eh niemand da
finals,
sein,
and I
David.
want to
Einfach
play
ab und zu
finals
vielleicht
because
mal.
I need my revenge for World Finals.
Ja, aber sie castet ja nicht, Maria. Das ist das, was mich wundert. Hallo Shinki. Sie castet nicht. Sie stellt nur Fragen an den Castern. Ich check den Sinn nicht dahinter.
Our first goal is going to be qualifying for MSI, and we will try to reach at least grand finals in the first month.
Das klingt sehr
to get a
abgelesen.
good start and
Hallo
increase our
Frey.
chances of
Der ist so am Ablesen. Caster. No Cap, ja, Rice. Ich check den Sinn dahinter nicht.
Some a little spicy there, but I'm glad we've got the players' takes, and I know they're locked in for their upcoming matches. Also locked in our beautiful community, especially if you're watching over on our brand new events site. We're going to be popping up some quiz questions throughout the night.
Spaß,
Feel free
Johanna.
to share your
Hallo, Aaron.
opinions, share your answers, but if you happen to be the most correct throughout the day, well, you
Chat, wer
look
gewinnt?
forward to being featured here on our stream or across our socials. So remember to follow Brawl Stars on all social media. And now, yapping is done.
Okay.
We got our first match of the
It's-
day all set up. So let's bring up Humble
It's
versus
a-
Eclipse
Jetzt ehrlich?
Esport. And gentlemen,
Humble?
I know we started this off so strong, but we're going right into Humble. Current world champions, a very scary team trap.
Bro, was haben die
I mean,
hier
that's the thing, we're
gemacht?
starting 2025 in EMEA off the way we
Das ist
ended
nicht Boss.
2024 with the world champions Semantic Boss and Luki, an absolutely incredible team. I
Stellt
think
euch vor, jemand kommt
they,
jetzt durch die
you know,
Tür.
Everybody's gonna really be quite
Das Ding ist
scared of
abgerissen.
them coming into this year, as you know they really did prove last year what they've got. They seem to be coming to 2024 as what the leftovers of the EMEA region and kind of build
Ehrlich,
themselves
David.
up to be the team that everyone
Also
is
meines
scared.
Wissens ist Basko,
They've got a lot
heißt er
on
so?
their shoulders
Butzko,
here.
Basko,
The crown is
gebannt.
heavy, and is it gonna slow them down, or is
Stück
that
bitte
the
runter.
extra
Ja, ja,
fire
das ist
they need
eine
to
ganze
defend this?
LAN-Ding.
You have to wonder, right? Because it's a first for them being in this position. The only person on this roster that saw
Bro,
World
was haben
Finals
die aus denen
appearances
gemacht?
before has
Hulk
been
oder was?
Semantic, but he's the guy calling the shots. He's in charge of the team.
Ja,
He
Maria.
has this passion about the game. He's so eloquent.
Hallo
really.
Enes.
I think just a great leader for this team.
Gugu
that
mit
can
denen?
keep them
Echt?
Under control.
Kann
and
sein.
keep it
Kann
going.
sehr gut sein.
Oh, I'm very
Alter,
excited
ja,
because we've got a
danke
couple
für den
words
Raid.
from
Hab ich
Semantic
Mods?
ahead of this
Dann muss ich
match.
nichts
Let's check
machen.
in with
Kann ich
what
ja
he has to
tun.
say.
Hallo Pauline, hallo Shadow. Seid ihr noch getiltet oder?
As always for
Shadow, go ehrlich.
World Finals anyways.
Hallo Strangi.
We are just gonna
Nö,
scrim. We're
schade.
gonna scrim the maps we have against the teams. that
Ach,
also
Digga.
participate in the tournament. Train against each other, see what
Shoutout.
combination
Ja,
of
also
Forest works, what draft works, and especially just hone our skills even more. Individual skills, be it team synergy,
Ist der
be it
Chat
just
hier? Ja, ja, David.
sniper skills, dodging skills, whatever. Just
Enes.
train. Honestly,
Boah,
the last
du musst nicht
two
immer da
rounds
sein,
already,
Enes.
including the 1v1,
Ab und
were
zu
all
reinschauen wäre
super,
vielleicht
super
okay, weil ich
close.
schaue da
Any
auch
team
ab und zu hin.
at a different day could have won it. So I'm looking out for all the
Facecam bei
teams out there
Eclipse
from,
haben wir noch
APAC
nicht
region, which
gesehen.
is looking really, really competitive this year. From North America, which is having a ton of roster changes going on there. Two, of course, Europe being completely insane as always, and having now back-to-back world titles as well.
Danke,
Really
Enes.
look out everywhere. They're all really goated, and it really just depends
Coco
on how you perform
Totenkopf.
on that day.
Weiß nicht.
You
Chat
called
wollte
it, right?
Kanalpunkte
It was really
wetten.
great to hear from him here. Any reaction, his thoughts?
I mean, this is what you come to expect from Semantic. He's a fantastic team captain. He really knows how to lead his team.
Ich habe schon abgestimmt, ja. Ich bin auf SK. Also ich mache, sobald Viertelfinale kommt, mache ich eine Umfrage, wer gewinnt, mit den 4 Viertelfinalisten. Also es gibt 4 Möglichkeiten. Wer mitmachen will, macht mit. Wer nicht mitmachen will, macht nicht mit. Ganz einfach. Check. Subeme.
Yeah, I'm not sure how they're going to hold up at all, to be honest with you, because they are against the world champions and they are relatively unknown. Oh. It is all of their first monthly finals in the Brawl Stars Championship, so they're definitely going to have to, you know, on top of playing against Humble, put up with the nerves. It is definitely not going to be an easy ride. The 3 Italian guys actually managed to beat out Totem as well, getting here and, you know, clearly wanting to claim, put themselves up as the Italian team in the Brawl Stars Championship.
Yeah, look at this scoreline. No one is up against Reply Totem. What's your thoughts here, Reddy?
Die müssen mindestens 16 sein, sonst dürfen sie nicht mitmachen. Mindestens 16.
They just seem pretty ahead in the draft. And
ja, bei mir geht's schon.
Strength, I think, coming up in this match versus Humble, who are also good drafters. It's really difficult to find a weakness for Humble in particular. Though I also want to point out that there's like just a little bit of history for this roster. They did, you know, make some pretty good runs in quals last year as Reverso Gaming EU. Now joining up with Eclipse.
Als würde man da im Knast sein und dann dieses Foto da machen. Wisst ihr, mit diesem... So schaut er gerade.
That made it all the way through the last chance qualifier. So maybe there's something to bring out of that.
We got our maps and game modes down there at the bottom. You can take a look
at
that. I want to dive into that a little further. Already said, talking about how this roster came together, particular histories or support that they might be getting from many of the individual players.
I'll tell you this much. I mean, there's sort of like a, you know, the group of the people at the top, and I can't speak confidently as to whether these people have really engaged with the top. But if they can take a set, if they can take even a game off of Humble here, then they're well on their way to forming some of those relationships.
Ranked? Nee.
Alright, well, I'm looking to see how they play out in the field.
Nee, ich glaube nicht.
On into our first map here, so I'll hand it on over to you, gentlemen.
Was a 94%
aber was?
I'm not sure if I'm liking Eclipse's chances too much before that, and now including the public's view on it as well, because that is an absolutely massive sway towards the Humble
side. Ich bin gespannt, wie viele Fehler passieren.
Blame the public for it. Obviously, they've got their votes in over at event.brawlstars.com, so make sure to go and do that if you want the in-game swag, the star drops, the rank drops, and also a pin / spray, depending on the month. Bans are in for Gen 4. We're heading into the first set with the Poco, the Sandy, and the Max for the side of Humble going to be banned out.
Ja, es ist echt too much.
Laut eSports.
Spielt da.
I like him. I think for Humble, they've safeguarded themselves against stuff that could counter them really hard. Poco that in, well, if we're going back and looking at East Asia, was a big problem in draft. Just it being present made B a very viable pick, made Frank a super huge issue to deal with. When we look at Eclipsar, they're getting rid of the good first picks. Here comes the Stew for selection from Humble. That can be pretty flexible. They can run it on a lane if they want. Can also run it on mid if they need to.
Yeah, well, I like the Stew a lot. Obviously, as you said, the mobility that it brings is just absolutely crazy when it comes to maps like this. And we did see it yesterday in the APAC
das habe ich gar nicht verfolgt. Wer ist das? Das hier ist Marco. Nee, das ist Marco, ne? Ruffs check ich. Genau. Jetzt eine Amber.
And we know Semantic on the Stew is probably not going to be deterred that easily, so Sabim's going to have to do some serious game.
Oder eine Berry comp.
Another great mid pick. It's been a mid pick since the start of time in Brawl Stars.
Yeah, I just worry a little bit because it is quite counterable, even by Semantic over here. He's going to have the option of going for wall break depending on what Eclipse Esport go for their last pick. He can just swap over his gadget really easily and stick on speed zone to block a gene pull if he needs to, dash away easily. Penny also, just a good brawler here. Can play lane, can play mid, hypercharge is super huge. Gene can pull the turret and sometimes it's a good use, but keep in mind, Penny's basically never gonna get pulled. She's always gonna have that solid T barrel ready to go, and look at this, she shoots right through the bag.
Ich werde Barry Draco wahrscheinlich.
And this is
mit einem Stu zusammen.
Reason, not just Penny in particular, but this is a reason why we don't see Ruffs as
much.
Ich
glaube 1000 sind
right
maximal Modis.
Okay, he can be good into that Stu, throw down the bags, absorb all the shots, but at the same time, any kind of piercing damage is gonna make that a bad matchup. Surge, also taken by Humble. I think Eclipse are probably
I mean, die werden wissen, was die machen.
All-round great picks from Humble here, really, as you touched on with Penny a bit.
Ich hätte es nicht
really good for
gemacht.
tanking the gene pool, spraying through those rough sandbags and helping the Stu, you know, burn through those, which Ruffs is going to be placing time and time again. It might have even forced him to bring out that other gadget with the Meteor Rain, so we'll see if that is the case or if he does stick to his guns.
Schade, Jase.
Ash rolling in as the last pick. Rat's going to be pretty good against the Surge and getting close to him, stopping him from getting those supers. But obviously you've got to
Ash gefällt mir.
that, and during that time Surge should be excelling.
I think so, and also another consideration is
Der Draft von Humble gefällt mir aber nicht. Kann klappen, aber
Hypercharge with him not being really that good, his hypercharge not giving him that much of a boost.
Meine auch, Maurice, seitdem war nicht den immer.
That much in competitive, so it'll be nice to see.
Wieso hat Bro Headset nicht auf? Check ich nicht.
Responsibility here though. A lot of times it can be difficult to play roughs. His damage can be lacking at times, and still it's possible for Semantic on this Stu to shoot between those bags. It's sort of a skill expression thing, but that is also what Humble are known for.
Yeah, well, Luki instantly dropping the 2024 World Champion pin, making obviously Humble's championship known to their opponents.
Surge hat jetzt schon Ult.
Backing the position into a corner, getting his level 2 early on, and
Bro is lag.
shots, and level 3 already managed to avoid those gene shots and stay alive, so he can keep those levels.
It's not looking very good for Ash on this matchup. Might even look to
Ich würde Stu Mitte spielen. Und Penny auf Ruffs.
See Semantic now dashing in, getting the kill on Biso, who was forced away from those bags thanks to the Penny pick and can no longer really be viable against a Stu. On the right lane, Luki claims the life of Ash and now advances to level 4, has that hypercharge right here.
Also Semantic, ne? Semantic is crazy.
Gems already picked up from Boss and will have those solid barrels. Now the hypercharge comes forward and Luki puts himself in a tough spot and does go down.
Egal.
Rat's available for Sabim over the right-hand side as well. The break comes through on these walls, which opens it up and lets Eclipsar get back into the mix that little bit more. But the Rats are the first thing that Luki's going to have to deal with.
Sabim macht das gut.
In a moment here, by the looks of things. If Gym number 10
Penny,
comes in
Shadow.
soon, Subim now with the Rats down, easily dealt with by Boss. Luki even gets to get to his level 3. But now Humble have had to group up towards the bottom left, keeping their distance from Marco. The only brawler that's really vulnerable here is Luki, gets pulled, can't even
2 ist
super
gut.
in time.
Dadurch, dass Gene jetzt gestorben, dass Surge gestorben ist, kann Ash
just look to regroup.
Druck machen.
Fighting versus a tank that's hanging out around this indestructible, but Subim knows that Luki can jump on him quite easily. It's just a matter of time before Luki gets the chance to jump in.
Yeah, Sabim playing the slow game here, and Marco does take some fire damage along the way, but Sabim overextends massively here, and it was kind of inevitable Luki was going to be able to reclaim this lane. That's 10 for Boss in the mid. The countdown does start, no chance for even from the mid. If Eclipsar don't manage to get a reset, then it's going to be going Humble's way. And
Nein, das haben die. Humble
Luki are putting forwards. Hypercharge can be used by Marco as he troopers forwards, looking for the pull. But Boss pops one of his own and just uses that increased movement speed to get out of the way. And the gem did not spawn in time, which means Humble take game 1.
It's a losing matchup for this Gene on mid because you're playing into the Penny, and if you are a Gene on Gym Grab, what is your goal? I want to pull the most valuable brawler on the enemy team.
Ich weiß nicht, ob die tauschen.
And you simply can't do that into Penny. She has a turret. She has as many salty barrels as she wish. Well, okay, you know, you got to choose between
Out of range mit Ski. Und Gadget von Penny.
This is not a good matchup, and it's going to rely on the other teammates to clutch up and pinch around. We'll see Luki.
Ich verstehe, was ihr meint, aber es wäre egal.
Not quite going to get that kill on Subim. In fact, double teamed with the help of Ruffs. But the 2v2 ensues. The left bush, however, belongs to Eclipsar for now.
Luki jumps on forwards and Sabim not having the best of times once more, and it is a lead early on for Humble again in terms of gems. Sabim going to use that gadget, get some health back, but Penny burns straight through all those Rats and allows Luki to go back down this lane once more. Gets his jump, gadget popped, and he goes away rather than in. Wants to keep these levels and not risk it against the Ash at close range.
Eclipsar, they're not getting kills.
Bei Eclipsar fehlt mir ein bisschen das Zusammenspiel.
Ich
spiele alle 3 Solo.
Of hypercharge. In fact, he has it ready to move now. Subim also staying out of range. Look at that! He's already used every single one of his gadgets. And Humble are now ready to pick up gem number 10. Gotta be cautious. Gem number 10 spawning on
Die lassen Ash alleine gegen Surge, die lassen Gene alleine Mitte, Zusammenspiel, Double Lane, Double Mid, irgendwas. Humble macht das, Humble spielt zusammen. Schaut, Boss und Luki, die spielen zusammen. Dann hat Double Mid Jase. Ja, ja. Ich hätte dann auch anders gespielt.
Semantic looking excited by that win as well. Gotta be feeling great to start off with just such a.
Ich meine, schlussendlich sind sie da. Und ich sitze zu Hause, aber.
Pretty confident ready.
I think so. Look at Luki putting up almost 600 on the board, and there was no shortage of enemies feeding onto that lane. I think that really with the roughs over here not having really any play into the penny because the bags are going to come down, what does she do? Shoot right through them. But I think Boss felt quite comfortable at mid. Now, if there were bags for him to burst down, then that could have been a different story. But you have two brawlers that are countered by the rough sandbags, and he was denied the chance to use them, or he was just so cautious that he decided that it wasn't going to be worth it to run that gadget.
What would you say there, Trev? Denied or cautious?
I mean, it was just kind of impossible for him to really do anything at all, regardless of what gadget he had. If he has the sandbags, they're going to get burned through by the penny. If he has the meteors, he's not going to be able to do much for any of the game. And to be fair,
aber Ruffs alleine ist auch schwer. Da hat mir, wie gesagt, das Zusammenspiel ein bisschen gefehlt. Da nicht. Weiß nicht. Das war nicht ein Player-Diff, das war einfach Team-Diff. Die haben einfach.
Yeah, any shining moments from Humble where you're like,
weiß nicht.
There's that guys.
I don't know, to be honest. I don't think there was like any big moments. They kind of just held on to the game for the entirety.
Aber ich glaube, ihr wisst, was ich meine.
No need for any big moments, in my opinion, ready.
Yeah, there was a moment where Luki jumped forward with a super and proceeded to die.
Ja, habe ich Gorilla.
That was very unnecessary, but Humble being themselves recovered from that position.
Hallo Benny.
He just knew that he was going to win that matchup, pretty much, and sort of through the lane, but only for a moment. Just a reminder, I think, in a pretty enclosed area that they can't really afford to play loosely at all. I'm sure Luki was reprimanded for it in the comms.
Yeah, well, should be getting to the draft.
Korrekt, ja. Es ist schwer. Aber das erste Mal für Final ist das Wichtigste im ganzen Jahr. Weil die Punkte, die man in diesen Finals bekommt, sind ausschlaggebend für die Seedings in den nächsten Finals. Das heißt, wenn man hier performt, hat man im nächsten schwächere Gegner.
Things eliminated by Eclipse.
Nee, Maurice. Eclipse hat ein neues Roster.
Ja, Cry. You gotta pick the good thing as first selection, and Juju is wide open. So they might decide to go for this. When you're standing in open terrain, you get a lot of damage. You can auto-aim on the ground. Janet, first selection. Good for keeping the control. I think can get overwhelmed. You don't really want to feed her super, but it'll like tanks from Humble, especially when they have the last pick. I think she can be quite vulnerable. Now, at the same time though, she is still one of the best brawlers in the game with her hyper.
Das Mario. Also Nervosität. Riesigen Unterschied.
You know, hand in hand with a kit, and also, as you mentioned, the hypercharge is just disgusting. Being able to stay directly on top of someone and just
Juju ist nicht gebannt.
All day is not going to be the best thing to be paired up against, especially when you can do nothing against it. But Frank comes in. That's going to be a good choice. Janet's not going to have the most DPS, and even when dropping bombs on Frank, he should be able to kind of just, you know, eat them all up, survive that, and move on. And if they do want to play a bit more range on the sides, then I mean, they're going to go with the barrier you can blame for as well.
Pinhole Punt, diese Center Stage, diese Bush-Map mit diesem Viereck, wo in der Mitte nichts ist.
So many different places. I don't know if y'all saw just a moment ago. Semantic rubbing his hands as he knows exactly the sort of nonsense.
Es wäre geil, wenn es irgendwo eingeblendet wird.
Eclipse are gonna have a hard time getting the sort of DPS they need. They're gonna have to commit to some anti-tanks with the next couple of selections. Maybe they opt to break walls.
Nein, das ist zu wenig Damage. Viel zu wenig Damage. Das ist nichts. Also, zu wenig. Viel zu wenig. I mean, schaut euch die Bunch an von Humble. Die wollten auf die Tanks gehen. Das ist zu wenig. Otis. Gale.
Like Frank,
Griff.
for example, on the side of Humble, has that goal scoring potential. He can walk it through to the enemy side. But for Eclipse side, they don't quite have that. Now Maisie is able to sort of camp these walls around the goal.
Aber zu wenig für einen.
Hypercharge if necessary, but really it's the super that makes all the difference. She's such a good anti-tank.
I mean, the Maisie definitely redeems it quite a bit. But Stu,
die können gehen, was sie wollen. Ich würde eine Max gehen.
Lack of damage for dealing with Frank and Berry, like a serious lack of damage. So Biso's got a lot of work cut out for him in this set because it's gonna be, especially if Humble had another good brawl.
Oder noch eine
It's gonna be a melody as well. This is a very dangerous set for Eclipsar to be dropping, and especially with the Humble.
Ich glaube bei Humble drafted Symantec mit Cannon. Keine Ahnung, was auch immer.
I think that
Bei
there's
Eclipsar weiß ich es
here
nicht.
with the Maisie, but that's one brawler versus 3 that are, I think, really well equipped to deal with, say, the Janet and the Stu. Stu does have mobility. He'll be able to keep his distance, but I don't think he'll be able to keep the enemies at bay, right? It's not about staying alive here. It's about killing your enemies before they can get to your goal with the ball. And I don't think Stu will be able to put himself between them too effectively.
Nee, der wird nicht vor Ort sein. Die sind ja nur vor Ort wegen dem Ping. Und wenn man zusammen im Raum ist, kann man sich gegenseitig deutlich besser boosten, wenn du vom Bildschirm sitzt. Das ist verdammt so. Das ist ein riesen Vorteil.
Making a bit of a move. Luki quite low, but Symantec does come in and tank those shots for him. He gets
Keine Zeit. Ich bin mir sehr sicher, dass es nicht so ist. Das ist zu wenig Damage von Eclipsar. Die kann durchrennen ohne sterben. Da ist kein Damage.
And not a moment wasted by Humble. They're going to go right in with the hypercharge. Symantec and Boss combine on the right, taking down Subeam. A wide open goal for Boss.
Das ist zu wenig.
To walk it in to close out game 1 in lightning fashion, because they farmed up their abilities after that first goal. We saw they didn't waste an opportunity to not just break the wall with Symantec Super, but also stun an enemy so they could cycle out his hypercharge for the next push.
I mean, you know, we saw Symantec's cam and he's just exuding confidence. I mean, how can you not be after that first game as well?
Wie immer, Dave.
And especially after the first set too. Boss already dealing with that speed zone and looking to try and deal with.
Ist auch Maria. Das fehlt mir ein bisschen bei Eclipsar. Das Zusammenspiel.
He supers back to the left-hand side to heal both of his teammates.
Die können nicht sterben. Es ist unmöglich zu sterben. Symantec tankt für Luki, Luki hält ihn hoch. Die können nicht sterben. Ja, Mann. Ja, Humble wird das, zumindest dieses Set. Also ich glaube nicht, dass sie das noch throw.
We'll see though, Eclipsar Esport finally gets some momentum here. Subeam with 1 kill, a hypercharge shot to the left, hits Luki, but Boss gets the defense against Marco before he can get himself to the enemy side.
I mean, he used a hypercharge with no super, and he wasn't able to get one either, so he just completely wasted his hypercharge, which is very unfortunate for Marco over there on the Stu, and Luki going to come in with his Boss using his hypercharge too, and this is surely going to be a goal super. I mean,
sehr schlecht gedraftet.
It should be still. I mean, there was a few little errors in there.
Das muss
nicht. Forwards, but Humble are going to take this set, and what can we even say
nee,
about that? That's just all-out dominance, and look how happy Symantec is about how fast they're walking over Eclipsar.
That would have been a bad time to run out for a bathroom break.
Du sammelst in den Monthly Finals keine Erfahrung. Jetzt in den Monthly Finals zeigst du die Erfahrung. Wenn du dahin kommst, dann hast du die Erfahrung schon, die du brauchst. Chat, ist das Starplayer, das Pinke? Niemals. Stu war niemals Starplayer, nie im Leben. Ist das nur Highest DPS oder ist das Starplayer? Das ist kein Starplayer. Starplayer? Niemals. Aber DPS kann man doch selber anschauen. Starplayer wäre doch viel spannender. Aber Starplayer kann es nicht sein. 0 Kills, kein Tor geschossen, die wurden überrannt. Gegner-Team Barry Frank, das ist kein Starplayer.
Offense there, Boss, I decided he wanted a stat pad a little bit because he was perfectly capable of walking in. He's a hypercharged Melody. He has the speed, he has the shield, the health, he can walk it in, but he needed to get those kills up so he looked good on the end stats.
DPS, aber DPS kann man selber, ich finde das unnötig. So was anzuzeigen, das kann man ja selber sehen. Stark, Alter.
Take every match as seriously. They don't really seem to mess around a whole lot in battle there.
Ah!
I mean, that's just who Semantic is. You know, he
Cool.
often jokes about it, but he definitely is
Bei mir
extremely
steht,
locked in when he
warte,
gets into the game.
soll ich zeigen?
Honestly, at this point, I
Das
think
ist
they
Best
can kind
Chat.
of take a little bit of a step back. Yes, they're not
Das ist
going
meine
to,
Umfrage,
going
die ich
to
habe.
carry on being as serious as they usually are and
Ist
try
jetzt
and
10?
finish
Ja,
this
für
out
mich
in a
auch.
3-0. But how dominant
Zeit
they really
abgelaufen,
have
das hat nicht mal angefangen. Zeit
on the map
abgelaufen
heading
mit
onto an
irgendwelchen Sachen.
incredibly, you know, mechanically skilled map where you have to be able to play these sharpshooters or the mid-range brawlers, and I think that's going to, you know, play hand in hand with how good Humble are at the game. It should be closed out here.
Keine Ahnung. Ich kann nicht mal abstimmen. Es ist Zeit abgelaufen. Ich kann nicht mal.
If anything, we will be getting a taste of 3 very different types of gameplay. We saw the control game played on Gym Grab. We also see the aggression on Brawl Ball, and now it's going to come down to the long-range sniper battle that usually evolves as the draft comes in here on Shooting Star. Now, there are other possibilities. Sometimes you'll see, like, a Max make her way out here, and we haven't seen that as much in recent memory. There are just a lot of good snipers right now that are quite versatile. You see one of them banned out, one of the main characters of Brawl Stars right now, really, Gus, banned by Eclipsar Esport, but aside from that, actually quite a few snipers open. RT and Nanny might be banned. I wonder why Humble
Ich bin mir sehr sicher. Okay, never mind.
Pick.
Alles gut. Ignoriert, was ich gesagt habe. Ich wollte sagen, Humble hat First Pick, aber da habe ich gesehen, hier ist eine Zeit. Alles gut.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, RT's kind of usually one that sneaks through the bans and gets picked, you know, mid, you know,
Weiß ich nicht,
you know, it can be picked whenever, really. I was going to say mid to late, but it can be an early pick as well because of how versatile it is. At close range and at long range, it's usually quite useful on the majority of, you know, knockout bounty maps. But Angelo is going to roll on in first, as you mentioned. Semantic picks that one up, and that's a very, very solid pick for Shooting Star. Eclipse have got a lot of work to do in their drafting phase, and they're going to go with Max. Kind of go a little bit of a different route than the sharpshooters. They're going something a bit more speed, something that's going to probably be more of an issue for Humble to deal with rather than just the sharpshooter on sharpshooter matchup that Humble would inevitably win.
Yeah, we mentioned this, that this is a counter to the sort of slower-paced, long-range sniper stuff.
Was leicht hier?
Generally, like, the sniper archetype has difficulty defending itself in close range. I like to Piper also, where it's like, okay, she did have some play where she could use auto-aimer,
Gute Frage,
down, knock things back.
Kann 16, doch, die müssen irgendeinen Check machen.
They're actually going to select the Piper here, which I don't know if it was that necessary. Usually Max is a hard enough counter to Piper that you don't need to pick it up for yourself.
Also mindestens 16 sind alle.
But they do need to have something available to deal with the snipers. And also they don't want to waste their last pick on something that isn't like a total game changer or very impactful period. But when I look at this Max, I see the potential to get up in the face of this Angelo, but it is very mechanically based. It is a skill matchup. You can still get outdone in this matchup between Max and Angelo.
I shouldn't take the melody. I was expecting something maybe like a Pearl or something like that we see picked up in the mid-range game quite frequently on a map like Shooting Star. But then again, that might go Eclipsar's way, and they might choose to take that to kind of have a fight off against the melody when coming in close range. It's probably quite good to have the super and have that built-up damage that Pearl does to the table. But Humble do still have a last pick before we flip back over to Eclipsar for theirs. And yeah, it might give Eclipsar a bit of an advantage to have that last pick and have the ability to counter what Humble have brought to the table. But if they're smart enough, if they're... Oh, but well, there you go, they've kind of taken the Pearl off them now, so... It's a good pick. I like what Humble have got here. Very good composition.
Ist normal.
I feel like Eclipsar are like maybe thinking of, okay, well, we could bell into this Pearl classic counter, but then you leave yourself so open to the
Du kannst im Final nicht vergessen zu picken. Es sind 4 Leute im Call, die dich voll schreien, mit was du picken sollst. Du kannst das nicht vergessen. Crow? Bei wem?
Humble?
Nein. Eclipse auch nicht.
Pick number 6, 8-bit. Okay, so my thought was that maybe Humble would pick up like a Bell or something into the 8-bit, would prevent Eclipsar from going 8-bit or Pearl, but they decide to pick up the Pearl themselves. Now they got to play into the 8-bit, which can actually be pretty menacing if he drops boosted booster, and then Piper gets to benefit from that.
Yeah, I quite like the Eclipse comp as well. Normally I'd be like, okay, this is, it's acceptable. They got a chance, but against Humble, I think you kind of got to doubt regardless.
Fühlst du 8-Bit in Pearl rein? Pearl Angelo? So free hits.
In that boosted range, it's going to be pretty decent at getting a lot of damage done against, the Pearl that's going to outrange the Melody. Without super, you're going to be doing decent against.
Melody.
But when Melody starts to get supers, and if she starts to cycle them, more importantly, Eclipse are going to be in a very tough position.
Well, she's already gotten that blue star, so how do you Humble plan on playing this? You have the single most aggressive brawler on your entire roster, now in possession of the single tiebreaker between you and the enemy. But Humble are continuing to push in, putting Eclipsar's backs against the wall, just gradually laying down the pressure. Luki looking for some shots on a Marco. He's cornered himself on the right, but thankfully he's got Stinging Flight ready to go. Uses it pretty liberally, doesn't really care too much because
also wenn man mal Control hat, ist das einfach mit 8-Bit. So wie es jetzt aussieht, wenn sie die Control nicht mehr bekommen. Obwohl sie eine Max haben.
Deswegen.
Stark gemacht vom Boss.
Biso pops a hypercharge. That's one. That's two on Semantic, but he's fully shielded up, and in comes Melody to punish. A jump away, but it's no use. Boss in hot pursuit, but Marco sniped by Luki, outskilled in a matchup that
sagt outskilled. Der Arme, chill mal.
And Humble have now grown this lead to 10
ja,
stars
gibt es
total.
Shadow.
I mean, Luki doing so well as well. He's kept Boss alive twice now by tanking these shots that both 8-Bit and Piper want to send towards Boss. When he's trying to get out of those situations that he's put himself in. And they do have a 10-star lead, which is going to be really tough to come back from.
Ja, das ist uncool von Humble. Das ist uncool.
I just don't know what the likelihood of that happening in 16 seconds is. Hypercharge from Luki.
Das ist sehr uncool. Spiel einfach fertig, macht es professionell runter und abfahrt.
I don't like their odds.
Nah, that's bad for morale when your enemy team is popping the pig, they're popping the princess as well, yawning, practically falling asleep at the wheel.
Uncool.
No difference. When you're behind 10 stars and
besser ja,
Humble,
aber
popping their world finals pins, reminding you just what you're up against.
Gegner müssen respektiert werden, finde ich. Vor allem in manchen Finals. Wenn Eclipse vorhin was Dummes gemacht hätte, Provokantes, und sie dann so reagieren, wäre eine Sache. Aber nicht so. Schön gegenseitig. Unnötig.
Already the long range snipes from both Boss and Luki, barely staying alive with 100 health. Biso thought about going for a homemade recipe there, I guess didn't have it ready once again. Luki's always able to jump away. Makes him really good in this pipe.
Vielleicht, ja, weiß man nicht.
Immediately denied, dropped to low health. Biso.
Aber dann muss man sich nicht auf das Niveau begeben. Soll man halt professionell handeln.
Onto Semantic, but could not connect. You see Boss in to punish Marco, now going for two. On the left side, Subeam eliminated, and Luki keeping up the presence on the right side. Humble are really punishing.
Bin ich komisch oder sind die Bilder hier oben verzerrt?
It's borderline timid.
I mean, look at Semantic's confidence. Look where he is. And he's
going
to go down, but it's the overconfidence that's, going to end up
Ich
costing
auch,
him if they're not too careful about it. Marco dashes through that. Luki
Beides,
forced to jump away with the gadget. And throwing up a little pig pin that's shaking some booty over there and really rubbing it in to Eclipse our esports. But shield can be popped by Boss, this time not in an aggressive position, and Biso one shot. Max coming in to try and tank that.
Ja, aber schau, wenn du BMst und dann so kackst.
And they're trying to pin Eclipse back against the wall, and they eventually do get a kill to extend that lead. Boss going in once more, gets two. It's brilliant from Humble.
8 stars to go for
Bro, David.
20-star win for Humble. They keep up this kind of momentum, but they're going to play it safe, especially in a Subeam. Just pop the hypercharge on the left side, closing in with the turret that now fires at the enemy. But
ja, das Matchup muss stimmen.
Trying to line it up for 5 stars. It's not looking so good for Eclipse right now, but they do bring this to just a 3-star gap. A kill on Semantic and Luki or Boss would do it. Just need 2 kills. Taken down, not a shot in sight. And Humble are going to close it out with a perfect, flawless 6-star sweep.
Wake up, Semantic! You just won. Was he doing that in his sleep? Could he potentially do that in his sleep ready?
I mean,
Das ist unprofessionell, das mag ich nicht. Nein, 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 nein.
Well, they were playing with their food for sure in this matchup here. Taking a look at the stats, doesn't even tell the whole story, but still pretty scary, Trav.
Yeah, I mean, Biso taking the most DPS across the board, but Boss is 7 kills, just absolutely unparalleled. All the people on esports aren't even adding up to close to where Boss is with his 7, and Luki and Semantic got another 4 and 3 along with it as well. It was extremely comfortable. They were playing with their food a little bit towards the end as well, which, you know, you do hate to see a little bit, but I think they're kind of, you know, asserting their dominance in 2025, making sure that it's known they're still the team that they were.
Wer kommt jetzt? Weiß das jemand?
Oh, the entertainment factor is off the charts too, ready.
Also Totem nicht.
Oh my goodness.
Aber wer spielt jetzt?
You know, maybe it's in their contract and they gotta showboat a little. You're in a comfortable position, you know, clip farm a little bit in the monthly finals. That's definitely gotta be the coolest place to do it.
Weiß nicht.
Absolutely.
Team
Take a
Heretics
look
and
at the brackets
Kozaki.
now. You can see why they've got that confidence and easy cruise onto the semifinals. But we're going to find out shortly who they will be going up against in that semifinal match as we move into our second match of quarterfinals.
Ich glaube, das wird auch recht eindeutig, um ehrlich zu sein.
Any thoughts that we can leave people with before we go to
Ich glaube, alle Viertelfinals werden
I have to say, I think it's probably going to be a Team Heretics win, but I think they'll put up more of a fight, Kozaki, than Eclipse against Humble.
Anything to add, Reddy?
Maybe just not.
I gotta say, I mean, this is a rematch from the qualifiers. It's time for Heretics to get their revenge.
Alright, and just a quick note,
das von
Boss
Gugu
was
weiß
voted
ich nicht, aber das haben
MVP
jetzt schon
of that
mehrere
matchup.
gesagt.
Agreed across the board? Nods?
Yeah.
Shakes? Nods.
I think so. I think so.
Heck yeah, well, we will leave you with some replays from that matchup. We'll be right back with lots more Brawl Stars.
Danach Baby Bull. Ich mach sie beim Halbfinale. Das ist egal, Malte. Ob du ein Master hast oder ob du 2 hast, ist egal. Du brauchst nur mindestens einen für das Matchmaking. Finde ich auch cool, FIFA. Stimme ich dir zu. Ja, gleich, Hennes. Wenn du schon mal Master hattest, was du hattest, Ammo, sollte das egal sein. Naja, die haben Witze drüber gemacht, dass jemand geschlafen hat, Strangi.
Этот момент я тоже помню, это вот прошлый мировой чемпионат. Групповая стадия, если не ошибаюсь, да, групповая стадия. Тут Joker промахнулся.
Bro, die können doch nicht zeigen, wie Joker das Tor fängt. Was ist das?
Здесь...
Bro, was ist das für eine Produktion?
Я помню, это получается финал чемпионата мира. Семантик кое-как нафармит ульту, то ли гипер, не помню уже. Скорее всего...
Also bitte! Also, das ist krass. Toxic Finals, no cap.
И последний, да, я помню этот момент, хотя я его не смотрел, честно признаюсь, ни разу даже не пересматривал, хотя обычно я все матчи пересматриваю, но тут да, получается Хуан Карлос запрыгнет, и Люки, скорее всего, отпрыгнет куда-то обратно.
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship EMEA Monthly Finals. We're heading into our second quarterfinal match. A little caster swapperoo. We got
Also letztes Match Rinho hat das K Humble schon gut gegen die Wand gefahren.
Heck of a matchup that you got to watch from the sidelines. But now we're getting into Team Heretics versus Kozaki and Team Heretics. Choice across the board to win it. But tell me a little bit about why our casters and me are so concerned. Because I followed you guys. But you, tell me about Heretics.
I mean, what an announcement this was. I mean,
ja, okay, es ist Gugu. Weil Basco gebannt wurde, spielt Gugu jetzt.
player cam split this year. It's so great. What an addition to the BSC. I mean, Chaos has got 27 monthly finals in his pockets. This is 28.
Mann. Die spielen gleich Monthly Finals. Dredge erstmal am besten. Dann wurde er gebannt. Gegen TOS hat er irgendwas verstoßen.
These players together to form this squad was definitely a big surprise. Dredge, of course, coming from the sort of former team Okachiki, which was then STMN EU at the LCQ. Lenan from SK Gaming and iChaos from Reply Totem to form this Goliath, this absolute monster of a beast that is.
Ist das iChaos?
Yeah, Reddy said they were playing under the boat until they got picked up. Break this down for me.
Maybe it's the best of all time. That's the leading theory that I have. Why they decided against the GOAT, if that's the thinking, then I couldn't tell you confidently. What I can tell you, though, is that we're at a stage of Brawl Esports where you could take a look at a team and already know that they are destined for the World Finals. They have so many World Finals.
Also, wer hat die gemacht? Bitte.
Already under their belt. Art commenting on just the repertoire when it comes to monthly finals appearances and wins.
Die wechseln sich ab wahrscheinlich.
That these guys are gunning for the World Finals at the end of the year.
Oder hat keine Zeit heute. Oder macht privat, kann auch sein. Dass er gesagt hat, scheiße voll, ich mach das alleine. Das ist verrückt, Laura. Bro, was bloß
Love that. So I was paying attention to the background. There's so much to take in, and I just saw it saying that I hate you, and I was thinking that pretty much sums up me and Travis' relationship right there. Top left.
Yeah.
But to bring it back around to Kazaki, of course, joined today by Gugu as well. This was Buzzco that was involved in the qualifying.
Ist im Himmel?
Now Gugu coming in, and I feel like this is going to bring back some memories for Dre. Maybe not the best of memories, in fact, because of course, you know, when you go back to the LCQ of last year, that was
ja, schau mal.
And maybe who formed the former Eclipse Esport roster, and of course, this being the qualifying stages, of course, forced Team Heretics down into that lower bracket stage. Kazaki coming out on top.
Aufgestanden, wird mich nicht wundern. Da musst du noch drei Kinder füttern und alles. Kurz jagen gehen.
Team Heretics a lot to think about in those stages. They had to then beat Fly Totem in that final stage. They did to a 3-1 scoreline, but it really did put a lot of question marks as to whether they would even make the first monthly final.
Ich weiß immer noch nicht, was die hier macht. Keine Ahnung.
Be that Reply Totem are the team that are not here today, but it was a very, very close affair, and it could have gone another way.
Do you feel the same, Reddy?
I mean, it's a tough one, right? Like Kozaki just being this roster and being able to take down Heretics in the qualifiers. I mean, they really win every which way. Qualifiers are, in general, they're coming into a monthly final where things are more reliant on prep. So the question of who ends up taking the win
Nein, Maurice, gib die Punkte zurück. Das macht keinen Sinn.
When it comes to the quarterfinals, and then also, where do you see yourself going in this monthly final? Are you going all the way for the finals, or are you just focused on this next match? If you're looking at making the world finals at the end of the year, you gotta be going for first.
Taking a look at our map.
Teddy wird sich wahrscheinlich abwechseln mit Ski. Vermute ich. Ist auch eine Frau? Ja.
How do you think this is going to affect them, Reddy?
As far as the maps,
Doch, rechts ist Arc.
I think we're going to be starting off with Canal over here, which can be a really draft-dependent map. This is going to give us a good litmus test, just a sampler of how things are going to be going. It'll set the tone for the remainder of the match, I believe.
Ich kann genauso gut nicken, ja. Also ich könnte auch hier sein und nicken und ihn Fragen stellen. Könnte ich auch. Jetzt vielleicht nicht auf Englisch? Ich kann auch nichts mehr mit Big Spin und mit Bicep. Zwei, die 3 Jahre nicht mehr in BS waren, Carsten, Monthly Finals und ich bin da und nicke. Ist keine Frau. Ich pack mir 2 Ballons rein, dann geht das schon. Alles andere. Lange Haare, so eine Perücke. Pam-Fetisch. Ja. Mitte ist die Trev. Trev Talks. Team Heretics liegt hinten? Aber das ist jetzt nur, weil die Leute nicht wissen, wer das ist. Kannst du mir nicht erzählen.
That experience on the world stage yet again in the semi-final stages. You know, they did lose to Crazy Raccoon to a 1-3 scoreline, and on the other side as well, Lenan making the semi-finals as well at the world finals, losing to Humble for a 1-3 scoreline. I mean, you know, losing to the team that wins the whole thing. I can't really feel too bad about myself, really. But the Bounty and Canal Grande is our first map mode up in this series, and the ban's already in. Tick, the Angelo, the Judy,
Shade ban?
the Carl, the Shade, and the Eve.
Okay, no interest in facing throwers here from Heretics, though there's still a possibility. Wonder why this is the
Genau so, Matt. Genau so.
Really need to wonder about Tick, also like really viable first pick here, but they have the last pick to counter things with if they want to. So I guess the idea here is that they don't want to have to expend that
Team Heretics Kinder von
Gugu
Gugu.
just to deal with another thrower. We'll see the first selection in from Kozaki. It's that RT. We actually saw this banned in the first match of the day because it's usually just a comfortable brawler. He works fine at long range. He is also pretty good in close range to counter.
Er ist so ein Grizzlybär oder so. Ich glaube, der frisst dich, wenn er dich will. Wenn er Hunger hat, der frisst dich.
Jelly coming out as well. Big fan of that one for me. Certainly the Hypercharge now has given her a real place. First pick though. Not overly sure myself as the first pick, but I still quite think it's definitely the sort of brawler which can give a lot of visibility to the opposition as well, flying across the map and then showing where everyone is in the bush, and they're then making
ich glaube auch nicht
to aggression. Larry and Laurie, love that pick coming through. Makes a lot of sense when Juju's banned. That's pretty much for me the second best thrower in the game, and Barley could have been an option for me as well, but I still think that Larry and Laurie.
Das hier, ich glaube, das ist. Ist das Mebius Chat?
Juju's really taken a fighting place in the meta, but it could be a Barley on the eyes of FA Kozaki here to have some of the throw it in the side, and it will be. Yeah, I don't mind that at all. I think that makes a really good answer to that. Larry and Laurie will take a bit of the pressure off. They've got the long range now as well. Might want to combine something along.
Die letzte Ranked Season FIFA. Und der Highest Rank zählt danach im Profil. Das heißt, wenn du nie Master hattest und jetzt Master machst, zählt das als Master. Deswegen spielen alle wahrscheinlich.
Yeah, honestly though, when I look at this, I definitely have a preference for the Larry over the Barley. I think just in terms of damage, range, also.
Weiß ich nicht.
I think it's just a bad matchup. We'll have Gus now coming in from Kozaki. You have good survivability with Gus as far as a sniper goes. Keeps you safe, relatively so.
Gus?
Something like
ja, auch wenn er verbuggt ist, ist
could be totally possible as a last pick because Heretics have placed some emphasis on getting the thrower v thrower matchup on their terms and out of the way before that last selection comes in. So we were correct in that analysis.
Das reicht,
Maurice. A couple of thrower bans there.
Gas ist verbuggt mit dem Wasser. Das heißt, wenn du schießt, das ist manchmal nicht genau, sondern verschoben, der Schuss.
Sprout's one that was kind of knocking around in my head where like, okay, the Barley comes out, Sprout's not a bad matchup into that.
Heretics hat sehr starkes Matchup. Extrem gutes Matchup. Das müssen die gewinnen.
For Kozaki into this double thrower, given that they only have Barley.
It's nice when the coin toss goes your way in that regard, but you can see the overall comp before you go double thrower, because ultimately it does leave yourself open to a big heavy counter if you don't. But
das ist korrekt,
this makes a lot of sense for me. Thinking back to that poll, Team Heretics have the disadvantage on event.brawlstars.com. It makes a lot of sense that there have been some new additions to the website now where it has like some win rates as well. So I imagine saying that it's 100% of a win rate over Team Heretics in favor of everything. Exactly when, maybe the casuals are looking at that site and sort of trying to ponder up who they're going to put on their predictions. Blue Star immediately into the pocket of Team Heretics already, and a good position on the map too. I mean, this is exactly what you don't want to have as a starting hand for FA Kozaki, really, because against double thrower, it's going to be hard to claim back this territory.
I think it really comes down to Team Heretics to mess up in a colossal way for this one, not to go precisely their way.
Weil sein Account gebannt wurde von Mebius. Wegen Boosting wurde er gebannt. Hat er sich einen zweiten Account gemacht. Und trotzdem darf er mitspielen, wieso auch immer.
Given that he's outranged and outdamaged by Drage, he is going to try and ameliorate the situation by placing down the gadget, which will get some healing for the squad, but that's really all it is able to do. It has cooldown, and additionally, you're only able to use it a few times a game. We'll see Heretics continue to keep them in this back right corner. As long as Heretics don't get too aggressive, then they should be perfectly fine. Lina also has a super to escape. Gugu's making good use of the fact that he's able to levitate over the water in the head form, basically become a worse Jackie, but still getting in position. Mebius on the right side gets the kill.
Die können den Gugu doch nicht einfach da rumverzieren lassen. Ist ja fatal.
Once again, they've managed to make this happen by putting Gugu on the head form and having him circle around the left side.
Gugu played fantastic there for me. Really opened up the space, utilizing the out of line gadget.
Der läuft einfach rum.
Form straight over the lake, and the walls that were placed by Chaos weren't enough to really deter it. But now, Lenan to the skies, but the shot came from Chaos, and that will get the lead back over to Team Heretics. With 10 seconds, Gugu has an opportunity still to come through this mid. They've got to focus their attention on him. Mavis is low. He goes down to Drage, and taking down is Gugu just in the nick of time as well. Team Heretics bring it back.
Wahrscheinlich, Andri.
Nicely done by Heretics.
Gugu fährt spazieren. Genauso.
I don't know if that was that much of a mistake, because what we saw from Kozaki was they were using the fact that they just had a health advantage. They're playing into throwers, which, like, yes, Larry is getting crazy damage out here, but Janet, not really known for her damage so much, can get outranged in situations, and especially Sprout, it can be difficult to line the shot sometimes, doesn't do like that much damage. We'll see Mebius try and cement himself on the left side, but already encircled by the combo of iChaos and Lena. On the right side, Drage, sort of backing away from this lane.
Hey, the esports.
But ultimately getting some support from Lena, keeping Mebius away so that he can fight toe-to-toe with Nob on this right side. But he does have a disadvantage in terms of reload speed against Nob, which ultimately lets Barley get control of this right bush.
Well, Nan's already had a fantastic start. I mean, he's got super as well, probably not too far off getting a hypercharge to add to it, because that beginning part where he was just really spamming his shots into Gugu, forcing out again the out-of-line gadget to force back the blue star, still into the hands of FA Kozaki, but the positioning the entire mid was left, and this is the result. This is what we're seeing happening again, where Team Heretics can really kind of take a more forthcoming.
Die Leute auf TikTok glauben das, Mara.
Kozaki's starting to bring themselves a bit more together in that regard, and be a bit more on the aggressive. Team Heretics have got the lead by 1 star, but back in the spawn is not where you want to be in a map like Canal Grande, and Nob can just try to keep this pressure on with some good splash damage. Then it could open things up for Gugu to get a couple of taps in there as well as Mavis and Drage.
Ich würde die Lane switchen. Drage hat Chaos links, Lane rechts. Drage hat voll Mühe. Hallo davor.
Nice play from iChaos. Sensed an opportunity in the situation, went in with a hypercharge just so that he could 2-shot the Barley. That's some brawl IQ right there, knowing that you're able to get the 2-shot with a specific combo of abilities, just knowing exactly how much damage it's going to do. Drage on the right side, taken down as the Cookie Popper eliminates him. It's only a 1-star lead for Team Heretics.
Ich werde längst geflogen, wäre ich im Lane. Ja, jetzt ist es zu spät. Wer geflogen wäre jetzt in der Luft, könnte landen. Ja, jetzt ist es zu spät. Wäre da geflogen, hätte erstens Pressure auf den Barley gemacht, die konnten hoch, und selbst wenn jemand gestorben wäre, wäre in der Fresse von dem Barley gewesen. Aber dafür muss halt früher fliegen. Ja, nicht bei 2. Hallo T-Rex.
There's a good balance of aggression from both sides. That was much more a match in favor of Kozaki there for me. Let's see this time round. Who's going to take this set? Quite an important one to kick things off. Clearly a very matched level, and Lenan taking early to the skies this time round. I quite like that.
Deswegen ist Janet nicht gut.
On that Janet going to the skies. Oh, the landing!
Hypercharge super, aber wenn du nicht entscheiden kannst, wo du hinfliegst.
To finalize that kill, bringing the 3-star lead over to Kozaki early on, and the Chaos now, oh, that wall perfectly placed in time because he was bang out of position there as well. Gugu knew it and was coming for him. Now, some catching up to do for sure here for Team Heretics.
So Gugu's playing the RT like a Jackie. He's also using the out-of-line gadget to pretty much abandon ship whenever it doesn't look good for him. But I bet he's wishing he had hacks right now just for that one specific scenario. iChaos is 1 tap from going down.
Doch, ist gut, Paul. Ergebnisse 3-0 Humble gegen Eclipser. Das ist jetzt das erste Set. Franzose endlich.
But a good play from Lena. If they can get everyone into one little corner, then Lena does stand a very good chance of team wiping all of FA Kozaki.
Yeah, holding on to it for the moment. 40 seconds remaining. I assume it's going to be a plan here for Team Heretics to try to get the lead early. Get the damage low enough before going in. That would be a great time for me for Lenan to do so, but he's playing it slow and cautious. And in the meanwhile, Gugu's healing back up, as is Mavis. Not now very on that top right-hand side, not able to secure the kill on the side there of iChaos, but I mean, how long does the Team Heretics leave this? I mean, everyone now full HP on the side of Kozaki.
Shade gebannt, ja.
Than ever, and you really want to attack them when they're lowest, but with that hypercharge, and Lenan's got to go now, surely.
boy, Chaos pops down the hypercharge and the super. It's just 2v3. Lenad's got to make it happen. There's one on a knob, needs another. Gugu, ideally to break the tiebreaker, teleports to the back left.
Schlecht gespielt.
Slight miscalculation from Lenad. He went for Mebius, who would have gotten them to 5 stars, but it wouldn't have got them the tie-breaking blue star. An error which might have just cost them the set, which now goes to FA Kozaki.
You just need to wait so long. I don't know why. Like the hypercharge is there at like 50
Heretics
seconds
gefällt mir grad nicht, ne?
I think you just gotta go for it. Try and get the lead there, and if you can't, try and recollect yourselves and try it all over again. But I felt like Heretics kind of threw that a little bit for me.
I think what they knew is that they needed 2 kills, and that it was going to be difficult against enemies that are backed away, and that also they could get themselves a much more comfortable lead by popping that Janet hypercharge and getting all 3 in one go, because something she's really good at, as long as the enemies are close together, which they were actually on their way to doing. They just could not get it together in the end, and Chaos
dass sie das gefroht haben,
ne? At the end of game 3 was pretty much the straw that broke the camel's back.
Yeah, execution from Kozaki over the course of these 3 games, over the course of the set to take it. Now, what did we see from Team Heretics in that first game that they need to pull back into action to potentially swing this back in their favor there, Ark?
Sorry, I missed the question.
Sorry, at the wrong time.
On the screen. It's the first time we've seen the caster reactions since the weekend started, so I wasn't sure whether it just came to our cameras for a moment there. Sorry, what was the question, Salsa? I do apologize.
Nein, das ist nicht Cesar.
No, we saw Heretics looking so sharp in game 1, and they really sort of got run over by the time we got all the way down to the third of that set. I just want to know kind of what we saw in that first game. Did they trail off there, or was that just a full pickup?
Also,
yeah, a bit of lack of confidence for me. I felt like the communication there was a little bit off. There was times when I felt like
besser die als gewisse andere. Die sind sehr parteiisch, extrem. Das ist krank. Das ist gut, FIFA, ja.
I think that what Drage and Chaos were trying to do was whistle down the HP.
Ja, dennoch. Aber auf YouTube hast du deutlich mehr Delay. Wieso auch immer. Wahrscheinlich an der Zahl.
So, but it would have meant that they probably would have come back with a lead, but then had to hold on to that lead, and that's where they were trying to make the timing such that they could just kind of like secure all the kills and not give Kozaki the opportunity to respond. But they left it too late, and by the end of it, as we saw at the end, Kozaki got 1 singular kill, and then the whole house of cards came tumbling down, and just didn't seem confident. The approach was not really right there for Team Heretics, and Kozaki stayed firm. Under a lot of pressure, so credit to them.
Chat, wie viel Kilo Haare hat er im Gesicht? Und auf dem Kopf. Ich sag 5. 10, 60, 4. Wunderbraue. Hab gar nicht hingeschaut. Ich bin so abgelenkt vom Bart. Ich weiß gar nicht, wie er aussieht. Ich habe nur seinen Bart gesehen. Würde ich Eye-Tracker-Challenge machen, das wäre nur vom Bart.
Carl's still open, Daryl's still open, some options to go on the aggressive to get that safe as well though ready, so definitely plenty of options here on the cards.
I'm looking at something to deal with this.
Sieht aus wie Hias.
Not one that you specifically move to counter.
Schon ein bisschen Mara, ne?
From Heretics. Sometimes can falter when it comes to
aber ich glaube, so ein Bart zu pflegen ist auch.
But she does have some indestructibles she can fire over.
Ich glaube, da muss man Hiase fragen, wie er sein pflegt.
Or whatever comes to the right lane, at least from our perspective, Eve is going to be coming from the left side. I anticipate that's going to be Colette's role. Maybe they're leaving that last pick open. Colette can flex wherever necessary. She's such a great pick here on safe zone. I'm seeing some potential for something like a Brock maybe in the future. Good save damage. You have that with your main attack, with the super hypercharge. Never can complain about that. Piper, another great selection. And taking a look at the bans, I'm also going to point out that we haven't seen like a Chuck picked or anything.
Noch ein bisschen
not
Wachs
as viable
reingemacht.
used to be. Gets countered by a lot of different things. You don't want to
selber hergestellter
like
Wachs.
Bisschen
schweißend.
like that, but always one to keep in the back of your head in Heist.
I love the pairing, It's perfect here for me for Kazaki. Juju definitely is a big, heavy threat. Don't get me wrong. Some spicy picks in this one. Juju, I love here because once you're positioned in an aggressive spot on the map, able to sit on that lake area, the splash damage has the slow effect added to it. No bushes really except
Jetzt Cordelius. Oder Lu.
Really looking to take that kind of lane if he can.
Ja, ist
but now
gut.
this truck from Kazaki does need to be countered by Team Heretics here in a very aggressive fashion. That is really how you go about it. You don't want to allow the truck time to set up.
Was?
Okay,
die gehen Base Rush. Die wollen rushen gehen. Es wird mich nicht wundern, wenn die jetzt Double Lane machen. Die werden rushen. Die wollen lieber rennen.
To allow that offensive route to be set up. The Carl coming in for Heretics does speak that same story to me very nicely. Get the Carl on the safe and just go to town with that pickaxe. Have the Colette try to support with the Juju and just allow that channel to be open. But certainly
Heretics hat Draft.
Going to be a setup process
Wenn
to
die's
get
gut
this
machen.
win, and Team Heretics are going to be doing everything they can to deny it.
Carl's going to fulfill numerous roles here. He's going to be able to slice through the Eve pads pretty easily. He'll be able to reposition easily if he decides to run Flying Hook, which is, I think, probably the gadget of choice here. We'll have to see if Lena decides that he's going to earn his way to the enemy safe.
Ja, und jetzt kommt der Rush. Karl Gadget und dann sind die vorne drin.
Gadget instead. You see Chuck opt for the right lane to get that first post down. It's going to take him 3 total to get to the enemy side. Might decide to put another one. Yes, and he's going to run the gadget to eat that post and then get another super down.
Und jetzt haben sie gewonnen.
So this can be a pretty speedy setup. Team Heretics, they need to make a lot happen before.
Okay, wenn der Chaos stirbt, ist eklig für sie jetzt.
Out of the Chuck, interestingly enough. So he's just decided to pop a couple down at mid, I suppose, as Team Heretics are now taking a bit of damage from that Chuck on their save.
Yeah, it was a good start from Heretics there, but then
Die müssen rein. Die dürfen.
Hat verkackt! Hat's
verkackt!
Not the greatest defenses, and now the Chuck is set up.
Oder will er das aufbauen? Will er hier unten aufbauen, dass er so zack, zack, zack macht? Das kann sein, weil hier sind 2 Pfosten. Wisst ihr, hier einer? Ja, er will aufbauen. Okay. Okay, dann ist okay. Ist aber auch falsch, oder?
Okay, Colette Hypercharge in from Drage. Elimination
Ja,
of the safe.
wird überrannt.
A win here for Team Heretics. We've found out what was going on with that Chuck post. He put the first one down so that he could just get his setup going on. And then when he was at the enemy safe, looks like that final post to get to the safe didn't really have enough range. So he then replaced it. That initial post that was placed in mid with the one that would allow him to go through the safe and get the additional.
The Chaos Gadget.
That's the math there. It's
Not the
post
control.
setup. It's just you can't really effectively push.
Jetzt fehlt mir halt das Karl Gadget. Irgendwie Karl Gadget hier hin. An die Wand.
That first one into its final destination just on the first shot.
Well, going for a post onto Chaos there as well. As he pops the gadget. Invisibility now, so the Google doesn't know he's even there. Going through the mid.
Der Sound ist voll eklig, hört ihr das? So verhallt. Spielt der Fire Gadget? Ja, also.
They've got to deal with Lanal. It's a bit of a base race, but nonetheless, very much more in the favor of Team Heretics.
Nee.
Mebius trying his best to defend.
Das ist zu aggro für Chuck. Komm.
To take him down. iChaos and Drage now laying those shots in. Gugu on the Chuck, forced to defend. Thankfully, Mebius has his back. Long range shot onto Drage.
Ja, Maria. Also Juju hat bis jetzt eine 100%ige Winrate in Manflies.
For Team Heretics because this Chuck is going
Trotzdem wird er nicht immer gebannt. Verstehe ich nicht. Also verstehe ich wirklich nicht.
Hypercharge come out, blocking a few more shots. Thankfully, iChaos, he's specialized in taking down turrets as a thrower.
Over.
Now in with the reposition. No CC to keep him back, and a Team Heretics win in set 2.
Really nicely done.
Kann gefühlt alle, nicht nur gefühlt, sie kann alles. Sie kann Nahkampf gewinnen, sie kann Fernkampf gewinnen, sie kann Werferduelle gewinnen, sie kann Speed, sie kann Invis. Sie kann Slow. Alles. Was er fliegen. Ja. Schild, Wasser, die kann alles.
Tell me a little bit about how you saw that evolution kick in and really which player that started with.
Bin ich der Einzige, der das Gefühl hat, dass sie keine Ahnung vom Game hat? Gebe ich ja nach dem Stream, oder jetzt ist es ein bisschen schwer. Außer Mods machen wir es gut. Aber Map ist nicht da, ich weiß nicht, ob Rapper weiß wie. Oder am Handy, keine Ahnung. Weiß ich nicht mal. Für mich macht das keinen Sinn. Ich sehe den Sinn dahinter nicht. Genau so ist es. Genau so. Na quatschen sie voll wegen Bass.
The setup process there was as important really for Team Heretics as it was there as well for Kazaki.
I think we saw some creativity there with Chuck setups. We saw 2 different ones, and we also noticed that Chuck wasn't, devouring the post to get his super back. So, okay, he's running the other gadget, I guess. And yeah, so he was. It only got used once in game number 2. It didn't get them the win. But creativity definitely gets
Wolltest du sie vorher nicht schlagen, Laura?
But really, in the end, your objective is to win, man. It didn't really get them there all the way. We're going to be heading into brand new draft here on Out in the Open, and as that map intro indicated, yeah, you can break that wall in order to get easier passage into mid, but it won't be happening with Brock. It's been banned out by Team Heretics.
Artie picks up first here by Kazaki. I want to see the Gus then as a countermeasure here for Team Heretics.
Will ich nicht. Ja, ich habe noch auch keine Ahnung. Es kommt aufs Gleiche hinaus.
The range affair going to be quite crucial here to get right. Juju banned. As I think she pretty much always should.
Ich kann mir vorstellen, dass jetzt ein Grey kommt. Oder eine Eve. Oder beides.
Always a good thing to see in that regard. The Andrew band, the Brock as well, the Buster and the Pearl. I mean, the Pearl often gets forgotten about as well, so I'm quite pleased to see that that brawl has not been left out on that side of things. Jean.
Das habe ich jetzt nicht erwartet.
As well, Team Heretics. It's an interesting first pick. Of course, the healing puffs, when your teammates kind of collaborate together underneath that star power, are going to be quite helpful for the long game. But there's a lot of long-range brawlers that are still left out here. Like I say, I'd like to see Gus paired with this Gene. I think it'd be quite a good, nice idea. And if not, it'd be absolutely considered by Kazaki. But Piper, man,
aber dann erwarte ich jetzt so Max.
One that's often left out on this particular map. Some more break potential as well from that magic hand. Probably not going to be too helpful. Really only when you're on the defense to break through your own kind of like spawn side. So that's a consideration they can find something to pair alongside this. Eve gonna come in.
Das stimmt, Cello. Aber das Problem ist, sie macht ja nichts. Sie castet nicht, sie sagt nichts dazu. Das Einzige, was sie macht, ist Fragen stellen den Caster. Wahrscheinlich fürs Gespräch. Aber sonst nickt sie nur.
Also, into a Gene, any amount of the time you're facing an enemy that is constantly healing, even if it's a trickle amount, you're also getting tickled the whole time, so you can't heal Penny. And this was the first one on my mind, is yes, you're able to block a Gene pull this way, but are you really going to be getting your turret? Now, it's easier now than ever. She has that hypercharge that she has to earn, but really talking about the fact that she has longer range now by a few units there, and this has been a major
Diese Fahrstuhlmusik geht mir auch so auf den Sack.
Kit selection out now from FA Kozaki, a very team-focused support.
Als würde man 20 Stockwerke hochgehen.
To a thrower if necessary, and also can be extremely
Mattis wollte vorhin,
frustrating
Laura.
your Team Heretics with that closing around the left side. Thankfully, though, I think Eve should be able to hold down the fort. She won't be too vulnerable. She can jump away. Obviously, you don't want to leave Drage for dead.
Kit kann klappen.
There are countermeasures available. Kit still, I think, should be viable.
Komm schon. Achso.
A Kit over Gus.
Was?
Sorry, we need to now talk about this. Poco over Gus? No Gus? I don't know. Like, that seems very up to me. I mean, the synergy with the Kit.
Die wollen das Gadget spielen gegen den Stun von Kit, damit er nicht gestunt wird. Aber fühle ich nicht. Fühle ich nicht.
Is behind this idea. I mean, I certainly not in place of a Gus, but I mean, you know, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. It's just not what I was expecting in any fashion. I mean, maybe it's a response to the kit is my only consideration there, and trying to just give quick, immediate heals. But I'm not too sure about this.
Well, we have world finalist Brawl Stars player, repeat ones, consistent ones at that, who have made the decision that Poco is better than Gus in this situation. And I think I'm going to follow their lead here. But we still need to see how exactly this maths out, because there's not an optimal matchup for this Poco over here. Maybe his gadget will be of use to them, but
exactly the
for
gadget.
now it's not really doing much.
It's the only thing that makes sense really is that
Endgame fühle ich nicht gegen die gegnerische Comp.
The stun from the kit. But is that worth picking as a counter?
Ja,
measure?
extrem,
I mean, I'm still not convinced it is, but certainly for Team Heretics, they were really quite deterred by that kit pick, and that was the only thing on their minds. Now the cardboard box going on the left-hand side. Chaos jumps away, now attaches himself to Mavis as well.
Jungs, ihr dürft nicht vergessen, Team Heretics ist eine Organisation, die haben eine riesige Reichweite in anderen Games. Denen ist es scheißegal, ob es einen Club gibt, welches Kinder verarscht. Ist denen egal. RT with his damage and also his health, and then Kit gets to do like 3k a shot with a shot that he can throw over walls. It's a tough one for them to deal with. Team Heretics now have clued themselves in and realize, okay, Problem ist, die TikTok-Leute denken, das ist, ne? Aber den kann man eh nicht helfen. Ich find's nice, wie sie aber bei der Vorstellung von dieser Map gesagt haben, man soll das öffnen für eine weitere Lane und beide Teams machen es nicht. Finde ich gut.
For me, I think Gus would have been the better shout, try and get the early kills, so the Kit's only got really one option to attach to. But, I mean, for the moment, Team Heretics have got to deal with this. And on a map that's really hard to do so. Once that Kit attaches and the aggressiveness comes into play, as long as all three members are standing for Kazaki, I think it's just like a guaranteed round. Leg form available for Gugu, as is the jump for Nob as well here. Maybe it's slow, he might choose to jump. Now the cardboard box gadget comes in.
Und deswegen spielt man sie Kit.
Was
hab ich gesehen?
Eye-watering right there, as you pull that Kit away from your teammate, but they're still stunned. That and your Gene and Poco.
Na. Versteht ihr, was ich meine, wenn ich sage, es gefällt mir nicht, wie Heretic spielt?
Poco was selected, and it's not even just like Gus in particular. I feel like there are several other brawlers that would have been a much safer selection. A lot more of generalists and not as niche of a brawler like Poco is going to be
irgendwie sowas
a specific matchup. And
Coole
there's a possibility that it's actually just a mistake, but it's really all theorized.
Ich auch nicht, Mara, gar nicht.
Get some answers from them later. For now, what we do know is that FA Kozaki are running the show here in Knockout.
Well, if it's a mistake, A, it's unforgivable, and if it's legit a countermeasure to the Kit, which is what I think it must be,
Gefällt mir gar nicht, wie sie das spielen. Es gefällt mir gar nicht. Vorne und hinten nicht. Wieso ist hier niemand? Wieso? Penny hat Free Value. Die haben kompletten Spray. Fühle ich nicht.
Detaching there, better of it. It makes a lot of sense to try to get the timings that Super then can be available later on in this match when the gas starts to close in. So I don't mind that at all.
Ich auch, Picasso.
But we want to see more aggression from Kazaki here going in.
Er spielt alleine, habe ich auch das Gefühl. Vorhin schon mit Juju. Oder mit Sprout. Würde mich nicht wundern, wenn sie das verloren hätten. Hallo, Enes.
Seeming error from FA Kozaki there, but they still managed to get some value. Penny, also with the additional damage, she did lose that final
Shadow.
as is expected, but she got her turret earlier on. And thanks to the bonus damage, she's going to be getting closer to that hypercharge, which should be trying to cycle out. That is a
ja, das finde ich auch wieder kacke.
winning condition right there. Given that they had at least a couple rounds to win this game.
It's free value.
Playing the long game here, thinking about getting that turret for the final round, especially a hypercharge one, which probably closer to that hypercharge than the next turret. Waiting for things to close in to actually get that opportunity. And for the time being, Team Heretics have opted to take a more reduced approach with Drage, especially hanging back. They can get a solid pull out here. That would be paramount. But Mebius is ready with the Salty Barrel, so Drage needs to find a target that is not going to get body blocked by Mebius.
Yeah, Drake does need to connect this magic hand for sure. It's going to be a really tough thing to do because like it's so much evasive technique behind every brawl on the other side of the field here. Now the kit
Gefällt mir nicht.
The hypercharged turret going down from Mabius, and they really wanted that round for that reason because that's the utility they haven't got now. But they really want this set that bad.
Drake muss das Turret pullen, ganz einfach. Die können nicht gewinnen sonst. Was will er pullen? Eine Kit wie vorhin? Ein Penny-Gadget? Oder eine RT-Ult? Was will er pullen? Was ist eine Hypercharge? Na, also...
Yeah, it got them good position. Got Drage in a position. Now he has that hyper. Excuse me.
Over.
Super ready
Okay, sword.
Caught off guard. Now combining the
Druck.
kit and Edu together, but not really much coming of it. Kit immediately dismounting so you can get that super once again. But Heretics have these guys against the wall. Lana has a heal. One of the first heals that we've really seen him hang on to.
Hätte auch ohne Ding gereicht, glaube ich.
Drake still hanging on to the magic hand, but now the gas coming in. Super available now for Nob.
Jetzt ein Pull.
Just the right time as the gas coming in. Gugu going to jump in. Leg form available for him as well, and he places them down. Now Chaos trying to get some taps. The heal there was clutch from Lanan as well, but now the kick connection is there, and Drake is low, and he should probably fall down to at least the gas here, and he will.
Bro.
It's a team wipe for Kazaki. They take the set.
2-1 so far. Kozaki leading and seemingly on the path to make this win happen for themselves against Heretics once again. But this time Heretics don't get a second chance in the bracket. It's all or nothing.
Bro.
One exit for Heretics would be
respektloser Damage von all drei.
A postseason run, you need to be at minimum getting the quarterfinals win. I still don't see the math on this Poco. He's not known for his damage, but 43 is especially dwarfed by what you see from Kozaki out here. Nebius.
Ihr müsst euch überlegen. Chat, ihr müsst euch überlegen. Ein Nahkämpfer, Assassin-Supporter, hat mehr DPS als alle drei Gegner. Und die drei Gegner spielen Long Range.
Incredible synergy from Kozaki all throughout that set there. But right from the draft, I know you both expressed some concerns. How much do you think, picking up something like a Gus would have changed things instead of a Pogo there are?
Für den Poco gegen Kids dann. Hat aber nicht gebracht. Nichts. Er hat er ist einmal auf jemand gesprungen, dann kam kein Gadget. Dann hat Drage den Kit gepullt mit 3 Munition. Und dann hat Kit Triple Kill gemacht.
Like I said, going in, like I can't remember ever seeing a Poco on that map in the past. Possibly has happened, but I mean, it's certainly not really kind of like a meta go-to pick, and I think regardless, you're better off with anything else, in my opinion. But it's definitely a costly one there for Team Heretics, whatever way you look at it now. As we approach the next set, they're behind. Zaki take the lead.
Laura Shadow überholt.
Next map is Julian Beatles then, for Hot Zone being the
draft by Heretics.
The bands being the Juju, the Stu, and the Lou for Team Heretics, and the Griff, the Amber, and the Colette then.
Vermutlich ein Chaos, aber ich weiß es nicht.
It's very difficult sometimes though, really, if you lose that kind of positioning power on the mid.
Coach, wen?
Probably, yeah, in the case that the point has been with Kazaki, because that's definitely a brawl that, wow, speaking of the devil, definitely a brawl which I was going to say Drake pops off massively with.
Jetzt kommt Barry.
So banning it for themselves could only mean points
Drake? Also bei Totem hat ja Inso und Chaos, deswegen denke ich, dass Chaos das auch hier macht. Man öffnet den Mund nicht. Ja, wobei, ach komm, scheiß Jinx, ich red nicht mehr, alles okay.
Yeah, Poco, I think also B, Poco B, Frank, this kind of stuff.
Siehst du, wenn der Viewlist ist, NS oder wie? Weiß ich nicht, Mara.
By that B. Maybe Barry Frank is what Heretics decide they're going to go for. Out heal the enemy healer.
Neu ist sie nicht, Rangi. Die glaube ich 1 Million Follower. Und wer ist sie neu, ja? Ist Coach, lol, okay. Ja, dann wird's er machen. Ja, ist obvious Draft, es kommt noch ein Frank und dann Buster. Vielleicht ein Grey noch.
personally. I mean, it's like, it's playable, it's just not what
Ja,
I
hier also.
love a whole lot because Draco relies a lot on his health. He doesn't have CC. And anytime Draco's able to hit Frank, Frank's able to hit Draco. So you're feeding him a bunch of damage, you're taking a bunch of damage.
Schau mal die Buns an. Du kannst nicht kontern.
I think the Frank is on the minds of Kazaki here for me, regardless. So I get your point. I mean, the last stand for me on Draco is that, you know, ability to survive on with that 1 HP shielding for a while, which can deter some of the Frank smashes.
Ist noch eine Max.
Kind of
Wer Max bekommt, gewinnt.
Would be the case. It kind of allows a little bit more of a longer standing for Draco to remain on the map when Frank gets towards that stage of low health and the hammer smashes gets fewer between time. Then that's when I think Draco has a bit more survivability, but this is definitely going to be gnarly on both sides. I'm still staying really by the Berry pick for me here. I think Berry just is in such.
Okay, wahrscheinlich, weil es nicht viele Viewer sind, Dennis.
Oh no.
Aber ich weiß es nicht.
No. I was gonna say we even saw yesterday in the East Asia region an instance where Berry was providing so many heals to so many tanks that we had an 800
Max und gewonnen.
DPS.
Sag ich.
I mean, that is the highest I've ever seen in the BSC.
Max.
But now with a Kit, with a Frank, with a Poco, I mean, how is this faring the Team Heretics here? Because we've already had them suffer the Kit in the previous set.
Ich finde Kit sehr gut.
And they did not bring home the goods. There's a lot of healing and a lot
Wisst ihr
of
wieso?
ability here on the side of Kazaki.
Stellt euch vor, ihr spielt diese Comp von Heretics, okay? Ihr spielt diese Comp. Auf einmal kommt eine Kit angesprungen auf den Barry. Barry kannst du nicht bewegen. Du hast 2 Splash Damage, das heißt, du kannst ihn nicht mal tanken. Barry stirbt. Und sobald der Barry stirbt, bei dieser Comp, die bringt nichts.
One of the things that you do when you have a lot of health. But into the Poco, I think, is really the mindset. He is going to be completely helpless against the Melody. I think now he's going to be pretty tethered to that Frank. Also keep in mind that as Melody, you're not going to have any struggle at all getting your hypercharge and your super versus this.
Beides gut.
The Kit probably is going to stay away from you, but the Frank, the Poco, you outrange them. It shouldn't be too much of an issue, but already, FA Kozaki, they hold W and they spam that auto aim because what else really needs to be done? You got so much health, so much damage on your side. The survivability is paramount.
Scheiß Jump.
This is what I mean. Like, is this Melody pick going to be really enough here? I mean, now Drake's getting a fantastic positioning, and that's great from now. The aggressiveness of that man
Schau auf der Webseite.
never ceases to amaze me, and it's a perfect brawler for
Also,
him, don't get me wrong.
Nee,
it's
keine
just
Ahnung.
like, can this consistently happen? I think that for me, Kazaki have done such a fantastic job in this draft and given a real problem for Team Heretics, despite all the healing, despite the tankiness, they are making it work. However,
deswegen Draco. Draco kann schon
they are in a good position for it. Not now using the cobble box. Invis found then by Heretics and attaching
den Shop.
Gugu
Walter.
forces his way forwards. Look at the percentage with 50% apiece.
Okay, Gugu Knob finally separated by force. FA Kozaki find themselves all the way back at spawn. Did you have another push ready to go? Knob really wants his super. Does have it now. Decides to go for the stun onto Drage. Cannot execute. Can't get the kill just yet. Gugu trying to kill him. But the hypercharge healing from iChaos is just too much to get through.
Ich würde auch lieber Barry
Team
spielen als Book.
Heretics, no, they've already gotten this one. The only point where it looked a little shaky for them was at the beginning. FA Kozaki walked straight in and spammed their attacks.
Kit muss carryen,
It was done
sonst
then, but I think it was just a moment that was required for Melody to get her super cycled out before she could start getting in and making some moves. Cutting off Poco from the rest of the team, I think, was the biggest problem for Kozaki.
iChaos is so cracked. So cracked. I'm not being funny, but I kind of give that win entirely in favor of him in that match because he was bringing so many heals. The angles that he was lining everything up with that Berry pick were absolutely insane, and I think it's far from over. But he is really doing a fantastic.
iChaos carried schon sehr.
And then Lenan is that player that's always going to be going on the aggressive. I'm still reservating a little bit on this Melody pick, but as I'm saying,
Ja,
he's
Nico.
showing me every reason
Die
why
Meta
I should.
ist.
Double take on the right hand side and fantastic stuff. Look at Chaos. Already got the hypercharge available for him. I think there's definitely every chance that Kazaki can bring this back, but this Berry pick really is the catalyst for me in this Team Heretics comp.
Double hypercharge out, but iChaos and Lana can't get the kill as a result. Knob falls.
Bro.
The DPS to take it down. Pops out
S1
hypercharge,
hatte eine
super
Jump.
out, but no shield onto Gugu. Just trying to get that.
Da geht alleine rein, das Frank mit Hypercharge. Da geht der Kid nochmal alleine rein, da geht der Poco nochmal alleine rein.
FA Kozaki right now by a staggering margin.
It's just how many supers is
Wieso? Als wäre man auf Bronze. Check ich nicht. Jetzt geht Poco wieder alleine rein. Jetzt geht Kit alleine rein. Ganz schlecht gespielt.
Huge stuff out here for Heretics. That matchup worked out for them. Draco and Frank, not really an issue. What's happening? Oh, no. I'm taking damage from Frank.
Digga, filmt er den Rücken oder was filmt er da?
I've been stunned exactly where I want to be. Inside of the berry healing, which is feeding him super, which is also feeding him hypercharge, which he's cycling out all the time. I mean, look at the damage and the kills here for iChaos. Obviously, Lana leading the team with 12 kills and 610 DPS. He was nutty because it was no issue at all for him to get those notes, get the hypercharge, and go to town.
You know, when we started introducing this match, we hyped up the fact that this was a rematch. It went the distance last time they went head-to-head. We had the community predictions come in. They were right down the middle nearly, with a little favor for Kozaki here. Now that we've watched this matchup and we're heading into this 5th match here, how accurate do you feel like the community and
meinst du das Game oder meinst du die Monthlies?
It's really quite impressive for me to see that, you know, Team Heretics have fought back in that set. I didn't see it necessarily myself. I think considering just how much of a blunder there was in that knockout set, I wasn't sure that that was going to be the case. I think even looking on the faces of the players themselves,
je nachdem dauert das. Das Game? Ja gut, okay. Ah, Jam. Ah, die Scheiß-Map.
I mean, you know, like I said, I was actually not a fan of the Melody pick, but I'm much more to it now that I've seen that Lenan's stats were just phenomenal in that.
Wie groß ist Lenan? 1,90 oder so. Der ist schon sehr groß. Weiß ich nicht mal. Ich glaube schon.
But how this 5th and final set's going to go, I don't know, honestly. I've seen both sides displaying some fantastic work, and both sides as well, you know, displaying some moments of in my opinion, weaker drafts.
Stimmt, das ist die falsche Map.
Ach,
das ist schlecht.
I wouldn't be surprised if Kozaki bring this home, and that would be one of the biggest upsets we've seen all weekend if that happens.
Kit ban?
Action. First selection now coming out from Team Heretics. Things to look out for. The strong is definitely a direction you should head with your first selection, unless you're going for something that's more of a flex. And also got to be wary of keeping your mid safe from some of those bushes that encroach on the left and right of the map. If you're mid, you're probably pocketing yourself sort of towards the bottom right of the map. Looks like a lane selection right
Lola
off the bat.
first pick.
Lola, what does she do? She does damage. That is what she does. Counterable? Sure. Worth countering? I don't think so. Just gonna be good, solid damage, and also a way to scout out some of those bushes.
Rice Kurven, seid ihr da? Schreibt ihr auf?
An important draft now.
Luna first is crazy.
In my opinion, have definitely got more pressure on themselves. I mean, when you go back to the history of this very matchup, of course, in the qualifying,
ist alles offen.
Gugu not being on the roster when that was the case, did get the win. This is what the matchup was when Kozaki qualified for this monthly final, knocking Team Heretics down to that lower bracket, forcing them to have to then fight it out against Reply Totem to get here. Now, with everything that happened between last year, between Gugu and Drage, and it's all come full circle.
Ember.
A lot of pressure now for Team Heretics, the biggest of roster announcements we've had in Rostermania. All depending upon draft. Pearl coming in now for Kozaki. Quite like that pick. I think when it comes down to that lane side, really tough to penetrate through. And the Gus, you know, I mean, Pearl's already tanky as it is. Combining a Gus shield to her is just, oof, dirty stuff. I like, though, the Lola. Very underrated pick that I think is really finding a nice spot.
Penny's gebannt.
Maps look at Lenan as well, just giving
Aber ja,
side there
Penny
as well.
gut.
It's pressure. It's pressure that I don't think Team Heretics themselves expected to have at this stage of the competition.
Well, look at how disjointed this is between Heretics and Kozaki. Just the contrast. Kozaki, they're playing.
Ich würde keine Ember gehen. Wäre ich Heretics. Wenn ich Heretics wäre, würde ich jetzt.
Logos everywhere. Camera crew are filming them, and they are expected to win. They cannot trip up at just the first obstacle. It's not really what you want to be showing
Otis.
And this isn't me.
Leon!
This is me telling you what is going through their heads right now.
Oh, das hätte ich auch gedacht.
This one went through my head just a little bit with that Pearl selection from FA Kozaki because I was trying to place why exactly was this selected. And Leon is very much countered by Pearl. Maybe they didn't want to give this to Kozaki.
Was laberst du, David?
We've seen that kind of
Bell wäre gut, ja, aber sie haben schon eine Mitte mit Gas. Andererseits verstehe ich jetzt den 8-Bit nicht. Die werden...
Sometimes they work, but sometimes they don't. That's the problem with this. I'm kind of more with Kozaki. I think that the 8-bit is a good pick here. Can be susceptible though. That's the problem. The Gus for me and the Pearl is where
ich vermute, die machen Gus Lane gegen die Lola.
With Lenan's hands, it could be a risk that actually really does pay off. It's definitely more of that kind of like Lenan-based brawler pick. The Gene's probably going to be in Drage's hands. And if that's the case, I want to see more connections with Magic Hand that we didn't really kind of see in Knockout earlier today. And this is going to be the case. So Chaos there, the right-hand side. Again, a man that's always the supporting role. And that's what
SK hat Leon sehr oft gespielt in letzter Zeit. Also von SK kann man sich auch ein paar Leon-Picks erwarten. Ach du Scheiße.
I don't think Team Heretics really expected this at all. I mean, they went this Gene over here thinking, okay, Kozaki already picked their mid. They went for the Gus over here. Nope. Now we're going for the 8-bit, and they actually could have gone Bell and been good into both 8-bit and Pearl at the same time. I'm sure they're kicking themselves over this, because this Gene is going to do absolutely nothing to the 8-bit. It's going to come down to iChaos and Lana to fix this issue.
That is a very, very good point. You know,
Nein!
Sure, he was invisible at the time in the Lollipop drop, but still, I mean, that's really a time that you want to be bringing the cheat cartridge gadget to get away from the circumstances. A massive, massive blunder here from Kozaki. Only one gem needed now for countdown. You can't make mistakes like that, and None coming from behind.
Bro, was?
The gems are with Drake regardless, so he can still continue to go on the aggressive. What have Kozaki done? You've got to catch it quicker than that.
That's tough right there. Nob's still going to advance forward. 5 seconds left to go. Drage at the back right. Impossible to reach. Mebius trying to line up the shot.
So schlecht gespielt und trotzdem gewonnen. Weil 8-Bit Gadget nicht gedrückt hat.
But Heretics cannot be comfortable here. As soon as that final selection of 8-Bit comes in, I think they knew, shoot, we just lost this draft. And that really starts to set in for iChaos on this, on the Lola. Facing the Gus, he's going the left side this time in hopes of not facing the Gus. Nope, Pearl's going to the right side. Lana diffs him right off the bat before she can even get any of that and get the gadget to do catastrophic damage. Team Heretics off to a good start now on this match point.
I'm taking Candy for a baby, but you got to do it twice. You know, that is the thing. That was not going Team Heretics' way, in my opinion, until that moment in time. It wasn't going badly. Certainly the start was not going well at all. Drage now forced to come back as losing his teammate there of Lenan means that he's out of position, and now Chaos.
3 gegen 1. Jetzt müssen sie rein. Wenn nicht jetzt, wann dann?
Allowing you to get back into a good spot on the right-hand side now, but he's being
haben die nicht gemacht.
Actually, maybe overly on this right-hand side, popping the gadget there as well. iChaos will burn then and be visible in that invisibility shielding. Popping the ego as well. Does tank it, but still goes down. Some big beams there from Nob. Gems deficit now being claimed back by Kozaki, and a huge cookie popper there from Mebius. Gems shot to be picked back up again. iChaos taking
no cap.
In that regard.
Ich hätte 8-Bit Turret hingeschmissen. Komplett risky.
Who's he gonna go for? Got to scout out Gugu, find his position.
Is it worth
pulling? He's got the shielding, he has so much health. They can get him down, then maybe it's worth pulling just to enforce a 3v2. Mebius on the left side is giving Lana a hard time. See at mid, Nob keeping up that pressure. So much damage at range. Down goes
Bro, dieser 8-Bit nervt mich. Was ist das?
Also, a fall on the left. Lana goes down. iChaos with 9 gems, completely encircled. He decided to risk it all.
Gugu, bitte ult.
Gugu taking down Nob, now getting as many gems as he can. That's enough. No pull for Drage, and Nob gets to safely teleport all the way to the back lines with the countdown.
Hypercharge from Lana on top left-hand side, but can he find anything to get close enough? I don't think so. There's too many bodies there, and Google as well being a big, heavy deterrent of that fact. Hypercharge pop, no way! Team Heretics is going to be able to get close to these gems. It's going to be going the distance. It's a match point scenario there. You know, Drake's trying to bait out the pull. I know what he was trying to do there. He was trying to make the
Ich glaube, Kozaki gewinnt das.
It did not happen. The hands are just too just kept cold and still hard
bis auf
on the side there of Kazaki. And again,
Hot Zone haben sie mich jedes Game überzeugt, dass sie besser waren.
Looking clean for Team Heretics. They're depending upon mistakes being made by Kazaki, and Kazaki there played it much better. Gotta play it much more cautious, in my opinion. But get that balance between aggression.
Nein. Das sind so Fehler, das...
Tankiness side on that right, and Lanan's gonna have to try to get rid of him earlier. He pushed up so deeply in that last game, it just was a problem that they couldn't take care of. Drake missed that pull as well, leading up to things.
Nicht rein. Überleben! Deine Lane ist tot! Überleben und du hast die Lane gewonnen! Wieso? Wieso?
Pops a gadget. Look at that. He's already used every single one of them. And he hasn't gotten a super just yet.
Das gefällt mir gar nicht. Von beiden Teams. Die einzigen zwei, die mir gefallen, sind Mebius und Arceus. Bro, er rennt rein die ganze Zeit. Der rennt rein die ganze Zeit. Beide werden nicht ins Finale kommen. Bin ich mir sehr sicher. Beide nicht. Niemals. Der Gewinner hier fliegt von Humble raus. Der Humble wird die essen.
Great timing there for the gem spawns. Honestly, there's like 4 gems that they were able to establish by going on the aggressive, by getting that positioning. And the hypercharge now from Lanan desperately needed going in. The cheat cartridge there will force back, then not to the damage booster. But that allows the pull to connect with Bubu finally for Drage. 9 gems, 1 more coming in. It might be enough time as long as Chaos and Lanan are there for the support. They'll be so close.
Nee, Finale nicht
now. We might be able to pop a gadget at just the right time. They can't even force this gem.
Ein Spiel? Nein, nicht in den Finals. Dafür hast du Scrims, dafür hast du Turniere. Nicht in den Finals. In den Finals muss alles klappen. Alles, was du gelernt hast, muss jetzt kommen. Aber das ist eine... Bro! Nein!
That's the final nail in the coffin. Just 10 seconds to go. Drage, the president, protect him, put him at the back at all costs. Mebius pushing in, has that super ready to move. Knob with a hypercharge, closing in, super down. Could line up the shots on a Drage for the countdown eruption, but it's not gonna happen. 800 health keeps him alive.
Also ich bin wirklich froh für die 3, weil es ist eine neue Orga, komplett neuen BS. Und wenn sie direkt rausgeflogen wären, direkt rausgeflogen wären, mit einem Kamerateam hinten und alles. Das wäre, also, das wäre peinlich. Das wäre peinlich gewesen. Und da bin ich froh darüber, über sie. Auch wenn sie nicht besser gespielt haben. Nicht besser als Mebius.
Scary swap for any team to be in, especially scary because as you called out, Reddy, their whole organization is in that room. So
Spaß,
I can hear you guys reacting to the exciting end of that match. I cannot imagine.
Chat, bring uns Wasser holen. Wegen Stay Hydrated. Hab kein Wasser mehr.
Oh, I mean, goodness. I picture for the staff of Team Heretics, they're like, yeah, let's go. Semifinals next, right, guys? And we see Chaos, we see especially Lana and Drage just sort of, they're like, whew, all right, let's, it's a good thing we got another couple of quarterfinals ahead of us because I'm going to need to take a walk outside real quick.
Yeah, taking a look at the bracket there, we'll let Team Heretics take a little walk too, get a breather because they've got a rally. They're going up against Humble in the semifinal. But like Reddy said, we've got 2 more quarterfinal matches to get through. Foot Esports and Team Electros coming up next, followed by SK and Parpara Supermassive. So, gentlemen, we have so much to get through here. EMEA is bringing all the fire that you promised, but Ark, what are you looking forward to most?
Oh, the second half of the bracket, first and foremost. I'm still recalling off the back of that last series because honestly, what a rivalry that was. I mean, what a back and forth for the story that is no doubt going to develop into the year. But, you know, I mean, judging how Team Heretics were playing there, against the world champs. I mean,
Chat, jetzt sagt mal bitte, wie viel Einfluss TikTok hat.
I don't have the biggest of hopes from what we've seen so far that they're going to be able to make the grand finals here today. But
MVP, Lunane.
left in store for the lower half of this bracket stage.
Wer von denen macht am meisten TikTok? Lunane.
I'm here for it.
Well, the community has awarded Lana MVP for that matchup. Let's take a look at the replays and see just why. We'll be right back with more Brawl Stars.
Das ist aber auch Semantik, Malte. Weißt du, wie der gehypt wird? Das ist krank, Mann. Wer spielt jetzt? SK? Oder... Nee. Foot. Wie spielt nicht, Strangi. Er spielt nicht. Foot, Team Electric. Nee, wie heißen die? Electros? Electric? Irgendwas. Ne, haben sie auch nicht mitgehen. Elektros. Wer spielt da nochmal?
It was
okay.
LCQ. And I think some guy from Latam did crazy thing on Max. But I remember it was very
It was LCQ. I think someone from Latam. Yes, crazy finger.
I think Joker missed this shot.
Man.
Yeah, they were one ahead and Joker missed that. Yeah, I remember this. Yes, it was on the World Finals.
Crazy fingers.
On this, I think.
Das ist crazy, Rice. Einer ist gut geworden, andere schlechter.
I think this is it. It was World Finals 2024.
Welcome back to the 2025 Brawl Stars Championships. We're in the very
Alles gut, Rice. Ich
first
habe auch
of
mit
many
Joker gespielt.
EMEA monthly finals.
Und
We gotta
jetzt
start the year right,
sitze ich
and
zu
all these
Hause.
teams are looking to make a great impression.
Und
Speaking
er
of
in
great
Köln.
impression,
Naja.
we got more of our great casters back, switching it around once again. Ark and Trav now joining us as we head on into Foot Esports versus Team Electros. Now, teams we know a lot about, teams you're all familiar with. What jumps out at you as we dive into Foot Esports that we want the people to know here, Trav?
Bro, ich schwör dir, ich erkenne keinen.
As the players, the 2023 World Champions, which is a big
Joker ist sehr
thing,
korrekt,
they
Milo,
weren't
ja.
as successful in the previous year, still chose to stay together in 2025, so they've got a lot of gameplay under their belts
Wann?
as a three. So you'd think in reality they should be one of the best
2018,
teams coming into this
2019,
year.
2020.
But definitely had a few
Und irgendwann kam der
struggles here and
Durchbruch.
there, and not looking
Dann
as
ein
strong
bisschen
as they once
abgehoben.
were, in my opinion. Still, I have full belief that they should beat Team Electros fairly
Was für
convincingly on
Tote?
that as well. But I'm feeling a little bit of
Weiß ich nicht.
I don't know. I don't feel as confident in them as I used to.
Ark, in your agreement?
Yeah, for me, I think it's great to see Foot Esports coming back to EMEA. You know, they dabbled a little bit out in South
Ja,
America
Matthias,
with
schon
the
krass.
roster of Mozart, Pekka and Jubilee.
Ich habe früher mit Joker und Donner PCS-Turniere gespielt.
I think it's a fantastic thing to see. For me, you know, Zeta Division didn't have the best of World Finals, nor did they have the best of qualifying stages.
Wahrscheinlich
They had,
macht es
you know,
ja.
3-2-3 scorelines going through the motions. Sigma Boys, I mean, again, a roster which no one really ever expected a Brawl Stars World Champion team of 2023 to run into issues against, you know. Then again with Papasu,
Zeta gibt es noch, aber Apex Region. Aber Apex, keine Ahnung. Wird das Game. Ich denke, Foot wird die einschulen. Nein, FIFA, nein.
Well, nothing like a new year to kick those resolutions in and see if they're able to pull it back. But they've got to get through Team Electros to prove it. Now, this team, not quite the same resume, but plenty of reasons to be scared of them here, Art.
Absolutely so. I think Electros
Weiß ich
got
nicht,
an
Burinak ist mir
opportunity
auch
ahead of
recht
themselves
egal.
here, which if they can just sort of capitalize down on, could go their way. But I mean, in terms of experience, a lot less. You know, Rama's had 14 monthly
Weiß
finals.
ich nicht,
He is
David.
15th here today, but he hasn't won any. None of the members of the team have actually ever won a monthly final. Enraged and Refresh, some fellow Brits, and that's a fantastic thing to see. Really, really proud of that fact for sure. You know, Rama's just been dancing around over the years a little bit. You know, he had a lot of success back in the days of, you know, VN Esporting with Mavis and Nob, and, you know, was form of Foot Esports from last year, joining that roster later on within the year, but hasn't really ever sort of found his placement for me in like his career. Not really. The best of that
very nice finger. Yes, crazy fingers.
Enraged had 2 monthly finals last year, but I mean, it's a bit of a mismatch of people coming together, trying to make the most out of something. And you know, when you're up against a team like, you know, for esports that have got a world championship under their belt, I mean, even that is going to be enough, regardless as to what.
Bro, schaut die an, die macht nichts, sie ist nur da zum Nicken. Check ich nicht. Ich werde sie nicht machen, Shadow.
Taking a look at the game modes, I do want to continue to dive into this because again, so much coming in favor of Foot here.
Ich habe 100k gemacht, Edgar Skin zu ziehen. Mehr nicht.
Any guess as to what some of those reasons might be, Trav?
I think it's the same as Ark said. I think Ramos, he's always struggled to find a home.
Seltzer? Heißt sie Seltzer oder was? Humble gegen Foot? Ich glaube Humble, aber ich habe Foot dieses Jahr noch nicht wirklich gesehen. Wenn die mich jetzt überzeugen, vielleicht anders, aber stand jetzt Humble. Der ist wenigstens gut, ey. Qualifikation.
I don't know if it would have been his first pick, but I'm sure after getting to the monthly finals, he'll be pleased with what he's gone with.
Nee, gar nicht mal.
Null.
Heißt ihn echt Seltzer? Das ist cool, das habe ich nie gehört.
And we saw our predictions there flash up along the bottom, all in favor of Foot. A lot of that has been to do with the history here, but getting into this match, what are we expecting to see on this first map? We'll showcase little brawl ball trap.
Well, 81% is in favor of Foot.
Ich auch, Mara. Ich hatte vor 2 Seasons diesen Mecha-Cold, aber brauche ich nicht.
It's a map with a lot of grass, good amount of walls, so you expect kind of close range, mid-range brawlers to be able to excel here. Something with a bit of range down the mid's fine, and definitely if you pair that with stuff that can break open the map, it still works as well. But yes, a lot of aggression should be coming out here, which I don't think really favors one team or the other in this matchup, but I'm sure Foot Esports will be coming into this one pretty confident. I think that's for good reason.
Yeah, you'd hope so, for their sake. I mean, certainly it wasn't a bad attendance at the World Finals. I think I may have put myself a little bit out there on that front. I mean, it was a 2-3 scoreline against SK Gaming, one of the most thrilling of matches on that World stage.
Die haben Red Bull als Sponsor.
Obviously prior to Humble raising that
haben sie sich überlegt, wo machen wir den Kühlschrank hin? Hat keinen Platz. Dann haben sie den Hocker genommen und auf dem Hocker den Kühlschrank. Mann. Schaut.
in bounty 2 times over for them, and it could have gone another way. For esports this year now, as the new organization picking them up, I think a chance to actually have a bit of a clean slate, a bit of a fresh start, and revitalize themselves a little bit more. They did have 2 monthly final wins last year. That's not bad going at all with what we have for a 5-month season.
Alter, Chat!
That was really quite
Danke,
a high win rate as well for monthly finals.
Pokémon Esports.
I mean, over the course of their careers as well. I mean, Gary
das ist crazy.
And now he's had 19.
Ja, als Sponsor hier auf dem T-Shirt siehst du es, auf dem Trikot. Ist dem Sponsor. Und dann machen die halt Werbung mit dem Ding. Mit dem Kühlschrank.
Is the mode drafts already flying through as well. Needs the first pick with the bands being Lou, the Surge, and the Janet for esports. The Ash, the Griff, and the Frank band out by Team Electros.
Yeah, good bands across the board. Need to be in the first pick from Team Electros. It's a very good pick. Hypercharge obviously makes that bear a bit beefier. Pair that with the faux fur or even the stun in Brawl Ball's completely fine. And you're going to get a lot of tankiness coming through. So solid, good mid-range, good against tanks. Pretty versatile brawler on this map especially. But we're over to Foot Esports for their first 2 picks. Now they'll be bouncing back with... I'm going to say I'm doubting tanks at the moment, considering the need to first pick. Rico's going to be a very solid shout, bouncing around these sides, even playing mid completely fine as well. And that multi-ball launcher covers a lot of ground in this grass.
Riesig würde ich nicht, also ich weiß es nicht, aber ich glaube nicht riesig. Nicht klein, aber auch nicht riesig.
Despite the Frank ban being there anyway, regardless, I don't know. If esports are quite a daring team, they might still want to bring something out and just try and brute force.
Ja, so verhält sie sich auch, David. Die hat da nichts zu suchen. Stark, Malte. Sag ich ja, also Solo ist deutlich besser, also fand ich jetzt. Jojo offen?
and Juju coming through as well. Yep, absolutely. So, I mean, people forget how much of a tank the Terran Juju is herself as well. But Team Electro's really doubling down on that front. I mean, Juju's always going to be good, and ultimately, you know, being a map with so much
Okay, also,
down that quite considerably. So,
wenn Elektros gegen Foot verliert, was passieren kann, weil Foot extrem gut ist, passiert. Aber wenn Elektros jetzt gewinnt und Juju guten Job macht, und es immer noch Leute gibt, die Juju nicht bannen, gute Besserung.
Like this with so much grass, you're gonna be able to stand pretty much in the back lines and throw towards the goal mouth if they're pinned in spawn, really without putting yourself in any danger whatsoever. And then you have the Melody to play those front lines and get those goals. I think it's really solid from Team Electros, very well rounded. Foot Esports going to round their comp out with the Draco, gonna add a tank to the mix, which I don't mind at all. Really, Draco's been really coming to the forefront.
Melody nicht. Ich glaube, ohne Melody hätte ich gesagt 100-0 Matchup Electros, aber Melody.
I think both comps are very well rounded.
Läuft, Humble ist weiter, Team, wer sind die? Heretics? Weißt du so? Die zwei sind weiter.
Attention to speed and mobility, which he is there on that side yet. Now you're going to be bringing that one in. So ultimately, refresh. I think.
Ja, so set hier ja.
Utilize that range gap and I think Gera, yeah, taking that lane side is going to make a lot more sense. Try to go on the Juju a little bit.
Wer Gotza?
Close the gap. Ram's out position here, goes down pretty swiftly on the left hand side to bring the ball forwards here. Oh, Gera to the right hand side with it, went straight to the hands of Enraged. I'm not sure whether he was trying to find now or not, but I think that may have been better going to the left.
Yeah, well, Draco got 1v1 by the Gree in those front lines, so not really going to be complaining about that too much. Rama taking some heavy fire here with Meow and Gero pinching in. Surviving for now, but Enraged respawning and coming back to this mid portion of the map. Now he's moving
forward. It's
dangerous for them with the amount of HP he's got and the gadget. Moving into this fire and moving the smoke and spitting fire all over them, and that is decimation from Foot Esports. They're starting this one off very strong, and a Stu Hypercharge to go along with it for goal 2.
BSC 2023, seht ihr. Bisschen mehr Geduld, das wäre ein Tor gewesen. Ein Ding mehr. Das ist so kacke. Bro! Er kackt grad!
Gero kind of left in his dust there as he was trying to chase him down but couldn't get anywhere close to him. Electros, a goal down with 50 seconds, but they've had some chances.
Yeah, they've been making some moments for sure. The tough thing now to get the ball forwards and
very good finger. Crazy finger.
I'm liking these breakthroughs here from Enraged. But with the time against them now, and Foot Esports really are closing down the gap. Oh, Meow comes in. Oh, absolutely disgusting! Hypercharge to eradicate every single member. And just fall, the game goes the way of Foot Esports.
Normalste Reaktion nach einem Triple Kill.
That was absolutely crazy from them. Great stuff from Foot Esports, and you know, although we did see a few chances here and there from Team Electros, it wasn't because they were in control. It was because Enraged was grabbing the ball and trying to go, which is what he has to do if his team isn't really making any moves.
Oh man, that was one of the most disgusting plays of the season so far. Meow lined it up beautifully, and it was just the perfect timing.
Gero legs. Get it off car! It's off car!
It was Enraged that got given the gift and he didn't hesitate to make use of it. Gary's standing still here, now comes back. I was a bit worried that he might be AFK there, but what a great moment there by Electros capitalized on.
Wird wahrscheinlich eh nicht jucken. Aber ist AFK. Ja, okay, oder auch schon. Ich hab da Lags.
In 40 seconds have managed to bounce back from that really disappointing game 1 loss.
I mean, that's a great way to pick yourselves back up, isn't it? Really? I mean, that's the perfect.
Nee, wird auch nicht, oh Gott sei
Dank. You lose a game to just a cycled, hypercharged Rico
Ich
Super,
zieh wieder.
and then you come back looking that convincing. I'm looking to see that quality.
Immer noch.
To bounce back against the odds. Now I'm a bit worried about Gary. His connection is still looking like it's suffering.
Ist ein Bot.
Now he's back,
Ist ein Bot.
Is he really? Like,
Nein, ist ein Bot.
Nee.
Hä? Wieso moved man so? Hä? DOS-Attacke. Guter Bot, er ist ein guter Bot. Das lags. Eigentlich nicht. Troll? Nein, er trollt nicht. Ihr müsst euch bedenken, Foot und Humble haben das gleiche WLAN. Also es wird nicht am WLAN liegen. Es liegt wahrscheinlich an seinem Gerät.
I'm looking at Enraged, he's got Hypercharge now. In fact, everyone has. Rama's gonna pop his first Hypercharge bear going through.
Das ist gottlos. Juju Ult mit Hyper Nita. Oh, wie gut! Aber bringt halt nichts. Ja, Benny. Im gleichen Haus. Stockbett darunter. Nein, 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 nein! Aufwachen! 3-2, Amo. Weiß ich nicht, David.
I'm not gonna lie.
That is for esports blundering it big time, isn't it? Really?
Digga, wohnt der beim Weihnachtsmann? Wo wohnt der?
And I think a deserved set going the way of Electros. What a comeback!
That was not the way I expected Brawl Ball to go.
Skiurlaub, no cap, ja.
I really am surprised that they were able to pull it out here, but I shouldn't be based on how they were able to come together in that last game.
Die werden dich aber nicht reinlassen, Benny, die haben Security.
I mean, it was looking like it was going to be put esports very comfortably so all the way through, was it not? I mean, especially when you look at convincing moments like that. I mean, it was just absolutely disgusting. Look at this. Look at that. The lineup and then just like wasting it because the game.
Nein, says
I mean, beautifully done by Foot. And I thought that the game to follows were going to be exactly the same and a really swift way of tying up the set. And they just really did not pay attention to what Electros was bringing.
erarbeiten kannst.
On that melody pick, which I wasn't a massive fan of. When you've got no notes.
Ich glaube, einer war Österreicher mal. Ich glaube, es war oder Rice? War es von Österreicher? Oder Deutsch? Und Elite irgendwie Brite oder so irgendwas.
Don't leave the ball somewhere stupid, and that's what happened every time. But esports really should have done better for a team that have won world champions. World championships. They should not have let that happen.
Das war in Österreich.
Yeah, Trav, is there an element here that you kind of saw that was Team Electros' winning, card in this situation? Or is this Foot just a little off their game after that first?
Stimmt.
I mean, I think we have to mention Gero was standing still for some of it, but even when he was back, it's not like Electros, it was no different. Like, they just carried on dominating them. There was maybe one goal that went in because Gero was stood still, and obviously, it's not a Wi-Fi issue because they're in the same place with the rest of his team, and his two teammates were still playing. But Electros just seemed so in control of it after that first game. We see teams making huge pivots when they take a heavy loss and, changing lanes, changing the style of play, and that's exactly what they did. We saw Nita running into Draco so many times, dropping the bear, dropping the gadget, stunning him, moving on, and obviously Enraged on the melody was the number one man, just slotting in so many goals through.
Kurz auf Spick geschaut, was sagen?
Probably could have covered.
Yeah, do you feel like losing that first game was part of what they, what inspired them to bring such a fiery second and third game there? Would they have
War auch nicht Shadow, die sind im gleichen Raum. Humble ist im Raum darüber. Also es wird nicht am WLAN liegen.
I mean, for me, like at the end of the day, when you've got so much experience behind you and you've got a bit of disconnect, like it should be something where the best in the world are able to maybe just prolong the inevitable a little bit.
Es liegt wahrscheinlich am Gerät, Shadow.
2v3 is never going to be a great game.
Oder so.
AFK for that long, in my opinion. I mean, it was just like a little glimmer here and there, and I mean, you've got to be able to like look at the moments when they happen and just try to find the best way to compensate for at that time.
iPad? Ja, aber ein Fehler kann ja immer passieren.
And it's obviously on the team on their side of things, and probably now taking a bit of time in the background to try to rectify whatever's going on with that. But, you know, it's unfortunate. But you can't then just kind of like say, well, that was the entire reason behind it. You know, I think that there was definitely other ways which they could have prolonged that.
Also ich kann auch den deutschen Cast anmachen, wenn ihr wollt.
You don't want to take anything away from Electros. They played it fantastic.
Aber dann kriege ich Aggressionen. Die zwei wissen wenigstens, was sie sagen.
They had to play it through, and I think that was what the technique was, for me at least, that it was deserved.
Yeah, I felt like maybe they felt like it had been such a foot-focused first game that really lit a fire under them for the next two as well. So while there was
also wenn ich den deutschen Cast höre, dann bin ich gebannt auf Twitch.
Trav, did you notice anything similar, or do you think this went back to maybe some of their drafting as well?
I mean, I think the draft was good, but I don't think that's the reason that they won. I feel like FUT Esports did kind of just switch off. You know, it's quite easy for your mentality to waver when one of your teammates is, you know, you've conceded a goal because your teammate's not moving. But at the same time, you know, FUT Esports are a team who shouldn't really be letting their mentality take over what they do in game, because they're very used to this. They've played at the top level for so long. They've won Worlds, they've won monthly finals. They've done pretty much everything you can do in Brawl Esports. They should be able to get past moments like this and bounce back, and also not leave the openings for a Melody to go in the goals.
Yes, but both of you, tell me about the Electros mentality here, because they're seeing these opportunities and they are not missing them at
Deutsch. Na, Bro, ich kriege Aggression. Ich kann's, also...
You know, not really with a major org and you're kind of...
Ich bin sehr sicher, dass sie das machen.
Die spielen einen Monat weniger als Arthur am Tag.
Eigentlich schon, ja. Aber... alles ist hier noch möglich.
Ja, Shadow.
Wurde aber zurzeit echt Formschau. Ja, so hat jetzt auch hier gesehen.
Wenn, die spielen das Game nicht mal, die kennen nicht mal die Brawler.
Jetzt wird hier...
Ich weiß nicht, wieso das ausgewählt. Keine Ahnung. Ich weiß es nicht.
Oder was da gerade zur Debatte steht. Elektro steht hier weiter mit 1:0 drin. Und FUT, ja.
Und ja. Na, ich kriege Aggression. Ich mag Big Spin, aber es macht keinen Sinn. Er kennt sich nicht mal aus mit dem Game. Bro.
And kind of where his place was within that squad, and moving around a little bit. You know, it was not really the year that he was hoping for, and it was a very short season as well, to bear in mind. So a little difference there.
Don't get trapped. Dankeschön.
So once things were falling behind, there wasn't really much to be left fighting for. But on the side then for esports being a set down now, well, who would have thought that going into the second set that they would be a set down? They're the ones that have got to fight back.
Yeah, they really are. We'll see if that's going to be the case, or if Electros will carry on to running away with it. I mean, I don't know about you, but this
Don't
is no
die.
UK that I'm living in. Like,
Shoot the enemies. Bro, wir waren wirklich beim Weihnachtsmann, ne? That's crazy.
Way too nice. So Rage must be in another country. Must have gone somewhere to get some better ping, because we all know what the UK ping's like.
Das ist wirklich geiles Zimmer.
For the side of FUT, you know, they're all in the same place. They should be nice and fixed up with what issues they had now in the previous one as well. So we should see them hopefully bounce back and make this a close game, because after that first one it was all Electros.
Schweiz? Nein.
I mean, unless bro's like right at the peak of Scotland somewhere, but even then, is it snowing there?
Weihnachtsmann und Coca gehen.
Wherever he is, I suggest that be the team house.
Das ist niemals eingeladen.
That's beautiful, isn't it? It really does look stunning.
Like I say, that's not what the UK looks like to me. I'll tell you that right.
Ich glaube, der ist nach Norwegen oder so, keine Ahnung. Bro, wie kann er BS spielen mit so einem Ausblick? Ich würde den ganzen Tag hier sitzen.
Phenomenal. I think that they stand a real chance in this series. With FUT Esports being a bit all over the place, the question is, once they iron out the connection issues,
glaubst du?
Stomp them. You know, that's kind of what's on my mind, or maybe potentially even giving them, you know, a bit of a stir.
Das ist kein Hotel. Wenn dann Haus gemietet.
Draft flying through, the bands being the Ruffs, the Gene and Grey, Juju, the Tick and the Gene. Apologies for the wait, I guess just waiting for FUT
Mitzi ist in Monthly Finals, das würde ich auch machen. So dumm, wenn nicht.
And then going into the second set to see what this series is going to bring.
Yeah, the Ruffs obviously kind of
Ferien aus oder so. Aber Hotel wird's nicht sein.
Kind of going towards over in the Electros side.
Janet first pick.
I mean, if Ruffs is banned out by the opposing team, they may have just scouted some of the things that they do like to pick.
Also wenn ich hier zuschaue, ich merke richtig, wie schlecht ich im Draften bin.
For the FUT esports side, we know how good Janet is at the moment. Hypercharge really good. Drop the base has pretty much been very.
Weiß ich nicht, Benny. Oder die Server waren auf ihn bezogen, deswegen hat der Gero Probleme.
We did see this being played out on Layer Cake, Shooting Star yesterday in APAC, which did surprise me quite a lot. But maybe it's starting to have a bit more of a place in Bounty.
Yeah, Janet was picked quite frequently in these stages as well for Layer Cake too, and I think it's got a good spot because in this map it's very, very tough when you're pushed up against the back lines, and Janet can capitalize when those low HP brawlers are susceptible to damage, especially now with the hypercharge, that additional ability to steer whilst in the air. It's just brutal, the increased damage, everything really working in her favor. I'm looking forward to seeing Rough Esports, by the way, in the next qualifying stage, so if anyone out there wants to bring that to the table, would actually
das haben wir eifersüchtig, ne? Ein Rage besseren Empfang als Ammo.
Squeak, I understand that the sticky residue for sure, you know, it's always been very, very strong, but it has been tuned down over time. I mean,
was hast du eingelöst, Game Guy?
Once the gadget reworks are a thing, and we get the timed gadgets as opposed to the instances of gadgets. Again, wait for the Brawl Talk for that one to find out more information. But Rank 2.0 is going to have a big, big impact on
Carry.
esports.
Hast du Discord, Game Guy?
We can have an incredible time in the meta. Now, it's definitely good for forcing your opposition into certain areas of the map, but I don't know whether it's my favorite of their picks, but clearly.
Kannst du mir schreiben, welchen Brawler du auch willst? Dann schreibe ich dir. Vielleicht machen wir es heute noch.
The speed zone always has been a pretty good way to get quickly into the map. But I think in this particular map, it does open up a possibility as well of the other gadget being the break.
Werden nicht mit Ski. Ich kann mir vorstellen, dass gar keine kommen. Wegen den Gadgets. Kann ich mir gut vorstellen. Es werden Hypers kommen, aber ich glaube, es werden keine Battle Chains kommen. Glaube ich nicht.
Solid pair of hands, and great to see Gus getting valued quite highly in this draft as well. I'm liking kind of more what we see on the side of FUT esports, minus the stew, but aggression, hey, it's never a bad thing to have.
Yeah, I mean, I love the FUT esports comp here. Like I said, they banned out Rough, so I don't know. Like, obviously, they were planning on going the stew. I thought maybe they kind of scouted something that'll let.
Weiß ich nicht, Endry, aber ich vermute nicht.
Not the case in the end, and Gus to round out that composition as well. Very, very solid from FUT esports. Team Electros.
Ehrlich, Endry. Optisch sieht das aus wie.
I think maybe that's something that they do have to kind of do against a team like FUT esports. They may have won the first set, but still, these kind of wild ideas can definitely throw, you know, really solid teams off the mark. And we see Larry and Laurie come in last as well as a thrower. Maybe try and prevent feeding these Janet Supers, Hypercharges, and the same with Stu as well. If you can keep him off his Super.
Gadget-Änderungen. Alle Gadgets werden nicht mehr auf 3 bzw. 3+1 reduziert, sondern auf den Cooldown.
Nonetheless, Larry and Laurie is a great pick for me. It's that Stu a little bit like the Squeak, but when I see a team pick it first, you know, first pick, then it does give me a little bit of confidence, for sure, in the fact that they must have then this
Nachstream,
Maurice. If you're valuing it so highly, but I mean, there's a couple of brawlers that I'm just surprised. Penny, for one, I think
Damage macht das. Du willst ja low werden. Du willst ja rein. Oder +1. Ja, +1 und Damage, so würde ich machen.
Kind of thing, but nonetheless, let's see how things will fare as both sides start to fill out the opposition, trying to earn some early utility, and both sides not giving too much of an inch there. Yeah, I got a little bit overzealous and did feed over a little bit to the loop, but nothing too much to write home about really, as yeah, everyone's trying to make
and jeder Brawler.
Not there. Some good touch from the Squeak though, getting some good value then, fresh on that mid and looking to get that super, but no kills, no deaths, just the blue star in the hands of FUT.
Auch Charlie, auch Brock, dann ist ganz schnell mal Paradise Map.
Unless he wants to try and get up in the Squeak's face, but it is going to be the breakthrough, and he does use it there to get rid of these walls and Enrage is stuck behind. Still no.
Jetzt müsstest du wirklich schauen, wann du welches Gadget benutzt. Jetzt ist es ein.
Managed to avoid it quite nicely, but they've got them in a great position on a Lucy who will completely lock off this left-hand line. Now they start to bounce.
Wer kann es schneller spammen? Wegen Werfer da. Ja, wird auch, Ben. Es wird immer schlimmer. Es wird immer schlimmer. Ja, ihr schreibt jetzt Kids, Lilly, was schreibt ihr noch? Keine Ahnung. Wo ich eher Bedenken habe, Barry Draco Comp. Wie wollen die sterben? Bro, jedes Mal 1 AP. Jedes Mal, wie will er sterben? Und ein Gadget von Barry macht unendlich viel Ult-Charge. Ja, Mann, als es eine Star Power gab. Langster Cooldown. Das ist unterschiedlich zwischen 7 und 30 Sekunden. Also zwischen 7 und 30. Je nachdem, wie stark BS einschätzt, wie gut das Gadget ist. Dann gibt es aber ein Gear, anstatt das plus 1 Gear, dass man dass das Gadget Cooldown verkürzt wird. Das heißt, vielleicht anstatt 30 nur noch 25 Sekunden. Kann sein. Und das wird einfach ein Gespamme. Sobald das Gadget frei ist, drückt man drauf. Das wird komplett skilllos. Stark, Prolina.
Yeah, Meow couldn't have this super, just using Gadget to get back instead of Gadget just trying to snipe him down again. And as you said, that, you know, the other Gadget is like, it always seems to be way better. I haven't seen this from a Squeak in so long. So surprising to see, but it has actually been working. Laurie over the right hand side, really just trying to prevent Gero getting a super, so can't really go too far up to risk giving it. And Rage going to get a super with Cookie Popper from now. He will keep him back, and he's getting under constant pressure now and just about misses that shot. Squeak super comes in, will get a connection, but nothing really to write home about at the moment.
Yeah, but esports is where they thrive really historically, just keeping it under control. And I would say that for me, Bounce is one of their better modes in that regard. They're very good at that, and which is why I was surprised at the World Bounce season for SK Gaming, but they did have to go to a match point scenario, so I think they're doing what they do best. There's 20 seconds now. It's down to Electrus again to really focus their aggression. There's been no kills or deaths in this game so far. And this game for the set for Cyberfoot Esports. Shielded over then is Meow. He's got super as well, waiting for the final seconds to jump to the skies and trying to find some value. And Rage is low, and this is the perfect time for
Es gefällt mir nicht, dass sie alle noch Gadgets haben.
Coming back around again, and there's the Poplar shielding as well. Oh, it's just gonna go the way of Esports by a glance, a glimmer.
Das Game, toter Modus.
They will tie it up, but only just.
I mean, it's so surprising to see twice in those situations now that Foot Esports have been pinned against the wall and no kills come in for Electros at all. It's, you know, they should be getting kills in those scenarios, and Foot Esports, you know, I'm not saying they haven't done their part, because they've done incredibly well to get away from them.
Humble ist weiter, Heretics ist weiter. Jetzt das hier und danach spielt noch danach spielt SK gegen Papaya Esports. Paparazzi, keine Ahnung, irgendwas. Papagei.
They were able to do it without that eagerness that could lead to slip-ups here. Even those last couple moments, able to hold on as they were collapsed upon, hold on to that aggro that they had on their side. But how did those last seconds, that very last second, in fact, play out for York?
Yeah, very crazy, to be honest, but I think always in control on the side of Foot Esports. That's kind of how it felt, and you can see as well with that Janet pick.
Das ist der Joke, der hinterlegen ist. Sollte Tom sie flippen.
I'm surprised we're not seeing Janet banned actually in Bounty, considering that it's got obviously a very high win rate, very good success rate, and is bringing home the goods. Some very interesting.
Das ist sehr viel Picasso, ja.
Really odd, but they all seem to have a face and all seem to work. We saw the ice block on the loot to have that invincibility for a couple of seconds. We saw the backstage pass from Janet with that ability to jump over the walls and evade certain peril. And again on the Squeak as well with the wind-up instead of the residue. Very weird to see a sort of match play itself out like that and have so many different gadgets that we're not used to seeing or haven't seen for a very long time. But they all had a place and a reason behind them that they were getting value off the backup. So great. I love that sort of
Geld, Gott sei Dank.
They keep us casts on our toes as well. So great stuff as we approach then. Heist as our next game mode. All tied up, hot potato. And a chance for either of these two teams to creep forwards in this series.
Yeah, well, we are in hot potato, which is going to be, you know, quite an aggressive mode, which last time an aggressive mode did seem to favor Team Electros when they picked up that melody and started scoring goals like nobody's business. So I'm sure that aggressive mode's going to go their way again, and they can.
Sind die nicht im Draft?
Foot Esports just seemed too locked in, and maybe a little bit better in that previous set. Definitely ironed a few of those mistakes out and played it a lot more passive.
Doch, Mattis.
Surprisingly, only dropped like 2
insane,
kills
bro.
across the entire set. So I'm sure they're hoping to kind of replicate that success as the draft does start to come in. The band should be appearing soon, and we'll get a sense of what both of these teams want to go for in Hot Potato.
Ich glaube, war nicht Toxic, Mara. Ich glaube, Mute hat einfach ihn Toxic aussehen lassen, damit er nicht Toxic dargestellt wird. Irgendwie so. Ja, das ist Mitski schreibt.
First pick brawler, no questions asked. Realistically here, Buzz as well, a good spot for it, not banned out here as well, which is nice to see. Could be an option for either of these two sides, but yeah, you see the Melody ban on the side of Team Electros, and immediately for the reason the fact that it just takes out the hands of things, you don't ban that particular brawler for that same reason. So some great bans across the board. You banned, Berry banned as well.
Ich kenne die Zahlen nicht
Again, Griff,
von keinem.
Here might imply that Bees want to keep those walls up. So let's see what
Aber es wird schon gut sein.
2-3
Jahre, Gott sei Dank. Pedro ist, glaube ich, seit 5 Jahren da. Das finde ich halt geil an SK, die halten an Spieler. Andere schon Erfolg. Seht ihr zum Beispiel. Performs nicht, direkt neues Team, direkt neue Spieler. Ja, Gott sei Dank. Aber SK zahlt auch gut. Ist auch eine große Ort.
Fairly tanky one at that as well, but it's a very good pick.
Yeah, it's been a favorite of mine in Heist, but it's been a while, I'll be honest, you know. Yeah. It's Team Electros trying to bring back some kind of older ideas that have maybe collected some dust over time that many then, as a reason, forgotten about. That could still very much be a strategy. I remember actually, you know, going back to last year when it was Rama and OG was using the Lily on this map, so
ehrlich, Mara.
One of the strategies that's like kind
of retained
in his memory and trying to bring that back around full circle.
Aber nicht first pick,
second pick. And my reservation is, has it kind of been left to time for a reason? Spike coming in, again, nothing wrong with it. It's kind of not too shiny. It's very solid and very, very kind of consistent in the approach of having it. You see it a great deal often drafted out and picked in the South American region. And it's always been strong, but I think it's not as flashy as some of the newer brawlers that have maybe just crept into the meta a bit more. Primo, that excites me on the side of Foot Esports, and I can sense a bit of a base race occurring here, and certainly if they want to pair it with something else along those lines, like a Buzz or something like that, it could be a bad day into a much worse one, or a Ball as well would be opposed to it.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if they go double tank, then I guess Team Electros kind of have to pivot and counter it out and just play the spike on default.
Was?
Back to their roots. Back to their, was it 2023 roots where they just rock this in the World Finals? It's a scary thing when you see them pick that up, because that just shows how confident they are in this brawler and how confident they are that it's going to be good in this draft. So Electros definitely have to kind of account for that and make sure that this Edgar isn't going to be able to just run riot on.
Wisst ihr, was mir Angst macht jetzt? Wisst ihr, wie viele TikTok-Ads es geben wird von Edgar? Wisst ihr, wie oft Edgar jetzt gepickt wird im Rank? Versteht ihr das? Edgar, totes Matchup. Warum? Weil Noe, ein alter WM-Champion, ein Edgar gepickt hat. Und jetzt wollen alle Edgar auch spielen, weil Edgar ja gut ist.
I'm with you on that. Like, it can work.
Das war Corona, Gott sei
Dank. And I'm sure to a certain extent it will, but I do feel like there were probably
better
picks than
Edgar
in this draft, and especially when Team Electros still had a last pick available as well. It's not like it was just a surprise last pick from esports out of nowhere that can counter the entire team.
Doch, ich finde das nicht gut.
You know, a few deterrents to it. But we're starting things off with Naui down the right.
Der wird noch durchrennen, mehr wird er nicht machen. Ist ein Chuck, ein bisschen anders. Das sagst du, Gorilla. Das ist... Was machen die? Was sind das für manche Finals? Ich hab das Gefühl, ich schaue Südamerika zu.
But if you're leaving it to a base race by bringing in a Primo and an Edgar, and you're making that statement known from the beginning.
Wie schlecht?
By bringing in that gadget, directly on the safe, the damage you can create with a popping pincushion is crazy. And it just decimates things.
Extrem schlecht,
I think for FUT Esports now, they have to reconsider greatly how they handle their strategy in this game.
Spike gadget,
Rage has got a super already as well. Edgar's going to jump on into 3 of them and get cleaned up instantly. I'm not sure if the realm was really even needed there.
Edgar, so ein Scheißpick.
Now Rama's going to jump directly onto Naui and clean.
Das Ding ist over.
Forces out Refresh's super, and honestly, I'm not sure he's going to mind that because he's done a lot to him, got rid of them. It is still 100 to 100 though, and it just seems like FUT are just completely trying to prevent this Spike getting anywhere near safe this game.
Nice from Enrage, forced the realm as well, but I think that Meow should be able to follow him and find and track accordingly. But as a Crow, your takedowns are not going to be swift against the Lily. Now back into the realm again, might choose to go to the bush this time, and then come out. Meow, yeah, Meow's going to choose the left.
Gut gemacht von Enrage, gefällt mir. Alter, gut gemacht von ihm. Jetzt hat er voll mit eigentlich Gadgets, macht er das jedes Mal.
Beautiful play from the other guys. Refresh with a great defense. Now the hypercharge is might be able to. He does. He doesn't have any gadgets, so luckily for FUT Esports, I mean not luckily because they've got 22% of their safe left and haven't dealt a single percent to the other side. But that was game over if he had a gadget.
Yeah, interesting choice of star power.
Ich glaube, FUT muss sich raffen jetzt gleich.
Ich glaube,
nächstes Jahr gewinnen.
And allowed that additional ability to survive on. Now he clears up house on the right hand side, has the hypercharge now as well, and a tick down of Rama. He's going to see his demise now, a chance to go on the safe. Hypercharge from the Crow. The other side of things, and Refresh making a break for it. Going to get one shot on the safe now. Enrage trying to find a little breakthrough himself. Gets the takedown now, moving towards the safe, and now the damage raining in. And I think FUT Esports drops the ball.
Wie schlecht!
I mean, that was crazy. That was ridiculous. Like, they're not even being able to defend. They literally had 100% with about like 20 seconds of the game left. They're just nowhere near in it. And the Edgar did nothing all game. The Primo did nothing all game. The only thing they actually did was when they were left to do it. When they were left to the base race. Really disappointing stuff there from FUT Esports. In the draft phase especially, but in the game as well. Completely outplayed. Enrage showing his worth. 6 kills, 337 DPS. Refresh completely wiping the safe in the first game. And Rama doing his part as well on the defensive side for the most part, but in the closing seconds just realmed the Primo and was like, yeah, you know what, stay in the realm. I'm going straight towards the safe and finishing this game off. Brilliance from Electros, and honestly, I'm starting to doubt my my prediction now.
No, don't start doubting now. No, there's still so much left to be played here, and hopefully we get to see this go the distance because they really seem to be bringing the best out of each other here. Now, talk to me a little bit about how we got Spike into the mix. Did you expect this to come through? I saw even Ready Set's upset in the chat with this one. Trev.
I mean, it's just all. It is so sad for FUT Esports. I mean, like, the draft's not good. I don't know what they were trying to do. Like, I really do not know the aim of what they were going for. Like I said before the draft, it's not like Edgar's the last pick where you counter the entire thing, right? It's just, it was, they knew that Electros still had a pick left and still didn't actually account for it whatsoever.
Ja, Mara, gegen Papaya.
It just didn't make much sense to leave the Spike on the safe. I mean, like, you know, this is basic stuff here, and a team like FUT Esports will know where they can and where they can't go on the aggressive or defensive, and they just didn't seem to care about it, and it just really came back to bite them. And they had the hypercharge on the
also wenn FUT jetzt rausfliegt, ne?
And they just went on the aggressive. There was 21% left on the safe on the other side of the field. You kind of leaving that a bit late, you know, and it's just going to
alte Pirates-Team
and trying to wrap things up. And
Kommen
exactly
Sie,
what they did. I mean, this
Salty
is just
und
for me,
Filippo.
Esports just not being themselves, not even
Viel
being
Spaß,
in the
Mara.
moment, making really questionable decisions that they know better. That's the problem. You can expect this from teams that haven't got nearly as much to their credentials, but for a team like them to be doing this and being behind in this series,
ja, aber nicht lange, 2 Monate oder
silly
so.
mistakes, basic Brawl Esports knowledge. And I mean, they deserve to be behind. And to be honest, Team Electros deserve to win this, and I kind of hope they do. Because I think that this year is that year for breakthrough moments like this to occur. Knockout, Bells, Rock,
War schon gut, Gott sei Dank. War auch insane wichtig für die nächsten Monthly Finals. Das war extrem wichtig.
And the Gus first pick going over to Team Electros. The coin is theirs.
Das Monthly Final hier ist das Wichtigste dieses Jahr.
Yeah, very good first pick. And to be honest, I think Foot Esports are going to be glad
aufgrund des Seedings. Dann kriegst du über das gesamte Jahr schlechtere Gegner. Das ist extrem wichtig hier.
But it should be slowed down. They should be playing things at a bit more of a range, similar to what we saw in the Bounty, which they managed to win and have more of a firm grip on. But Electros seem to be just wanting to run at them, and run at them is completely working at the moment, so I wouldn't be surprised if they try and do that again here. But they're going to go with the Bell. Foot Esports playing it, as mentioned, kind of the long game, which doesn't surprise me at all, especially with RT being selected first.
I mean, hey, you know, it's one of those things with States Division last year and the year prior to that, where we saw the break of the curse eventually, but until that moment, it was always that, you know, they would either lose in the quarterfinals or go on to win the whole thing, right? We only saw that change last year in June when they lost in the grand finals for the first time ever that they'd made it. So, I mean, maybe we're going back to that same old time, Trav, and like this is one of those moments where it's going to be a quarterfinals exit for Zeta, or rather now for Foot Esports, or if they can get through this in the semi-finals, they'll probably look better than ever and then go on the whole way. Who knows? Regardless, they've got big problems on their hands right now. Bringing in the Leon and Bell's Rock, I mean, I have said it for a while, it always was historically very good here.
Das finde ich ein bisschen...
Like as well, you know, have that ability to be, in my opinion, able to be more on the aggressive, provide something to your team, some heals as well.
Leon...
Get the lollipop drop and get a bit of a break at the same time. It's... There you go. This is why you get me on these shows.
Ja, genau, Strangi. Die sich letzte Woche qualifiziert haben, spielen heute. Dafür haben sie sich qualifiziert, um heute zu spielen.
Clearly has proved its worth, you know, in the meta, kind of at least. So I'm not entirely going to be hating on it. I don't mind it at all. But the lollipop drops really aren't going to be lasting too much, and kind of unless placed behind the unbreakable wall, which I'm sure he's probably going to do if he uses that at all. Then you know, Gray's going to be getting.
Juju auf! Ach Jungs.
I mean, this is.
Es könnte sein, dass Foot jetzt rausfliegt, ne?
Great poker face. Gotta give that to Foot, haven't you? Really? I mean, yeah. I want to see Gary's face now as well. Give me meow. I want to see how.
Let's see the rest of them.
Yeah, come on, can we change cameras? I mean, let's be honest. This is not looking great, you know.
Was hab ich verpasst?
Not looking good. Better Val pick, Sprout coming through for Esports.
Nichts Spannendes, I guess. Außer dass Foot jetzt bald rausfliegt.
It really is, but ultimately, it's in that stage of the draft where, you know, it's able to be picked without too much concern, but they're picking into a Gray. I mean, that's a prime candidate of a brawl that can just come in, swoop in when you're low and unable to defend yourselves at the best of the times. So, I mean, I've got to question it. It's not
also jetzt rausfliegen,
not by a long shot, but I mean,
von Juju.
You're already looking into the eye of the storm. I mean, it really is not for me the time to bring it in, and I think this is a loss. I mean, I don't want to say.
Ich kann mich an keinen Loser erinnern von Juju.
I mean, the way that Electros have been playing, capitalizing on the mistakes of Foot Esports along the way, and drafting really well.
No Skin Leon.
29
Gem Skin Gray, 29 Gem Skin RT, No Skin Juju. Battle Pass. Bell. Seht ihr, Chat, schlaue Menschen geben kein Geld aus. Battle Pass, da war doch ein Battle Pass. Ja, Brawl Pass.
Listen, I don't know her range to like bang on, but at that point I'm not sure you can really pinch the lanes too well, like even reach Meow here either. So it's not the worst of picks for the Sprout, I don't think, and Juju has to play a lot further back than I'm sure she'd like to.
Yeah, it's going to come down a lot to Enrage.
Bleibe den.
He's got to get that TP very
Freut
quickly,
mich für dich.
best he can, to assert some authority, and most
Schlaue Menschen investieren. In BS.
Now he getting some taps. As it's refreshing the right hand side. Now Gary goes in the aggressive. There's Morgan Kane as well. Nice gadget there from the lollipop drop from Gary. Goes into the mid, low HP though, it will fall 3-2. And now a lot of
Korrekt, David, ja.
And now and Enrage stays standing. Lovely Morgan Kane yet again. And now he's got nowhere to go but to the dust.
Jungs, ich glaube, Foot ist raus.
Second by second, I'm starting to see Electros really put in some work. That invis was great, by the way, to get Meow down, to get Gero down there. Sorry, it really was a very good play. And Gero, you saw he tried to just kind of like kill himself and take Romra along with him because he knew he was going to die, which was a good shout, but just didn't really manage.
Weiß ich nicht, Budinaka.
Meow's going to throw a wall down, and Juju can still reach it there, but he's not in any shots, which I'm sure he's going to be pretty pleased about, throwing it kind of in the middle of everyone. Refresh marks from the right hand side, not going to be the easiest play against Naui now.
I mean, I hope we see an upset. I really do. These are the moments that I live for in Brawl Esports, you know, and at the moment, Team Electros are doing the unthinkable. They deserve to be doing so as the Rage goes in. Now Iloba survives with 60 HP with a helping hand of Meow.
Unlucky, aber schlecht.
Wall to the right hand side, blocking then off the RT. Rama in the mid has got a lot of work to do. He needs to get a Gree really here, but low and tapped up as well by both Meow and Garu. Be a tough thing to bring this back. They're going to try for it now, thinking better of it, going into the gas and trying not to feed too much along the way.
Leon hat Ult. Der könnte jetzt kochen.
Yeah, you don't want to be feeding the Sprout super, so who can
Vermute ich nicht.
in there, especially when he's got hypercharge as well.
Gute Buns. Naja, also die werden schon wissen, was sie machen. Aber Juju würde ich bumpen, 100%. Und wenn nicht, dann picken. Kann nicht sein, dass Juju als viertes gepickt wird. Kann nicht sein. Ich finde das echt fatal.
Except from RT, but it's hard for Garrett to get across all the lanes without being hit. So, pretty dangerous to have this invis, really, for esports.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, exactly that, and especially as at the moment, Enraged hasn't got TP either, so he can't really get away from harm if Garrett wants to go on the aggressive. Rama popping a gadget there as invis, and clipping forwards as well. That might take esports by surprise here, but now, more savvy and attuned to it. Nice walking cane there. That eradicate the lollipop.
But the first.
Hypercharge from now. The time to go is now for esports. And refresh falls. Rama's quick to follow as well. It's just in range.
Electros.
He finds one, but he's got so much to do here.
Hat gadget?
A lot of pressure on his shoulders to come back here. But I would love it. I would love it if he could do the unthinkable. Gets a walking cane. But a wall. I mean, it's the face from Meow, and it's going to be really quite good composure from esports as they take a game back.
Yeah, really trying to push this to set number 5 here, and for esports, they seem to be going about they seem to be going about doing that too, because they have played that very, very well. Just tried to really keep the Grey away, not give him too many TPs. Only got his hypercharge towards the end there as well, which it didn't really do too much because it's only him, and he's TPing into 3 people 1v3, so it's not really going to do the most massive amounts. He needs his teammates to be able to use that TP.
Theoretisch könntest du auch hier ein Gadget kloppen, vorlaufen und sich blond hier jemand töten und 3 Aufnahmeattacken. Ciao. Control. Du drückst Gadget, du hast Control. Aber die müssen Lane switchen. RT auf Leon ist 10-mal besser als ein Grey. Kannst doch keinen Low DPS gegen Assassine schicken.
Moment for esports of bringing things back nicely to their winning ways. Touch from Meow though, forcing back on the left hand side. Rage lives to fight another day, but
Rico ist auch nicht gut, David.
esports are playing a much better control game. They tend to do this bounty, knockout. They're their best modes, in my opinion, on the side of esports.
Yeah, Rama almost got the kill, but now
gefällt mir nicht, was sie machen.
Has the wall as well. Enraged, forced to back off, hit hard. We do see a nice little Grey pull in there. It's not going to be enough for the walking cane. Refresh just trying to survive until the late game to be able to use these RT legs to the best of ability. Now they start to come in. Regero's coming in so hard. 1v2 and Gree was there as well.
Wieso geht da rein?
Refresh is going to eat that shot, but the TP in from Enrage just trying to bring them low. Juju will clean up the rest. Brilliance from Team Electros. They survive on, and that's going to be the round to them.
Oh, tense stuff. Around in Electros' pocket, but for esports still are looking the better of the 2 teams for me so far. Really putting Electros to the test. Again, this,
Kann es sein, dass Gero krank ist oder so? Hat der Fieber? Jetzt unironisch?
Yeah, absolutely insane. Enraged 3rd monthly finals, 15th for Rama, definitely the most experienced in this squad. But for esports now, starting to put their foot on the brakes a little bit on the momentum that Electros have been able to establish so far in this series. Take it back. The control game where for esports are most comfortable. Good connecting shots from Naui on the right hand side. The battle shots ricochet between Refresh and Rama as Enraged now under the heavy scrutiny of Meow on this left hand side.
Zu viel Red Bull getrunken.
But starting to look much more confident now, Trap.
I mean, that bell shot literally bounced all the way to the right hand side. Now the hypercharge comes in, a bit of extra speed. He's not going to be able to hit too many shots here. And the wall has pinned Rama on the right hand side. Bounce round and it makes a connection with Rage, who bounces towards Refresh. And Rage going to go in 1v3 here, and he's not going to be able to do it. Surely not. Has the hypercharge, but no supercharge.
Wieso?
Now he wanted to go for it. Did feed the Leon a little bit in the end, but it's 1 round to 1. Foot Esports take it, it's even on 2-2. And if Team Electros do it, they're going to match point.
Das hat sogar Hyper jetzt. Hätte jetzt die Ult noch.
Mounting, but Foot Esports know that they can just get around here, buy some time, get a new draft, take it to the 5th and final set. It will relieve
Die Wahrheit immer noch gleich.
Take the edge off and make it all level.
Viertelfinale.
Got the hyper charge, but no super to utilize. Meow's got his hyper charge. Rara has got a Grigri as well to hand, choosing not to bring it out just yet. And these supers of refresh will be better served at the end of the game.
Das gefällt mir nicht. Switch die Lanes! Man.
So far, Gary wants to get that invis, wants to go on the aggressive, but not being fed.
Nee, Viertelfinale werde ich, Halbfinale werde ich wetten, David. Dann startet die Wette.
I mean, Rage is desperate for a super, but all
Erstmal nicht für die Nacker. Vielleicht in 2 Wochen.
And now a wall will push him to the mid, and that's not going to be great for him. Might need Rama to come over and take this lane for him, but Grigri being placed on the right hand side, he's just going to accept the bounces and try to get some damage in.
Das muss der Win sein jetzt von Electros. Muss. Wenn nicht jetzt, wann dann? Schlecht.
Foot Esports do manage to get it. They take the set. A little bit unfortunate there for Team Electros towards the end. Maybe should have got a bit more out of that interaction. But Foot push it to a set 5.
Dodging the bullet. Dodging the bullet.
Bro.
Big time. Oh, for Esports.
Ist das krank.
Little corner smile from Gary. He knows it. It came close. But again, they are far from being out of the woods yet.
Ist das krank.
But I mean, that was the most comfortable we've seen for Esports look in this series. And I feel like it should have been much, much more easy from the get-go. Going all the way. I love to see it in EMEA.
Going all the way in this matchup between Foot and Team Electros. It's been
30 FPS als RT ist so krank.
Thank goodness we have all 3 players on player cams for
Der
Foot.
hat einen Hit gemacht.
Because we've seen the comms kick in. Wondering about the in-game leader and wondering about some of the calls you've seen here.
Der ITP sich in 20 Leute und es klappt trotzdem. Es sind beide irgendwie vorhin schon.
I mean, welcome to the EMEA region, Celta, because this is what it's like. It's very, very tough.
Diese Manfis sind ganz komisch. Humble hat die anderen getötet. Danach war es ein schlechtes Matchup und jetzt ist wieder ein schlechtes Aufeinandertreffen. Ich glaube, das Einzige, was spannend werden könnte, wäre der Humble SKI-Finale.
Can they really seal the deal? Because that's where your experience comes in. And on that front, Electros are lacking in behind in that regard, especially for Enraged and Refresh. I'm amazed. I'm so impressed
with SKI nach
with their
diesem hier.
ability to hold firm and how well they're doing in that regard, because it's a scary prospect. It really, really is when you come into a monthly final like this.
Finde ich auch, Mitski.
Really, really trying to keep that composure in bay, make good decisions, stay calm under pressure. Against a team like Foot Esports who have been really so established doing the exact opposite against their opposition, so putting them to the test, it's really impressive to see, honestly.
Yeah, well, into the draft we go, or in just a split second,
Schlecht.
to say, but Foot really had their backs against the wall there. A few rounds that maybe we should have seen Team Electros win, to be honest. But it did end up.
Jetzt habe ich wieder eine Frage zum Abstimmen und ich kann nicht drücken, weil Time's up. Hey, super.
But I've got to shout out Rage again because he's been playing unbelievable today on these aggressive brawlers. Playing the Grey in that one, we've seen him on the Melody as well. No matter when he's picking up these aggressive brawlers, they seem to be working in his favor when he plays them, and it's really, really strong stuff from him, especially getting 6 kills on the Grey in knockout. And sadly, his team didn't manage to see a result.
Juju jetzt Ban, vergiss es.
Very, very shortly as the bans should
start. Juju's offen.
Lou, Poco, and Berry going to be the side from Foot Esports, and Berry, Griff, and Amber. Nobody wanted to see the Berry, and I don't blame them after that. Berry performance in Hot Zone for I'm calling it Foot Esports because he used to play from Team Heretics. Chaos, and that was absolutely phenomenal.
Berry, Poco, Ban, aber kein Juju.
It's definitely getting nerfed. There's no doubt about
Also,
it in my mind. It's just ridiculous. I mean, it needs to be. It really does. Adrian, if you're watching, mate.
Wenn sogar Zelda anfängt zu fronten, dann heißt das was.
And I think absolutely the double ban there very much a necessity. Stu being the first pick is a great starting hand here for Team Electros. You know, it's always a conversation on the pro circuit where players will say the power of a Stu first pick.
Heretics ist weiter per Karl.
It goes a long way, and I think Rama was always very good with it when it came down to that brawler and this.
Hätte ich echt nicht gedacht, bin ich ehrlich.
I'm excited. I mean, it could be anyone on the side of Electros playing it, but obviously Rama's name's
no cap.
Let's see whether that is going to prevail in as we find what else is going to be drafted in. Janet, first pick by Foot Esports. I don't mind it. Again, like I said, I would never have imagined coming into 2025 with Janet being a meta brawler, but it makes a lot of sense, and it is in that spot. And if you're watching at home as a more casual player, perhaps on ranked, and you're wondering why that is happening, give it a go. You might surprise yourself. The high charge now, really elevating this brawler, no pun intended, although, you know, that's exactly where she's going to be heading with it. Just drops so many big high damage bombs on your opposition, but it's the ability to be mobile and stay yourself.
Mit Cherinho gewonnen. 4.000 € mit Cherinho. Sie haben Invitational Tournament gewonnen. Ungeschlagen. Mit einem Set Lose, glaube ich. Sky ist schon. Wird auch per Karl, glaube ich auch. Aber komplett. Was denkt ihr, wer ist? Er ist wahrscheinlich Shadow FIFA. Ja. Check ich nicht. Wie kann man Juju open lassen, aber dann nicht picken? Hallo Hugo. Das war der Count. No care.
But let's see. I mean, they are lacking a little bit of range. I wouldn't mind seeing something like a Bell come into play. Just something to have a bit more of a big poking stick, really. Juju's gonna be doing just that, but
Mobs genommen.
Aggression. Not the longest of ranges, but certainly a product which can close the gap when it comes to range. So we saw already today it being played beautifully in Hot Zone by Lenar. Question is, can Electros do the same?
Die Kampf gefällt mir von Electros. Die können gewinnen. Wird mich nicht wundern, wenn die jetzt Foot raushauen.
That's my only concern. You know, brawlers like Melody, Juju, Stu, they're not going to really shred through a Bruce. Certainly not a hypercharged up Bruce either. So it will feed some notes to Melody, allow her to maybe just have something of a combination with a gadget or a dash. But Draco.
Ohne Support Draco. Kein Grey. Kein Byron. Keine Max.
Normally we'd see it in Hot Zone was paired with a Berry or a Byron or even a Poker. I wouldn't mind it. I could understand it, but they're really taking a bit of a risk by not doing so. So definitely some things to say about the draft overall.
Electros draft.
Yeah, I mean, I think the draft is. I really like what Team Electros have brought to the table. To be honest with you, I can see them doing pretty well against Foot Esports, but I think we've seen the Foot Esports when their backs are against the wall is when they perform the best. There's a lot of pressure on them here because I know you've seen the previous games.
Was meinst du,
you're kind of expecting Foot Esports to come in here and dominate. Team Electros really don't have that same pressure on them from that. So we'll see if that's going to be the case and if Foot Esports are able to really make a big impact and not.
Nee, Larry war auch schlecht wegen Melody. Und Stu. Das wird mich stark wundern, wenn Foot das gewinnt. Wenn Foot das gewinnt, Respekt. Ja, Ben. Foot Coach. Weiß ich nicht. Aber ich glaube schon. Wahrscheinlich viel Leben, denke ich.
144 HP now. It knocks his healing, but it doesn't matter. His teammates came in, stayed on the side, and they're approaching 50% now on the side of Team Electros.
I mean, this is just wild. Rama's going to weave in and out.
Nicht Philipp. Philipp.
Now he wants more. We do have some form of control for Foot Esports, but how long is it going to last with Rama flanking all the way around the rear? Garo no gadgets left either. He's just going to dash through him a couple of times, get him down. Bear's going to be pushing Melody back, but those notes should deal with it pretty swiftly. And I have no clue how Foot are winning this.
It's looking so convincing on the side of Team Electros, but you're right, the scoreline does say a bit of a different story, only about 8% in it as the hypercharge.
Ich weiß nicht wieso, keine Ahnung. Vielleicht WLAN? Hast du geschaut da?
Not getting much value from the back of that hypercharge at all. It's now Naui coming in now with the Dragon's Breath, trying to find some connections, doing a decent job. But look at the way that Esports are balancing their time as well. Refresh.
Das ist aber krass, dass es ausgeglichen ist.
Wonderfully well now.
Ich dachte, für
it's all tied up. It's so close.
Yeah, I mean, somehow Footer winning this. I have no clue how. That was a great play to get some ground and some kills, but it's been pretty much all Electros, in my opinion, other than standing on the zone. And this is going to be a Foot Esports. Three of them locking down. I mean, in comes Enrage, but too little too late with that kill. And that's going to be a Foot Esports match point.
Saying about the hypercharged Bruce not going to be working out well for the comp of Team Electros.
Sehr komisch, ja.
You see the end, it's running away from it, not able to deal with it at all. And you know, that was the thing which I feel like if Esports can get that even earlier this time around, it'll be more convincing.
Alex.
But I'm with you.
Extrem Shadow, das spielt so hoch.
Wie
No Cap. Aber vorhin schon bei Heretics gegen... Ja, die gespielt.
Well, now he's going to go down. Did use a gadget there as well, but Rama's so low.
Bro, he's
trying to find it, but he did kind of stop him from pinching and peeking there as he took a shot round the corner.
Ja, Kozaki, genau.
Locking down, trying to reset some healing, but Rama's not healing at all. He's just waiting for his opportunity to do something. He's pressing his shot button, his gadget button, anything but healing. But he should be able to get some gas and heal back, but he's not making the move. Eventually did stand still for a bit, but that Janet shot will land directly on him, and that's going to reset it once more. Now the gadget from Navi coming through, and then just beefing up this zone. 57%, almost at 60 now as Team Electros has barely stepped on.
Viel zu viel Prozent abgegeben.
So much down now, 62% already in favor of Foot Esports, and they're not done yet. Now the Drake are coming in, doing a great job of making
echt krass.
now taken care of. But it's down to Enrage and Roberts to really clear up the scraps, and they're doing just that. Gary jumps to the skies, leaves the zone, trying to find Refresh. He's able to juke himself around it and survive on, heal back up. They're bringing back for lost time, but Foot Esports are starting to creep forward, adding to their already established advantage to now 85%.
I mean, it's surely going to be done. Bear there as well, taking so many shots. Now he's going to jump into that dragon form and start breathing fire everywhere. 10% left, and every time they get kills, even if it's 3, it takes nothing for Foot Esports to bounce back into the zone. Draco will come onto it now, and he gets everyone. That's 2% left needed, and Gero gets it done. Foot Esports hold on. The 2023 World Champions all go out, but eventually managed to catch up with Team Electros and knock them out of the competition.
We're with you, Meow. We're all with you, mate. One way or another, there is tears.
Wer war das?
Or just the sigh of relief. We are all Meow.
Wer ist, Bro?
Oh my word. Who would have thought? Who would have thought would have an absolute banger like that to start out?
No Cap, ja, Ion. Aber will ich eh nicht. Das ist nicht Gugu.
Absolutely won our hearts here today.
Harry Kane! Yeah, it's Harry Kane.
to make a name for themselves. Each of these players coming with something to prove to this roster. Do you feel like they've proved it? Do you feel like the other teams have stood up and taken notice of what they managed to accomplish?
Kann man Teddy hier einfügen?
Yeah, I mean, completely. I mean, we were looking at those stats as well, and me and Art were saying during
Egal, Chat, jetzt SK. Jetzt wird's gut. Jetzt kommt die Qualität.
Way more kills than what Foot Esports managed to get, but it was just the composition that Foot Esports had could lock down that point, and there was really nothing stopping Foot Esports from walking straight from spawn, even if they got triple killed, directly onto the zone, because they don't have any direct damage to keep them back, nothing to stop them, nothing to push them back. So it was just, all right, we've died, so what? We'll just walk straight back onto the zone and take it with force. It's, you know, the draft might have looked decent for Electros, but in the end, Foot Esports were very smart about it.
Yeah, they pulled it together there in the end, and as we take a look at the brackets, you can see the effect that this has had. A lot of our top caliber teams have taken today as a wake-up call.
Chat, wer war MVP für euch?
Underdog teams are really starting to shake things up here, and as we head into our 4th quarterfinal match, SK Gaming versus Papara Supermassive, I have to wonder, are we in for another shake-up here? We've got an exciting set of games ahead.
Danke, Jungs.
And gentlemen, I gotta thank you so much for your great breakdowns throughout the cast. We're gonna go to a couple replays from that last head-to-head, and when we come back,
ich dachte jetzt, die sagt, sie geht. Alle.
We'll see you on the other side.
Bro, diese Ult war gottlos. Aber auch ein Scheißclip. Man hat nichts gesehen. Mann. Aber jetzt No Cap. Das ist wahrscheinlich qualitativ das schlechteste Monthly Finals seit langem. Oder? Stimmt ihr mir zu? Doch, David. Ich glaube, es liegt einfach an der Meta. Nee, Mitski abgeschaut. Da wurde jede Runde Kit gespielt. Jede Runde. Non-Liga. Nein, Bro, also das war ja, also ich habe aufgehört zu lernen, ich mach das auf. Ich wollte Arthur sehen. Die haben alle gesagt, spannendes Match. Hätte lernen können. Ja, Mann, das ist so langweilig. Hat gewonnen. Arthur hat die behindert gibt. Also, es war. Er hat im Draft in Carryman Chat geschrieben, GG's. Im Draft. Im Draft!
We could go down the list, but there just wouldn't be enough time to document each World Finals that all three of these guys have shown up to. You might also remember some of these faces from Grudge Match. That's right, Ope and Yoshi now playing together. You remember the rivalry
ist am Schlafen?
SK and Foot that was so
Guten Morgen, Yoshi! Aufwachen!
So it's a real treat to see these guys play together again on SK.
100% Rise. Ich glaube, Arthur wird das machen. Mindestens zweimal.
I mean, to be honest, like everybody kind of here is, you know, OP and Yoshi have played together a decent amount. Joker and Yoshi as well over the last year.
Best
so
OP?
it's kind of just making sure that this team's, you know, all together, all three players have.
Der war schon mal bei SK. Hat dann mit Google, glaube ich, gespielt. Jetzt ist er zurück zu SK. Sehr guter Drafter. Wahrscheinlich einer der besten Drafter Europas. Genau, David. Wetten? Nee, nicht jetzt. Danach. Schau doch das an, bitte, wie gut SK ist. 3-0, 3-1, 3-0, 3-0, 3-1, 3-0. Die sind super aktuell. Stark, Shadow Yase. Top 3 Drafter.de. Joker. Symantec.
And figure out what the best strategies are. So if we have to choose between two brawlers, we most of the times go for the comfort pick because it's more important to feel comfortable on the brawler, and then you will play them better. And also,
Weiß
we look
nicht.
at what the opponents play, and usually if the teams play a lot of tanks, for example, we would go for the anti-tank if in doubt.
Rise.
You know, SK, let's talk about Papara Supermassive. Ooh, let's get those cameras adjusted too. We gotta get to know these guys better. Gotta get a look at them here. So, what am I looking for, Trav? These guys, we've seen a little bit of their play before, scattered about.
Yeah,
together
got
under this roof. What do you expect?
Yeah, I mean, I'm expecting pretty decent things from Papara Supermassive, to be honest with you. Like, if they're against any of the other teams, I think they'd stand more of a chance, but I don't know why I'm so SK side.
Yeah,
they've been looking so convincing. I do like Papara Supermassive as a team. I think they're a very, very solid roster. They've had a lot of experience, not like the World Finals level, but kind of just below that multi-final level. You know, we've seen a couple of them in LCQs in the past.
Witzi, Mattis. Die war schon bei Invitational Tournament dabei.
I don't see it ending too well, but as you can see here, their qualifier run went extremely well, as they did manage to
Arthur hat ein Team, ja. Mit Amos und Tex. Bei Experian oder wie die heißen.
Yeah, a little bit of that history that we can speak to, Ray.
Yeah,
What can you tell me?
I think looking back immediately, right, and seeing how they performed against Foot in the qualifier. Because, as Trav put it, like, okay, they looked a little bit shaky there, but they pulled it through. They're going on to the next round. as far as teams that are going to be able to play upset today, just going in without seeing the previous 3 quarterfinals, Supermassive is the team that most likely to play upset.
Genau.
That they got to go up against the seemingly invincible roster of SK that didn't drop a single set throughout the qualifiers.
Now we'll take a look at the maps that they'll be playing on here, and yeah.
Hey Teddy!
It's gotta be sad to be going up against
Seht ihr?
SK,
Die switchen. Auch wenn die andere noch da ist.
Just how storied this roster is.
Ja, Malte. Ja.
There for SK, a lot of information to be gleaned. If they were looking to maybe counterpick in the draft against them, what are you expecting to see out of them, Trev?
I mean, to be honest, I'm not really sure what SK, seem to pick. Their draft seems to be very good, like, no matter what. It's hard to be able to draft well against them and outpick them. I think you've kind of just got to take them by surprise. The same thing I say to any other kind of underdog team in a big matchup. Draft weird. Take things you wouldn't usually pick. Make sure the draft's still good, don't get me wrong, but draft a little different than you usually would. Try to take them by surprise as SK Gaming. They've been standing in Brawl Esports for such a long time now. Every roster they pick up is really, really solid. So it's going to be an extremely tough game for Supermassive, but I do believe they do stand a chance.
Dang, let's take a look at our predictions, see how much we all agreed that they stood a chance. Well, SK Gaming looking down. No, I mean, Trev's been very upfront that he's pro SK for this monthly final here, but Reddy, you do have some belief in Papara Supermassive. You were just kind of talking about it here. We're gonna see the audience percentage 90-10. Do you agree?
Stark, Helios.
I'm not saying that it's a 90% chance that SK takes it, but I gotta stand with the audience here. The vast majority and say, hey, look, man, that's a prediction. Supermassive did show some good stuff last year. We also got to see them perform as Pirates. Maybe you remember
that. Die Win Rate
one of these players has
bestimmt gut über ein,
to make an impact in Brawl in the past. We saw like Filippo, he played with that foot roster.
Der beste Papara.
OG and Rama, which became OG Rama Yapper also at some point.
Sollte hat gut gespielt, aber ich würde schon sagen,
each one of these
Filippo
guys
ist
have been
schon
all over the place. They sort of found their comfort with Pirates. Got some
sehr
things
gut.
done. Didn't break into LCQ territory, World Finals territory. Can get a start this year. It's a good thing they've got a chance, Trav, to be picked up by an org such as Paparsa.
SK, ja.
Yeah, it's definitely a big thing for them, because in the past, they've been picked up here and there, but never by, an org as big as Supermassive, which is going to be a huge thing for them, having the faith that a big organization like that puts in you. Not only that, though, it puts a lot of pressure on you to perform as well, It's obviously tough.
Von SK Drafts kann man echt gut lernen.
An organization like Supermassive, as big as they are, is going to be expecting results. So added
Ja, sind die, Benny.
Also, the added relief of
Die sind im SK, the SK Facility.
Bands are in, though. We're heading on to Hard Rock Mine in Gem Grab. We've got the Penny, the Sandy, and the Janet over there for the bands of SK Gaming.
Gas Band Platz first pick.
Of the Max, the Stu being picked. First of all, great pick. I like it. The Max, the Gene, and the Gus as the bands from Supermassive.
The Gus.
Okay, I mean, just the good stuff banned here, basically. When you get rid of that Gene, then I think you're able to more accurately expect something like an 8-bit. It doesn't have to be, I gotta pick Gene in order for you to pick 8-bit. Talking about the Stu, I think this can be a pretty consistent lane, can play mid if necessary. As far as what SK are going to go, maybe they decide to approach this with like a strategy. We saw an attempt at that earlier on Gym Fort, not Hard Rock Mine, where the Colonel Ruffs was selected. He is actually still quite good on Hard Rock Mine with the Surge out here, another brawler that would benefit from not having to face those sandbags, so it's always possible that gets selected here. Note the Penny ban as well, which was the biggest issue for Colonel Ruffs earlier.
Yeah, well, I've got a feeling that if SK don't really take the Ruffs,
ich habe mit
it
ID gespielt,
Supermassive might look towards, because it's good against the Surge as well. So we'll see. Oh, we're going for 8-bit through the mid, which is solid. We saw it earlier. It did have a little bit of a hiccup, though, and Drage managed to get the Gene pull off against it, but Gene being banned, not that you pick Gene into an 8-bit anyway, don't get me wrong. Awful idea, don't do it back at home, guys. Not a good plan. But 8-bit, very solid mid, especially when, the Gus is banned. That's kind of the only other, really, really solid mid that people take here.
Response to end of the 8-bit, what do you go for? A lot of times you think of something like a Bell.
Ich finde das spannend, aber Surge 8-Bit hätte ich nie gepickt. Nie so. Juju
out here now. She's going to serve the role of sort of an anti-turret as well. She's also just like a must pick basically everywhere. You know that your opponent is going to pick Juju at some point if you don't, so can be a complicated thing to navigate.
Weil Juju so gut ist, Benny.
Ich
frag mich eher, wieso sie nicht gebannt wird.
Getting rid of that 8-bit turret. Also, other good options in the 8-bit. You want to pick up a Piper. Nita is now a
Nita.
So a preemptive anti-tank to deal with a possible last pick.
Was würdet ihr picken?
The only drawback
für
of Nita is that she can kind of stink if there's nothing that she's good into. Mortis is a bit of a mystery.
Schlau!
How it could do well into the
Jetzt checkt ihr's! Schaut, wie viel Damage sie gegangen sind! Die konnten nichts! Die können nicht einen Tank gehen in dieser Comp! Sie haben sie gebaitet in die Juju! Und jetzt gehen sie Mortis! Schlau!
So I like what Supermassive have here. I think they've got a really solid comp, but it's definite risk. There's some reward level to it from SK Gaming with the Mortis, but it's a big risk.
SK Draft ist so geil.
A lot of us still operate with the mindset of, hey man, it's Mortis. You know, this is this RZM on the Mortis trying to farm up clips for the new compilation? No, he's actually pretty good with the hypercharge. It's a matter of getting there, of course. Okay, interesting, really timid approach from Papara Supermassive, all waiting in these bushes. Joker,
Mortis wird Probleme gegen Nita haben. Gegen Nita Bär haben, das ist richtig. Aber sie haben jemand, der schmilzt ihn ja weg.
Yeah, I was going to say, if they wait any longer, OP is just going to be able to swoop in and take like 4 gems off the opponent's side with no worries. But they did eventually go in and get them, and it's 3-3. No engagements so far, just a few taps here and there. And now we see SK bounce into action, start to move into the opponent's bushes. And Filippo's so low, and in comes OPE, really going to punish them here. But Joker...
Intellect, das ist so nervig.
Defensive lines of Supermassive trying to get forwards, but... Great stuff so far from SK Gaming, and how patient it was. You were kind of expecting the team who were going to benefit the most of the Supermassive of that, but it really didn't go that way.
Ope taken down on the aggressive in the back left. It's actually kind of tough for him to chew through this Juju. Note also that Yoshi is running boosted booster here. Not really necessary for him to run plugged in for the extra speed, since he doesn't have a mid matchup against a Piper or something where he actually needs that. So he gets to have 50% damage boost from this turret. Same for Joker, who's now operating at level 3.
Versteht ihr, wenn ich sage, dass SK eines der besten Teams ist? Bro, es sieht aus wie ein Leather-Game. Okay, man sieht nichts, aber...
SK locked this down. There was not a chance of Papara getting mid-control, it seemed.
Yeah, that was quite a worrying display from Supermassive there, but I'm intrigued to see what happens when we actually have Brawl Stars gameplay instead of them just waiting for the first portion of the map and SK wiping Supermassive off the map. If they actually engage at the start, maybe the game will go a little bit differently, maybe it'll go more SK's way, who knows. But I'm sure we'll find out how that's going to be, because I don't think Supermassive are going to stand around and wait again when it's just ended like that.
Ich fand das so komisch mit Juju offen lassen. Search, 8-Bit, Second und Third Pick. Die baiten die Leute, squish die Leute rein und Mortis dann zu picken. Wie gut!
Into Ope, who's also circling around the obstacle, keeping out of the way, but Filippo takes him down. Joker in a vulnerable position. He does get a second level, which will be very useful. It would have been better if he could have gotten another super for the next life. That way he would have had extra range. Yoshi on the right side's having a tough time in a Tomsy, thankfully. Ope swooping in, kind of aiming into that obstacle over there. Couldn't find his comfortable position.
Das Game. Warte, schon mal jemand vorher. Kenji besser, anstatt was.
Yeah, some good positioning now for Supermassive, but round the backside is going to be Tomsy, and Joker managed to pick him up as well, and there goes the Nita too. Salty falls down, and now the positioning is all SK's favor, but it is 8-1. If they can get a kill, maybe break
out,
and
we'll
have
Comfort
a
Pick zu tun.
Kenji
war auch nicht schlecht, aber Mortis ist gut.
Joker falling low, and now Supermassive should be able to grab this.
Nee, vorhin hatte das jemand auch. Aber ich kenne das Problem nicht.
A nice draft for breaking out of spawn. Tomsy in particular has been instrumental in getting out of that trap. We'll see the hypercharge from Joker on the right side. Takes down one, looking for more. Gonna have to press in. Ope's waiting for a good opportunity. Also has that super that'll keep him alive, but Salty could also use a super. Hypercharge Bear comes down on the left side. Still, he falls. On the right side, interruption. Filippo's trying to get out of there. Thankfully has a hypercharge, but deposits all the gems
schon mal gut.
on the backside.
Die müssen noch einmal resetten, danach können sie ausgleichen.
He's as safe as can be. SK Gaming are preparing for one final push in.
I say Hypercharge really couldn't have come at a better time. Filippo there and a bear rolling on in. Going to use the stun and advance as well, just in case the Mortis dash towards it. But Joker level 4 not going to find anything just yet. And now we find out what happens when they actually play against each other instead of waiting. And it results in a supermassive win.
It looked pretty drastic at first, though. It looked like SK were going to lock things out. They got up to, what, 7, 8 gems before we actually saw a move from Papara Supermassive. And then Papara, they were able to break out of the spawn trap quite well, too.
Ist auch
Not something
Modis.
that we could have asked of SK, where they sort of seem to
Kommen sie
flounder.
bannen?
Even Ope, with all of the movement in the world,
Salty
his
wird
attack literally
gebannt,
moves him.
aber ist wieder
Could
entbannt.
not get out of that spawn trap. We see a different setup this time. Filippo not even taking mid, instead deciding to encircle on the right, allowing Tomsy and Salty to close
Schon
in
Grund,
that
wieso bei SK
much
unter
damage
Vertrag
on
ist,
Yoshi.
Mantis.
And it's an opportunity
John
for
Grund.
Tomsy to start cycling out his super. And look at Joker, sort of pinned here on the right side. Got 2 shots off, though. That's valuable. He's got his super cycled out. Filippo taken down by Ope, but it's no worry. Salty has the gems.
It's a valuable trade there as
Martin
well.
Ban bringt QS hier.
Slows down Yoshi here. Couple more shots for Salty to get a bit more super feed. And OP just threatening around that left-hand side, forcing Salty back into his own half of the map. But it's 7-0. And Joker, once this gadget runs out, won't have the level 3 or the range to be able to fight at this long-range matchup.
Yoshi's got this turret now. Means more pressure for him and Joker, but Joker is lacking the level 3.
Ich mag es nicht, Juju offen zu lassen.
But it's his last one. He's got to make it count. Tomsy's just camping around this obstacle, keeping him at bay. Meanwhile, Ope in the top left.
Woher weißt du das, Gotza?
Gets
Wusste ich
it
nicht.
stunned by the bear. Gems deposited next to Salty. That's 2 more for Papara Supermassive to start a countdown.
Salty just pop a shield and take a head-to-head match.
Gut gemacht von Yoshi.
Does get level 3.
Sehr wichtig, sehr, sehr wichtig.
Left-hand side has a super in hand as well. All of them kind of going towards it. Close to the he dashes a wall a couple of times. Really unfortunate, and now he will go down. Hypercharge Bear and Grigori coming forward. That's going to be a lot of damage and might result in him getting a couple more gems. Gadget was used, but nothing from it. Now the Hypercharge
so auf
on the
SK.
left-hand side wants a head on.
Wobei Opa Hype war. Das könnte der SK jetzt echt in den
No
Arsch
chance
retten.
for Papara Supermassive to get gems number 8 and 10. Excuse me, 9 and 10 either, but Filippo
Aber da muss
has
langsam
managed to
rein.
snag them from mid. He's headed all the way home.
Ein Reset
SK
reicht.
Gaming do have some utility.
Ein
Ope
Kill auf Stu
has that
reicht.
Hypercharge that could be game-changing. Same
Ein
with
Kill auf
Joker
Stu und sie haben
closing in
gewonnen.
from the right, trying to split the shots on a Filippo,
Gewonnen.
interrupts the countdown, thankfully.
Wenn Yoshi
He's got him.
rauskommt.
That's 10.
Yoshi!
Nowhere to teleport to. Thankfully, Ope swoops them up. It's a chance to interrupt the countdown. Just need 1 more gem.
No.
A jump to the sky, but all of those gems clatter to the ground. Papara Supermassive run away with 19, and that's the game they need to win. Set number 1.
Wäre Mitte geblieben.
Absolutely phenomenal stuff there from Supermassive to come back. And as I said, after the first game, you know, engage, see what happens. Don't wait around, and that's exactly what they did. They came at them 2 games in a row and managed to take this first set.
Bro, ist das nicht unangenehm, so nah aneinander zu sein? Mach mal ein bisschen Platz auseinander. Mach die Stühle ein bisschen weiter weg. Ist doch kacke. Die kuscheln wirklich.
I've got to wonder about the communication that we saw on Papara's Supermassive.
Warum?
Just some great
Bro, du willst
timing
spielen, du willst den
from
Platz
Filippo
haben.
popping in to pick
Du
up
willst
those
nicht.
gems out of the middle,
Ist
pinning
kalt.
SK Gaming into the
Ja,
corners.
ungefähr.
Just really great play out of
Vielleicht
Papara's
zusammen.
Supermassive
Vielleicht.
here. But what would you
Vielleicht.
shout out as the biggest ready?
I mean, I gotta talk about getting out of the spawn trap. I think also they got outplayed by SK a few times. There were moments where there were gems that were ready for the taking, but SK swooped in with the 8-bit, they teleported right back out. I gotta congratulate Papara Supermassive for pretty much the composure, for the posture that they mustered here. Because we've seen what happens when you exercise too much restraint. There is definitely a sweet spot right there. And I think they hit that against a team that it has to be so difficult to keep your cool against SK.
Kanalpunkte per Karl.
Yeah, Trav, you talked a little bit about control going now
Ich
into
will kein
Ring
Geld
of
dafür.
Fire. Do you think it's going to be another area where they're going to be able to get control again as SK Gaming and really re-exert their, I don't want to say superiority, but re-exert their status as just an incredible team here that was favored to win? Or is this another one of our shakeups for our Titans?
I mean, I think in reality, heading into every set, I'm probably going to say SK
Und 3
should win
Kamele.
because they should. Like, they are the better team at the moment, you know? Both of them come through the
Maple
qualifying
muss mir
line
mal
okay.
den Nuke
But
Command
if you look at
beibringen.
SK Gaming's players, you're always siding with them, no matter what, against the majority of teams in the EMEA region. So it's quite difficult for them to be able to bounce back after a pretty disappointing loss.
Ich auch, Victor.
But Supermassive needs to carry this,
Kamele schon genug.
this
Nein.
momentum that they've got forward.
Man kann nie genug Kamele haben. Kannst immer weiter
And
züchten.
that'll really rattle SK.
I think the scales are a little unbalanced as well, because if you're Papara Supermassive right here, you're not a team that has really made it to the World Finals before, not as decorated as SK. So then what is your goal? What is the next step up for you? And I think the logical step is, hey, let's just take this one match at a time. Let's get our quarterfinals win. In fact, if we look at the Pirates,
Bist du aufmerksam, Victor?
last year they made a couple of monthly finals. That is this squad, by the way. This is Pirates, but now with an org. They made top 8 2 times in monthly finals, both times shut down by Humble in the first round. Now they got to go up against another big bad of the EMEA region, and there is no doubt in my mind that their scope is limited to just this one match. For SK, they're going for gold, man. So that's why I say the scales are just not balanced here. The preparation is not the same.
Ooh. Poco first. I mean, that's surprising to see. Don't get me wrong, they have banned out Berry, so that's kind of the other capable healer. But we see a Draco roll on in for Supermassive, and that's going to be decent into the Poco. Takes it away from them as well, because that might have been one of the things that they want to go towards.
Ja, ist auch wichtig so.
You know, when using the star power, you're going to be able to heal yourself and heal others on your team as well. So it's a pretty valuable pick, and has the range, obviously, as well, to be able to do good amounts without taking too much damage in a map like Ring of
Die werden
Fire.
gebannt.
You're not really expecting other things.
Byron wahrscheinlich, oder?
Maybe one thing and then one thing that's going to be a bit more aggressive.
Gus?
But I like what Supermassive have got so far.
Gonna sound like a broken record here. B, so good into Poco, Ring of Fire, wide open map. And since Papara Supermassive didn't go for it, it might mandate SK to go for it. There we go. It's a little tough, right? Because B, in close range, she can't do much to defend against herself. She sort of dies to stupid stuff. She doesn't really have much health. And so she could be a liability. But with this,
Krass.
It's just the logical follow-up. You go
Hätte ich nicht
Poco, the
gemacht.
Frank, the B. We've called it out several times, and there are a few different flavors of this. You know, maybe the ice cream. Get some berry in there. Now Supermassive, though, they're going to have to find an anti-tank that's also able to deal with this B. If they're able to establish a good presence on this point, then they might not need to worry about
Otis
it,
gehen.
given that a brawler like B, for instance,
Was?
step on the point too reliably. Mortis. Okay. And let's double check. Did we see that Melody ban? Because previously, yeah, it's
Mortis wird die
previously the
flanken.
answer to this was
Kann echt gut
get the
klappen.
Melody and isolate the
Der kann die voll
lifeline.
gut
Poco,
flanken.
get out of here.
I mean, it looks like we're probably going to see the Mortis, as you say, targeting the Poco, targeting the B, the same as a Melody would. Just a little bit less effective, I will say, in this meta, but, you know, you can still make those plays. You've just got to be a little bit more skillful, a little bit more aware, and pick your moment that bit better, because Melody, you're going to be able to do quite a lot, no matter who you dive into, but Mortis, a lot of the time you can get eradicated pretty fast if you're not careful.
Probably going to be Ope piloting this brawler again if the last set is anything to go by. Could see a shakeup. So who is going to be on the Mortis?
Keine Goldbi
Oh,
schwach.
rather, it is Filippo. Got my sides mixed up. Nonetheless, Filippo taken down immediately by Ope there on the left side, and the heals are already out. Papara Supermassive forced off this point by Joker with a takedown on Salty.
Well, Tomsy just waiting for his moment to come around this back, and OP using the super now does predict where he's going to go as well, gets the stun and gets him down. Swooping in is Filippo, but he's not going to get a lot from it. He needs to build up that super, and I believe he just did. So, Salty, Tomsy might wait for him to come back up, and they do just that. Should be able to mount a decent attack now, and we'll see if it's going to work, because if it... Oh my! Rattle just absolutely bombs.
Also, ehrlich zu sein, fand ich Opus Mortis ein bisschen besser.
Tomsy also getting sucked in on the left side. Ope can't get the kill, though. That gadget lasted way too long. Filippo now taking down Yoshi. It's going to be the last to respawn. He's going to hurt Ope a little bit. He's still able to come in with the hypercharge. Filippo managed to take him down with the help of Salty. Stays alive thanks to the healing. Yoshi, though, has the hypercharge and the super to keep everyone alive. There's a shield coming down. Ope with the kill. SK Gaming now, as a unified unit, storm the point and then taking back control.
Yeah, OP just going to use the super on Tomsy. Misses it this time, and Poco's not going to be able to give enough heals. Gadget used by Tomsy, but Filippo's backing out instead of going in with the super. Joker's going to go down as Yoshi uses the super for attack instead of heals. Might be the right way to go about it, though, because now he's got that backline down. Poco coming around. OP predicts that he's going to go through and gets the kill. Tomsy moving in, but hypercharged super from OP is going to clean this game up. 5% needed, and SK Gaming will do it.
We saw the Draco into the Frank earlier, and the Draco actually beat the Frank, but there's a key difference here.
Hat er wahrscheinlich gerade eben ausgerüstet, Gott sei Dank.
Okay, he was getting berry sugar over there, but now it's Mortis to try and isolate things. in the Lola. And Lola actually did help him out taking down a Hypercharge Frank before he was able to actually impact the ground with the super. But you're not keeping
Auf jeden
that
Fall
Django
mit Skill,
alive,
100%.
which is a pretty big issue for Papara Supermassive to overcome here.
Filippo gets that kill, starts off strong, but OP's going to return the favor. Tomzy trying to get around the backside. He is going to get the kill no matter what. Salty helps him out. Just take a little bit of a hit from that B gadget though, and chooses to go around the flank once more. Rattle Tide used again, and Tomzy just rattling this backline time and time again. Gadget's going to keep him alive for a while, but not going to stay alive as all three members of SK were there to get him down.
Salty ready with another super to put down in front of him, keep him safe against Joker. Yoshi not going to be able to do too much against it either. Okay, he goes down. Ope out with the hypercharge. Filippo heals some, but it doesn't really make that much impact. Tomzy though, spraying everyone with the fire. Yoshi, Joker, Ope know that they can't really approach Ope though. He's playing with fire, man. He was getting up close and in range. Now taking an opportunity to heal as they have conceded this push.
Hat auch Eon.
Yes, just going for the remainder
Lola
of the
super.
wall break.
Lola kann noch heilen.
Deal with that anymore, having the entryway to the mid blocked
Mit
off
der
on the left
Star
side. Papara Supermassive have control for now, but that could very well change with this Poco Hypercharge in.
I mean, Hypercharge really didn't do too much, didn't provide a shield to OP at all because he missed that. Filippo goes in for the super, gets one, sends out two, gets another as well. Beautiful stuff from him. Only Yoshi alive, but he sent out so many supers and has Hypercharge in the bag as well to try and do it again. Gonna go for it now, gets his sends it out again. He just can't be stopped. Brilliance from Filippo over the right hand side and just returns back to the safety of the bush.
Mortis is out here breaking ankles today. The matchup into Frank, that is a mind game right there. Frank trying to predict the position that Mortis is going to dash to, and Filippo is just never there. Teleporting around him practically. Excellently executed. Man, we are in for a close match.
Oder wie sieht's aus?
If this is the sort of pace we're getting off to in just set number 2.
Crazy stuff. From Supermassive to bounce back, we might be seeing a 2-0 to them. And Filippo dashing forwards, taking OP by surprise. Now we'll use the gadget, trying to get some work done, wants to get a super. But Salty putting up so much work in this mid, 10% has hit. And Joker not finding the shots he once was, eventually does now though.
Die haben sich alle bei Filippo getroffen.
Tomzy uses the gadget in the back lines, but all still so healthy. Filippo just going to accept death again. Oh, he sends out a super. I thought he was just going to wait for another time, wait for another spawn, and come back stronger.
Slow in from Joker, doesn't hit anyone. See the tuning work out from Yoshi. As they await the next push.
Also ich will von Joker mindestens 500 DPS
sehen. First time pulls in Tomzy, but ends up getting the heat on the back end.
Mindestens.
See Filippo lurking, trying to bait out that charge shot from Joker, ends up just getting hit by it anyway. A very disjointed offense from Papara Supermassive. They've been completely scattered, even though what they've been trying to do is encircle their opponent. SK Gaming now at pretty much unbeatable percentage, now nearing 80%. Filippo going in solo.
Das muss ein Win sein.
It's looking hopeless for Papara.
Yeah, much better from SK Gaming. 15% needed, and this surely going to be the set unless Filippo can team wipe them over and over and over again like he had done in the last one. But even then, they're stepping foot on the zone for at least 3%, and SK Gaming do make it happen. 1-1 in sets, but Supermassive still looking good.
Strong finish.
100% win rate.
For SK, even though they faltered in the middle, and I can.
Na, ist okay, David. Ein, zwei Sachen hätte man besser machen können, aber ist okay.
Confident right now. When you are shown that you are capable of bleeding, I mean, you go through the entire qualifier.
Na, keine 500. Keine 500. Lola hatte fast 600. Sag ich.
And they almost get a second one. That's dangerous. That is a
very
uncomfortable position for SK Gaming, who, as I will reiterate, had their sights set on the grand finals here and are running into obstacles at the very first step.
Not only that, Papara Supermassive is padding their frag videos here with some excellent kills that really had to be individually, I wonder, a little demoralizing. You saw SK on the cams there after that. You gotta wonder, what are the calls over there? Who is their in-game leader, and what do you think he's kind of saying to them right now, Trev?
I mean, I think the in-game leader for SK Gaming is probably Joker. I mean, that is what lines up in my mind as the correct way to think about it. But the thing is, we've seen so many teams winning games, winning entire series, and looking disappointed. Like, because they expect to do better. We saw Heretics, you know, they don't expect to go 3-2 against Kazaki, and the same with another one of our games in Foot Esports as well. They win the games and look disappointed because they know they should be doing better, and that's exactly what SK are doing here. They know, with their skill, and in the matchup they're in, they should be 2-0 up. There's no doubt about it. They should probably be sweeping Supermassive with how good they've been at the moment, but it's just not the case, and that's going to take a little bit of a toll on them. But also, you know, them being angry might also, you know, help them forwards and make sure that they don't drop any more sets that they shouldn't be dropping. But we are heading on to Triple Dribble by the looks of things in Brawl already.
Okay, let's talk about this. Triple Dribble used to be an asymmetrical map, and now it is quite symmetrical. There used to be some like weird dynamics that you had here with throwers and which lane do you put them on, where do you spawn. Throwers are still good here. It's just a more balanced map now across the way. So let's talk about some of the brawlers that have been banned out here. Throwers, of course, banned out. Maisie, first pick. Okay, taking one out of the NA playbook because this is like a must first pick just in North America. But here, where you do have the opportunity to use some longer range brawlers on a couple of these side lanes, and also anti-tanks being so important in a Brawl Ball as a mode, I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, the Maisie is a really strong pick on this. We've seen it overwhelmed a few times, I will say, by throwers and by, you know, Melody and stuff, which obviously is banned out. Same for Larry and Laurie banned out, Juju banned out, Berry still more than ready to be taken though, which does worry me a little bit. Stu going to be there for SK Gaming for their first pick. And yeah, having this Berry available always makes me a bit scared on a map like this when other throwers are banned out too.
Woof. And a chance also for like any other sort of viable thrower here.
Juju ban, sehr gut.
Would have a tough time.
Endlich hat jemand gecheckt.
Practically asking to get bar lead into, so maybe something that Papara Supermassive will consider.
Hab ich das verpasst? Nee, ne?
Gaming, how are they shaping up for this final
Skillos? Ja, das
I'm seeing a composition that would work pretty well with Frank, just in the sense that they've picked up a couple of things. Stu keeps his distance from Frank, and also Nita should be getting the hypercharge bears off of Frank, so could be getting prepared for that. Papara Supermassive with an anti-tank of their own in the 4-5 selections right here might be wanting to... that's a Barry Frank.
Sigma, you.
It's a boogeyman, man. It's
my
like
exact response to Barry Frank.
well, it's like the earthquake before the tsunami. Pretty much is the Barry before the Frank comes in.
Yeah, I mean, that is a dangerous, dangerous thing. It's kind of the humble special, and it's something that they've been playing for so long.
Hab ich nicht an der Voiceline erkannt.
That's the answer from SK Gaming. They're going wild, they're taking the Primo and hoping that that's going to be enough to deal with the Frank, even when getting all these heals from the Berry. They do have a Maisie, though. Gonna have to be careful. That's a decent tank counter. Gonna be able to knock back, keep people away, and at arm's length with her range as well.
Lass los, Victor.
Although they do have good counters into what Papara Supermassive have got, I still do like the Berry Frank combo no matter what. It's always got a chance.
It's just good everywhere. And even when you're holding one position, you know, you're not walking forward trying to score a goal here in Brawl Ball. Barry's going to be getting so much value. Charging the super, charging the hypercharge alongside the super can be a goal scoring condition. You have
Baby Shark Primo? Nein!
We'll see what Papara Supermassive can make of the Frank and Barry.
Ich glaube, Laura wäre stolz.
Operating at pretty low ammo, might not be able to defend himself in close range against Ope. Cycles out the super, gets the kill, and it's a thrower versus Nita. I think I know how this one goes, but Tomzy is lacking in terms of reload speed, so he's not going to be able to do this alone.
Yeah, just choosing to throw out
Mit Chain of Pin, was Neues?
Primo on the left-hand side. Probably wanting to try and make a play, might be close to another super if he's getting a hit.
Ich finde das ein bisschen chaotisch, was sie machen.
He's putting himself into now, setting himself up for greatness. Hypercharge ready to go for Tomzy. Oh, dashes through it though. Through the
Das
wall.
war sehr gut. Und sehr, sehr schlecht von Salty. Das war, also Salty hat das gefragt.
I think Papara Supermassive did that to themselves, but now they're going to get their revenge. Hypercharge in for the speed. Hypercharge out from Tomzy for the additional healing. Filippo
Diese Meta.
Like it was no issue at all. But SK Gaming are equipped with their own util now. Here comes Hypercharge
Gut
in
gemacht
for
von
Joker.
Joker. Sehr, sehr gut gemacht von
Yoshi
Joker.
and Ope, they're going for the team wipe.
Okay, cool.
Up to Ope. Now
Es ging schnell.
Super in the back left corner and a game for SK.
Panda, Bro, ne?
Yeah, really nice stuff from SK. As you said, I think Supermassive kind of shot themselves in the foot there. Just both of them and dashing straight past the ball. I mean, you've kind of got to put up a bit of a fight against the Primo. I imagine that he was trying to stun it out when he landed and stop him from getting that shot off. But a little bit of a missed time, in my opinion, and no one was there.
Habe ich nichts gegen Mitski, wenn die sich langsam beeilen. Sind jetzt fast 4 Stunden hier.
Trying to go for more of the same. Does get cut a little bit short this time, and a super missed by Filippo. That's going to be very disappointing for him.
It hurts. Tomsy also getting tossed up in the air.
Nein, da muss man Barry töten.
Tomsy keeps on healing himself up. Joker, Yoshi just hold the position for the power player to come in. And he's going to be waddling for it here in a moment. Ope now ready with the super. That's going to be the game-changing thing once again.
Nein.
He's going all the way now. He's going to have to get through Yoshi. Nope, no opportunity. And the greed actually got the best of him there. Filippo wasn't going to be coming for support. It was just him versus Yoshi, and didn't even fire a single shot to Yoshi, who now has the hypercharge bear in.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. There was really no angle around the left hand. Oh, that's clipped Yoshi there somehow. Berry hypercharge available now. Going to go forwards onto Joker. Not find the connection as he dashes away. And OP's going to get knocked back and slow. Now Joker comes forward with his hypercharge. Hypercharge galore being popped right now by SK Gaming. And it might come back to hurt them. As now he doesn't have it for the defense, but Salty still waiting, holding this ball. Now dashing forwards. OP gets the ball, but going to quickly be killed straight afterwards. And a bear wasted by Yoshi, or it should be. He's not taking it down. It passed straight. How is this opening?
Bro, was macht Salty? Salty gefällt mir gerade gar nicht.
Goodness, a wide open goal and perfect timing from SK Gaming to pick up number 1.
Gar nicht.
Thinking about going for the dribble for the other one. Needs the alley-oop from Joker.
Nein, Bro, als ob die rumtrollen würden.
Still encroaching on this ball.
For a massive throw,
on the right
meinst du?
side, can't get it before Tomsy, but he intercepts the pass over to Yoshi. Yoshi decides not to use the hypercharge until now. Didn't want to get hit by that super from Salty. Filippo, no stun on a Joker, running circles around him with a hypercharge Stu super. Ope now.
Ja, machen die schon sehr stark.
Open it up to get an SK Gaming set.
I mean, that was very good from SK Gaming, but I can't help there were a few blunders in there from Supermassive that could have maybe been avoided. But overall, really nice stuff from SK. Great team play, wonderful passing plays towards the Primo, and OP did it himself sometimes. Just a very well-rounded SK Gaming game there. It was very, very nice. Stu was dashing everywhere. A lot of Nita Bears raining now. Good avoiding of those Frank Supers as well. And overall, Filippo was kind of hung out to dry. Salty did a decent amount, and Tomsy, solid healing, but it's just not enough to match up to what SK Gaming brought to the table.
Most Damage als du ist eine Ansage.
Tell me a little bit about what was familiar, what was their top quality play that you can see they're finally hitting their stride.
I mean, it seemed like they were playing a bit better as a team, to be honest with you. Like, overall, the passing plays, staying out the way, playing, you know, it just all pretty much wrapped up very nice. And we saw that goal that kind of Supermassive...
Hast du die Funktion nicht an musst, wenn es eine gewisse Zeit lang nicht berührt, also nichts passiert, bis es ausgeht?
So, you know, props to SK Gaming for getting into that position, and that's what I mean. They just, when they play better as a team, that's the SK Gaming we usually know.
You think they can hold
Der
on to this
Totem, Mauri, Maru, Angel Boy.
I think it's possible. I mean, I just like the composition they had. I think Papara Supermassive actually had some pretty good momentum coming into this, and they look so good in game number 1, even though they did fall there. The reason that I think it started to fall apart there in game number 2 for SK to come in and grab the win.
Ach, du hattest Twitch offen, oder was, Doktor?
They got too greedy on a few abilities. A couple hypercharges used on pretty much solo missions that amounted to nothing. One that sticks in my mind especially is going aggro into SK Zenita. It was Maisie going into SK Zenita. There was no play for the Maisie, no chance of scoring a goal. Went for it anyway, just eyes on the prize and nothing else, blinded, I think, by the possibility of scoring a goal. Let's talk about Kaboom Canyon now, Trav, a map where we have a bushy mid that is a hot point of contest.
Yeah, it's very dangerous. Surprising to see that crow left open, as this is one of the maps where it's very good, you know, just in normal play, as well as being able to have that hypercharge towards the safe. So I'm sure that's going to be picked up someplace along it. Chuck still available as well, which is kind of alternative to Melody. A little bit worse of an alternative.
Foot hat stark geschwächelt, aber sind weitergekommen.
Down the sides quite often. Angelo going to be banned out, same with Piper. Juju, obviously. I mean, a lot of bush, a lot of water. Pretty much you can do everything on a map like that. It's going to be Penny to kick things off, though. Not the first pick that I would have expected, but it's fine.
I think so. I think there are plenty of positions that you can put the turret in that'll be useful. Also, probably won't struggle too much to get that hypercharge out there. Could be a huge game changer. Each shot from that turret is going to be 3,000 damage, so if you get your hypercharge out, and all of a sudden, as long as it targets that safe, that's about the same as Colette is doing with the super, just to put things in perspective, because you get the double shot with the hypercharge. So SK Gaming, how do they respond? We're gonna wait for their 2-3 to come in. Colette is one of them, the aforementioned brawler that they.
Ist das gewollt, dass die Voiceline kommt, bevor die Animation kommt?
Also has some good matchups in general, especially in like tanks and stuff. Just does a ton of damage. Hypercharge is gonna get about 25% off the save. Can be a win condition in numerous scenarios. Also looking to the Crow to show up, Trav.
Yeah, we kind of expect that, right? I mean, as you say, Colette's going to be very good towards that save, getting the hypercharge off, getting a solid amount of percentage along with it as well. So, very good pick from SK Gaming. Ooh, Jesse, not what I would have expected, but against the Penny, it's
Weiß nicht.
decent. You know, against the mortar, bouncing off all the brawlers, finding people.
Die haben gegen Foot auf der Map auch schon Jesse gespielt, gegen Penny. Hat super geklappt. Was Foot? Ich glaube, es war Foot.
The Colette's free to reign.
Jesse's a major sleeper. There
Quiz.
are
Ja, genau.
to her out there. Papara Supermassive have their pick. Do they decide? Is it worth it actually to counter out this Jessie? She has a hypercharge. She can do crazy damage with a hypercharged turret. Might even run pet power out here. Amber, just good into so many different things, especially the aggro, burn down the bushes with a crow as well. Could be pretty good. That crow into Amber match.
Ich finde Liliban crazy. Eve, ja, du bist eine Penny, du bist eine Jessie. Du bist eine Amber. Also Eve wird...
What kind of assassin, you know, do they decide they're going to go for the Melody? Or excuse me, the Melody's been banned, but do they decide to go for like a Daryl that can roll across all the way to the enemy side? A lot of things left open. Par Supermassive gonna narrow it down with the Gale. That'll give them an immediate passage into mid with the jump pad.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be good for knocking back the Colette as well, keeping her away from this this safe when the super's available. But not really what I
Ja, damit den nicht alle finden, die haben so komische Namen.
Accounting for the possibility of something like a Chuck coming forwards or a tank, and that's why they brought in the Gale, because that seems like one of the main reasons why they would. But SK Gaming, we do have their final pick coming in just a second, and it's going to be the Chuck, yeah. I mean, as expected to come in at some point, just not really when the Gale was picked, and it kind of seems that's exactly what they were accounting for, and SK have gone, alright, fine, we'll just go it anyway.
Not too concerned about it. That's the benefit of having the final selection, is you know exactly what you're up against.
Gale ist wahrscheinlich, weil die wussten, dass sie Chuck gehen. Aber fühle ich nicht.
Make the calculation of risk. So Chuck now can go over that water, get the post laid down. I'm curious about how successful that's going to be for him. He's going to have to juke a lot.
Ich glaube nach diesem hier.
Feeding abilities is going to be difficult. Into the Amber, not
Aber
much you can do.
Ich glaube.
For sure, into something like a Penny, into the Gale also going to be tough. Probably going to be running the slow Gale out here as well, just to run things early on. And a decision to not run the Twister, it is viable in some situations here, especially if you want to go like full defense, if Tomzy were to run that approach. And that is slow Gale, by the way. But Ope is playing this entirely behind the obstacle, not even trying to win a lane.
Wie viel waren? Ja, ja. Also Miepel ist weg. Du hast das für Schienen. Hä? Kann mir das jemand erklären? Das stimmt sehr. Aber jetzt No Cap. Check ich nicht.
They're going to need to get in a bit of a safer position before they can make full use of it. Now getting ready for a big push on the point. But Joker and Yoshi now already combining on the right side. Yoshi trying to get rid of this hypercharged turret. He's baiting the shots. Salty. That's sort of a that's sort of a discount Melody right there. Popping the gadget. Meanwhile, on the other side, Papara Supermassive are taking tons and tons of damage, but it's going to take more time for that to be pumped out by Ope.
Yeah, Salty, no gadgets left either. Joker hypercharged at the ready, and OP ready to go in when he does get it as well. This could be dangerous. Although they look like they're in the lead at the moment, SK control and all the kit that
Aber
they
das
have
check ich
now,
auch nicht. Was will
er
aufbauen?
Collapse in and stop them from getting damage. You can see how further back Papara Supermassive are playing, just waiting for the defense, and that's quite surprising to see with 35% between the two teams. But we're just waiting it out, and with 45 seconds on the clock, SK are going to have to make a move at some point.
Papara Supermassive are going to have to make a move at some point, because it looks like SK Gaming had this one in the bag. As long as they stay in this position, Ope creates the aggression, everyone's forced to aggro onto him. Joker probably just a couple shots away from getting that super. Locking in a hypercharged super that'll get at least 25% off the
Bro.
If he hits more people, then he can even cycle out another super, which cements the win even more. OP in, defense, push back on a Joker. No one wants to feed him any sort of supercharge.
Sie warten 10 Minuten für das.
Salty, Filippo push through on the right. OP gets one takedown, but it's 28% on the other side.
Sobald Joker Ult bekommt, ist vorbei.
Just a few seconds to go. SK Gaming at the last second managed to take it down.
Das ist so.
Just about. Joker grasped that super at the perfect time to get that done. That could have gone very much the other way.
Das gefällt mir nicht.
Extremely close to taking down the save as well, but SK Gaming just managing to do it, and I believe that puts them on match point now as well. So that's not going to be the best of scenarios for Supermassive.
Diese Meta gefällt mir nicht. Das ist nicht geil zum Spielen, nicht geil zum Zuschauen.
Entirely possible. Papara Supermassive.
Ich glaube, das sieht niemand anders. Es ist.
We already knew what was going to happen. SK Gaming were in a great position. Despite the best efforts of Papara Supermassive, they just could not avoid giving Joker a super. Now, we'll see a bit of a different start this time.
Hey, jetzt macht das anders. Oh.
Doesn't have a super. Neither does he have a hypercharge. A much worse position for Papara Supermassive. Now they're working against the clock because it's only a matter of time before OP kills that safe all on his own.
Katastrophe, Maria.
Troopering forwards time and time again, just leaving the defending to his teammates, but Joker gets a nice bit of gotcha gadget value there. Filippo and Tomsy are just not giving up on this damage. Yoshi's going to die as well. He will shoot
wird das auch
though, and re-enter towards the Supermassive safe. And
ich glaube, das macht auch absichtlich.
Joker and the help from Salty won't either.
An opportunity also for Salty to get a super laid down in the safe. He's got to fight through Joker and Yoshi at the same time. See also this turret, keeping things out of mid, but that's fine. Joker and Yoshi, they're just here to play D and let OP do the thing on Chuck. If he dies, that's even even better. He gets to recharge that super when he respawns.
Aber es war auch schlecht, also
SK are forced
es war
to
schon.
fall back. No one on Papara Supermassive dedicated to defense anymore. Filippo likely to fall. That's a Jesse
Gutes
turret.
Turret.
Schlau. Occupied, but Salty punches through on the left side, defended
Chat
by Yoshi. On the other side, OP closing in for the final bit of damage. He'll get this super out and drop it to just 10%.
Yeah, somehow he manages to make it out there, and Joker has the hypercharge, and this is going to be game. Super onto the safe, and that's it done. Supermassive 7.
Aber das war schon schlecht, Gott sei Dank. Das waren irgendwie 50 Schüsse hintereinander, kein Hit. Das war schon schlecht.
Nice stuff, SK. They faltered a little bit in the beginning. And Papara Supermassive showed us.
Ich würde sagen, Humble ist aktuell das beste Team. Rein von dieser Runde. Nur diese Runde gesehen, ist Humble am überzeugendsten gewesen. Nee, das eh nicht, Gott sei Dank. Das machen die nur wegen dem Aussehen. Weil die brauchen etwas, was zum Runtermachen. Das sind Menschen. Die sind immer unzufrieden. Unzufrieden ist gewesen. Ist halt so. Er ist recht im BS.
Yeah, tough stuff, as you said, Reddy, but I do wonder if they're feeling proud of this performance against SK. Definitely one of the most dominant teams in this region, and a lot of great moments to pack their reels with. But, Trav, your confidence in SK, unshakable, and the result, as you predicted. So, how did they pull together there? A lot of great moments from OP, but a lot of great collaboration from the entire team in that last game.
Yeah, I mean, it's as we all predicted. I think the majority of people will have said the exact same thing as well. SK Gaming just seem a bit unbeatable at the moment. Their qualifiers run, the Champions Invitational one, was just too convincing and dominating pretty much the entirety of EU at the moment. So, you know, SK Gaming, they came in as the top dogs and they go out as the same, in my opinion, still looking just as good as people will have expected. But Supermassive, they started very, very strong. Just unfortunately, they weren't able to keep their cool in the kind of 3 consecutive sets that they lost against SK Gaming. I feel like there were moments in there where things should have come out differently.
Well, I will say, it was cool to watch them play, and as we take a look at the brackets here, we can see that each of our underdog teams did shake up the established order a little bit. No one leaving unscathed from the quarterfinals, but our semifinals are looking stacked as we predicted. And
ja, kriegen wir genug Wetten hin, sonst lohnt sich das nicht, Chat.
As we start that off when we get back. Gentlemen, we've had so many great matches go the distance today. We've had such an exciting head-to-head every time. I hope there's more of that to come. We're going to check out some replays from this last match. We'll be right back with our semifinals.
Alter, Chat! Danke, Maria. Ich kann bald nicht mehr schreien. Wer ist drin? Humble? Team Heretics? Wer noch? Put? und SK Gaming. Könnt abstimmen. Aber ja. Ich hoffe, es macht genug mit.
The surprises teams in our EMEA region this year will be
Stark, Maria.
Totem. Even though they had an iffy first qualifier, I truly believe in them. I believe they'll go again all the way into World Finals. With Angel Boy and their team, they look super promising. And it was just a small fumble in the qualifier. They will be back stronger as ever before. And the other team is for sure, the Boat is their current team name. Perhaps in the future they have a different one, but currently it's Lineage Rage and iChaos, and I'm really looking forward to them. I think they're a really underrated team in this week. Broad Esports is taking currently a really future-proof approach, where they basically don't put out exorbitant prize money as in other titles, like $40 million for World Finals out, but rather rely on the organization being sustainable, which is the right approach definitely, and basically the Broad Esports team being sustainable. So I think Broad Esports-wise, we have a good path for longevity, I think it's the word. And we just gotta keep staying on that path and keep improving everything that we can. Yeah. For me myself,
Wie sehr jappt der?
I'm gonna keep going for now, especially after winning World Finals. Perhaps 2 years, perhaps 3 years. We will see where the future goes.
Ich hab EM. Ach, Digga. Ihr wisst, was ich meine. Chat, wetten!
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship EMEA Monthly Finals, our first one of 2025. We've had 4 great matches in our quarterfinals, and now, after a 3-0 victory over Eclipser, Humble is moving on to face Heretics, who came out 3-2 against Kozaki. Once again, we've scrambled our casters. We've got Arc, we've got Ready Set, and I am ready and set to jump back into Humble here. They had a great performance, the strongest of our Titan teams. Ready. What are you expecting to see here against Heretics?
Heretics, I mean, earlier they looked pretty shaky in a match that they were really supposed to win with an exclamation point. Man, it is dark in the Humble compound right now. The lights are off, but I hope these guys are still switched on for an exciting match. Though I will say,
die Quote ist insane hoch, ne? Also kein Witz. Ihr seht, also es ist schon, es kann alle gewinnen, alle 4. Ich würde wetten, auch wenn es nur 5 sind. Oder 1000. Okay, 5 ist schon wenig.
Well, this is obviously the team which won the World Finals in 2024. So, I mean, we asked them as well, like, what are they going to be spending their money on? So, they're going to be making it rain. Boss is going for cars, Luke is going for cars, and as we were chatting to Ready Set before the show, he translated this as Semantic buying himself a family. I translate it as Semantic spending money on behalf of his loved ones.
40er Quote, das ist crazy.
Here on the desk. So, great, some fantastic Photoshop going on there, by the way. It's nothing more horrific to me than seeing a man's face in the child's body.
Yeah, I have some questions answered. I have some new questions to replace them with. But you know what? They can all be solved by the results of this match, because we'll find out just what everyone's intentions are. And Humble has to overcome Heretics to make any of that happen. Heretics, as you said, looking a little shaky against Kozaki, but Ready, they're not too shaky, are they?
Maybe. Here's really what I think is going on, is we are looking at 2 teams that are spot at the end of the year. Sorry, I'm going to sound like a broken record, but this is literally how it is. Heretics are definitely preparing for
nicht deswegen. Wenn du quittest, dann weil es keinen Spaß macht. Oder weiß nicht was. Aber nicht, weil du etwas nicht schaffst.
I think that sort of got cast by the weight side. Obviously, it's the only way that you can get to this stage, but you have to balance your
Foot hatte 3-2 gegen...
Oh, they balance their prep by increasing their aura. Checking out the aura.
Rama, Enrage, and Refresh.
I'll let you break this one down.
Yeah, of course. I mean, there are many players in the EMEA region, but some have aura and some don't. And for me, Lenan is a person who has maximum aura. I mean, coming to the scene in
That's crazy.
2021, but he was lingering around prior to that, joining AC Milan Clash, and I mean, he's had an immensely successful career. But again, it's just kind of cementing himself in terms of his legacy. He's got 4 monthly final wins out of 23 appearances. That's pretty high. The amount of monthly finals that man has done, being this is 24th here today. I mean, by comparison to Semantic's got the most in the entire region. I mean, he's got 30. Well, this is his 31st monthly final here today. He's 110. So it is definitely not too far behind that whatsoever. But again, when it comes down to those big landmark achievements, being at the World Finals and getting all the way through that bracket, hasn't really quite happened for him yet. But this year, in a team like this, and a roster as established as this, I mean, many have got very high expectations, that's fair to say.
Yeah, taking a look at our maps and game modes
Then
here, we talked a little bit about what an opportunity this is to debut in the 2025 season, to let the other teams, regions, and everyone know what you're bringing to the table in this competitive season. Ready, what is Heretics cooking back there? Have you had a chance to talk to any of these players, get any sense of what their scrims or histories have been like, or talk to any of the other EMEA talent you have?
Yeah, not personally.
That's
as far as either of these guys. What I will say though is that I have gotten the chance to speak with Semantic of Humble quite a bit, and I have a lot of admiration for what he's bringing to the table. Also, almost a little random, but I want to make a connection back to 2023. We saw Semantic all play together on that Foot roster. Maybe you remember the entire movie pretty much that was made about it, and now for the first time in a while we get to see them all in the same match.
That is exciting.
Yeah. Not documentary. An adaptation? Pro esports.
Well, we've got our predictions up here, and sadly I am alone because Trav is on break for this cast, but we've got
50-50.
Krass. Here for our two teams. Gotta say, I think Heretics has a lot to fight back from. That match against Kozaki, I think, left them with a lot, feeling like they had to prove, and who better to prove it against than the reigning world champs? But you guys obviously have different beliefs, so Ark, I'll hand it over to you to defend them.
It's just based upon what I've seen today. That's the thing. Going into today, I was really hoping that I'd be able to be waving my Team Heretics banner to win the whole thing. But based upon that first quarterfinal stage, it just really, really wasn't clean today. And I think it should have been at least more so than it was versus Kozaki. 71% then in favor of Humble on the event site.
Vet du vad?
Lower side on the side of Team Heretics, and for good reason.
SK1 gewonnen, ja, 3-1.
Champs, the reigning champions of the world in Brawl Stars, and the first match of their day, albeit to a much lesser opponent in my opinion in terms of experience. That was one of the most brutal wins that we've seen for quite a while. Humble were really giving up all the punches and not holding back in that regard earlier today, but Team Heretics will not be in that same opposition for sure. So the question is, Humble haven't really been tested yet today in my opinion, and they're about to be much more so, whereas Team Heretics have gone through the motions and they're going to be fatigued, but they're also going to have the time to recollect themselves, and that they absolutely need to do. So let's see how they kind of fare and how they wipe the slate clean going into knockout for Garden Gulch, and the draft flying through. Andrew is the first pick by Humble.
Lucky 17.
Pearl, the Daryl and the Kit, and the Tick, the Juju and the Jean by Team Heretics, who have now got a choice of 2 more to follow.
Hello, Anton.
Okay, RT coming in, safe stuff. Keep yourself guarded against anything that wants to get up close and personal in your face. Gus also actually fulfills a pretty similar role, because you're going to be blasting people away by using your super, get yourself additional survivability with the application of the shield. If necessary, I guess could give that over to RT while he is separated the top from the bottom. Now Humble, what they decide to go for, I suppose they're being determined against anything aggro, now aren't they? But they gotta keep themselves safeguarded also against anything that gets up in their faces. As a final selection from Team Heretics, don't want to deal with any sort of stuff like a Buster or maybe a Daryl. Here comes Zulu for pretty much exactly that.
The bias is crazy.
Wow, I'm liking what I'm seeing on the right hand side.
Weißt du mine?
At the moment, so far at least. But the Angelo is definitely a daunting prospect on a map like Golden Gulch, where you've got that additional space to maneuver. Let's see what Humble and
Keine Ahnung,
off with here.
Ich glaube nicht.
Again,
Stark, Gotza.
You can't really ever go wrong with that kind of range. Sprout control is where Humble feel like
Nicht gesagt. Vielleicht weiß es jemand?
And you know, with the bans, I don't mind it. I mean, Juju's out the mix, and it's not necessarily the better option over a Larry and Laurie in knockout. So I'm kind of all for it on this particular map.
Nein.
Let's see. Team Heretics, I'm liking what I'm seeing. On that front, they might choose to want to go with Larry and Laurie themselves just to have some form of control. But I mean, I do prefer the
Nein.
how it's played.
Mit Jester, ja. Am gleichen Tag wie Jester.
But then again, like I said, they have been playing against a little
November,
bit
nein.
Kenji.
Nein.
Kenji for Team Heretics. Well, I know who's going to be playing it.
Sommerkind, nein.
No doubt in my mind.
Stark, David. Ich weiß nicht, wo du hingeschaut hast, aber stark.
Still up there. We saw it, I believe, once yesterday in the East Asia region, and it didn't come out with the goods. Certainly in knockout, it's a bit of a risk. And
Wo hast du abgeschaut?
Clearly think it's a risk worth taking.
Ich habe auch
I'm not too convinced.
Danach.
That's up for them to prove me wrong.
I think it's a necessary aggression.
Irgendwo, ja, ne?
Also had that super to get over the wall. If Sprout thinks that it can safeguard itself against the Kenji, then it is very wrong. But you have to get that super first. Also, just the ability to heal with your main attack is crucial for Kenji. Just a better Mortis in a lot of ways, especially when it's tough for you to get your super. So we'll see how it executes. Decided to not go for that left side, sort of scouting just in case.
Das weiß ich sogar, Modis.
They were going to go for more
Wann war das?
Symmetrical approach.
Geschätzt jetzt so.
Usually played left versus right. See Boss also just doing
Nee,
his
warte
best
mal.
to stay on top of Lena, who's now going for the lane switch at the bottom. And Boss, is he going to stay there? Is he going to rotate towards the bottom?
Du hattest
Looks to be
kurz
so.
vor Ruby. Ich glaube,
Bit of
Ruby hat am
musical
14.
lanes
Kann das
over
sein?
here to keep everyone where they are ideal.
Keine Ahnung.
Yeah, Boss needs to stay on Lana for good reason. I mean, Lu was always historically one of the best counters to a Kenji anyway, so I mean, that's
Was?
the confidence that Team Heretics
Hat
have
Ruby im
placed
Februar?
this brawler in the hands of Lana, and that is the best person to have it, no doubt about it. But he's definitely going to have his work cut out. Herding the sheep it is though, as Lana takes the top side, and the whole of Team Heretics sort of force things around. And there's Boss popping out the shielding yet again, just surviving on, but he is solo himself. Popped now by iChaos and forcing Semantic into the gas. It's just going to be then Luki, the last man standing.
Ah, Ruby war vorher. Okay.
Clean one for Heretics.
Keine Ahnung, David. Nein, warte.
Humble now approaching left side with caution, as that's where
Ich glaube Ende Sommer. Ende Sommer, Anfang Herbst, oder?
Decided that it's all clear. Even though they don't have a visual on the guy, they know that he's on the right side. There. Okay, here's a spray out from Lena as well. Just waiting for the perfect opportunity.
Das ist schon eine krasse Entwicklung jetzt.
As well. Just a little bit of banter between the two.
Jungs, ich kann nicht von jedem Geburtstag. Ich weiß gerade mal so meinen.
Semantic has a chance to recover that wall if he decides it's worth it. Gotta exercise caution with the gadgets.
Wer hat mehr Marktwert, Jack? Wer wird höher angesehen? Ein 17-Jähriger, der 2008 geboren ist, oder ein 18-Jähriger, der 2008 geboren ist? Keine Ahnung, der 17-Jährige. Der später im Jahr Geburtstag hat.
Hypercharge available for Semantic here as well. Nice cookie popper there from Drage, forcing then everyone low. But now taking a lot of taps. The shielding is
Bro, Semantic trifft alles, ne?
Retaliation there from Boss, and Drage falls, making it a 3 versus 2 now. Humble have got the high ground. It's been very tough to penetrate here. Lanan tries to go for it. Has the super now to hand, and the side of Humble, they are low. He's still standing. Finds one, finds two. Semantic, the last man there, and he gets him too.
What a move from
Der Tankspieler?
But he cannot relax for even a moment, because that is a realization that he's going to have to make that happen all over again in Game 2 or Game 3, but they're definitely not planning on getting taken down in the next one. Close this one out clean and simple.
24.2.
A very end-game brawler, but also there are moves for
bald.
Kenji to be making here in the early game. Especially if he can bake some of those
Was,
gadgets
24. Ich glaube, es war 24. Ja, nächste Woche hat er. Ich glaube, es war 24.
Here comes the aggro right off the bat. Frozen up just a little bit. Not too large of concern as he's able to keep his distance. Now more of a diagonal dynamic forming here between Humble and Heretics along the mid. Pretty traditional to see on this map. Not a whole lot coming out of it, but it's just the early game. It's the time
to aufschreiben. Nein. Ich kann mir, ich kann es mir merken. Aber ich bin mir 99% sicher, es ist der 24.
I know you've been speaking already, but I'm still reeling off the back of that triple kill by Lenan. I'm sorry. Yeah. It's I just can't get over it. Unbelievable. I mean, going into the matchup, I said that he's going to have to prove me wrong on this Kenji pick.
That's great,
it made me even worse. That's why I say these things, because I love it when players do just that. As Team Heretics again take another round, making this first set look pretty straightforward. We need to see a bit more from Humble now, because Team Heretics are 1 round away from taking the set, and that would be the best way to start a start comparison to early days. Semantic pops the hypercharge now, finding chaos now as Nan takes the left-hand side. Luke jumping away, trying to find some space, but
über Rice weiß man nichts, Pauline. Rice ist Spider-Man. Keine Ahnung. Gute Legs.
Goes down 2 versus 2. It's gonna be Drage versus Luki and Semantic, and chaos on that top left-hand side there for support.
This matchup, it's not looking good for Drage. No AoE from Semantic, but he bounces it off the right side to confirm the kill, and Semantic and Luki combine to get a round win. They were able to fend off the Kenji early on, and then they won the matchup from there on out. So that's got to be the priority, keep the Kenji at bay. I mean, it's exactly what Boss is here to do. But we'll see Luki and Semantic keeping their attention diversified. Chaos popped out of position. No shot, one shot from Semantic, he makes a connection. That's about it. Hypercharge out from Semantic now. Being very cautious about it. Spirit Animal applied to Lana. Takedown on Luki. Heretics in a winning position.
Nan finds 2 slices on Semantic, and now, what a way
Lane kocht.
Beautiful stuff. Team Heretics come out on top. And they needed that win.
Das ist korrekt, David. Also du hast mehr als 5 Uhr.
Against none other than the reigning champions of the world. Heretics smiling for the first time today, let's be honest, because until now it has been looking relatively bleak. A battle all the way to the 5th and final set earlier in the quarterfinals against Kazaki, but now against none other than Humble. 1 set on the board. Wow.
56 DPS und 58 DPS? Was ist passiert?
Against the current world champions here. And like you said, the first time they've been smiling today, I do have to wonder if there was a huge regroup after that quarterfinal match. They got their heads on straight now, and we saw some greatness from them. Righty said, I'm handing it over to you in the replays here.
Yeah, I'm curious about how Humble, did they expect the Kenji? How are they preparing for it? Lou was meant to deal with something like this, but he just wasn't able to keep up. I mean, look at Boss. He's not hitting a single shot versus Lena in the final moments. 3 shots went completely by Lena. So is that Boss not playing well? Is it him not executing? I think it's kind of a tough matchup in like mid-range, where Lou isn't really known for the ease of connecting his shots with the enemy. And then you have Lena dashing all over the place. It's as if he's syncing it up with the rhythm of Lou's reload speed, and that's just skill expression right there.
Beautiful use of skill expression, and beautiful expression of skill there, especially as Lena pulled off that triple kill there. I know Ark, it has surprised you. You expected more of that as we head into Shooting Star?
Ich glaube, sie ist wirklich einfach da, um die Unterhaltung zu führen, kann es sein? Schon, Jack, ne? Ist ein bisschen creepy.
We should expect these things from Lenan, but at the same time, against the world champs, this is a team that are the best in the world, and have not only that, but demonstrated so on the world stage, earned their gold. It's really, especially when you consider the contrast from what we saw early today so far, a much better reformed Team Heretics, and they're giving themselves the best possible chance so far starting things off. But again, that was a very, very bold pick that did pay off for Heretics, but the drafts were in question earlier, so they've got to keep this up and continue to convince me here going into our next map and mode, which is going to be Shooting Star, bound to the first pick of an artist.
Streamt manchmal
well in the previous set as well. So, the Juju, the Angelo, and the Tick banned out by Humble, the Grays, and the Max also banned out on the side of Team Heretics. And the long-range affair is where I always do like things to be for me on this particular map. The Angelo ban's quite key for the mid, and the Juju. I really quite like the Humble bans. They are much considerative of having that coin toss on the side of Team Heretics. So RT never really banned out. It's not really that kind of broad that's flashy enough to be so. Piper picked up by Humble. I did like seeing the max combo, which is banned out now by Heretics on that side of the field. So that's always a great counter into the Piper. So it being banned on the side of Heretics kind of opens up this brawl here. And you know, they are so good with it. We've absolutely been on the minds of Team Heretics. We've seen Drage mantling that particular brawler all day long. So a great starting hand. I like it.
Okay, I think that Team Heretics will find their options limited a little bit here, but might find an opportunity to go aggressive. It could be a bait. It's going to be tough because they don't have the max anymore. Also, the fact that Carl has been banned, I think, gives the Gene pick a little bit less value. Potential for them to be baited into something like a Penny by the pick because you got to be able to block that pull. Sprout is actually quite vulnerable to something like Gene. Now, Shooting Star, you might see that Sprout sneak up mid, and you're able to throw over the wall, apply the pressure to the Gene, blah, 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 blah. But that is when we're going to see, like, Semantic come up in lane, and then start trying to close in.
Mutz? Nein.
So, I see a Blue Star more likely for Team Heretics, just based on what I'm seeing right here in the draft. They're going to have to find a way to keep the Sprout safe. There are options that Humble can go with here that apply the pressure to the Sprout. We saw it in Knockout. Okay, the Kenshi, not that it's a primo pick here, but is a way of applying pressure to the Sprout, and there are many such ways to do it.
Again, it's a much better draft for me by Heretic so far. I'm convinced by the Gus the Sprout is a bit of a reservation, but ultimately the walls can be a great deterrent of Piper. So under pressure, you know, having those down, but also it's in the hands of Chaos. You know, it can change. The names under the brawls don't necessarily dictate who is going to play it. They can swap, but I mean, Chaos has just been notorious over the years for being such a fantastic Sprout. That's a brawler though that can be really aggressive into it. Certainly going to be quite a scary one on the side of Team Heretics to consider. That Gus shield needs to be handed over in those times of peril. Those RT legs need to be available.
Glaubt ihr, Gene spielt Lane?
And it's down to Humble to time those advances correctly and accordingly to ensure that they get the maximum value out of that brawler pick, because it can kind of fall flat on its face. So everyone needs to be really there for the supporting push to ensure that it comes out, surviving from it, because yeah, if you're a Melody player and you're going directly into the eye of the storm, you need to make sure that you're coming out smelling of roses. So some interesting ideas on both sides. I like the fact that Humble has got that kind of longer ranged approach combined with that more close up personal aggressive approach. And the Gene as well, it's a great supporting brawler to have. You can bring someone back in, gain some stars in those final seconds of the game.
Der Stock-Kommando zum
some good ideas on both sides, great starting
Arschloch-Kommando.
Good homemade recipe gadget.
Lass die Leute lurken.
Mann. Break the side. About the perfect setup.
Ist nur spannend bei Mods.
On that side, right-hand side.
Might be a bit tougher for Boss to apply the pressure that way, but he has occupied the mid-roll. See Drake taking a lot of damage, Semantic trying to apply the pressure from the left side. Can't really, did get a bit of the smoke on Drage to keep him low, but Boss is feeling the hurt from RT. That's fine though, because Humble are in control. Position, maybe not so much. Semantic taken down. Heretics now in the lead. Boss is looking for a chance to get in here. Not honestly the
Kann es sein, dass Heretics sich gedacht hat?
Over here on the RT. Because when you super in as Melody, it's a pretty non-committal brawler. You have 3 supers to get around. Wow, what a curve from Lukey. Keeping them out back, now focusing on Drage and maybe a bit of wall break towards the back right.
Du kannst auch Damage machen,
very important one as well to keep Humble in the lead now.
Druck.
Following up again, just shy there of Drage, but so incredibly close.
Hab ich vor, Cesar.
Connecting shot again.
Aber wenn dann mit Facecam, sonst macht das keinen Sinn.
You know, as soon as I see the Piper pick,
das wird eh kommen, 100%.
I know what Lukey can do with it.
Vor allem, weil ich mich schnell erschrecke. Extrem schnell. Also wirklich, also, das ist insane.
Does use it at just the right time, breaks the wall as well to help the hypercharge too, so that's going to be helpful.
Ich hoffe nicht,
the defensiveness where he can still get the angles, get the shots on that he needs to keep the Heretics off.
15 seconds left. It's time for Heretics to move.
Schade. Der Pull wäre geil.
There's also the super on a Drage. Boss trying to apply
die Wand
the
ist nicht
pressure.
gut. Ey, Chaos!
Taken down by Lukey.
Chaos!
Onto Lana and the final nail in the coffin.
Foot ist nicht raus, ne? Foot ist weitergekommen.
Top side, but it's still a humble win.
Much better.
Nee, lieber nur vom Game aus dann, oder? Das ist korrekt, David, ja.
And that was one of the things that, you know, for someone like Semantic, who's always so outgoing with his celebratory acts and stuff like that, you know, that was the biggest shift that we saw and it led Humble to victory. You can see there just everyone eyes on the prize, boss focused, everyone looking much more like they are in the zone, more locked in this time around.
Ich glaube, gegen Humble muss man echt Melodie anfangen zu bannen auf dieser Map, ne? Ja, gute Map.
More of a mid-firming role. Good aggression, good damage as well from Semantic there with the Vengeful Spirits gadget there, just keeping everyone low. Team Heretics now pushing back, trying to advance up upon things. No kills, no deaths. The blue star is with Boss in favor of Humble.
They get backed up, but I don't think they really mind. iChaos doesn't have a wall to keep them back anymore. They're in control. Boss has the ability to...
Guter Pull!
What a pull from Semantic!
Stark!
Got taken down. Oh, what a dodge against Lina. That's one, that's two. Body block from Boss with a super in. Lina can't be pushed that much by Boss.
Also Humble spielt super als Team. Das ist schon krass.
Stars to Team Heretics in the process.
Alles perfekt abgestimmt.
That's the problem. And the pressure mounting. Again, time not on their side. Chaos moving forwards, placing the wall. And what a great wall that is as well to push up. But with no super, Boss can't really go on the aggressive here. They've got to be careful not to feed Boss. That's the thing, because Chaos is going to fall. His walls are so good, so quick, but nonetheless, it's dangerous on their right-hand side. No question about it.
So kommt kein RT Gadget.
Now accordingly has the hypercharge as well. Can jump away as well. Magic hand now. Dre's definitely cautious around it, moving away from it on the left-hand side. Not want to feed over unnecessary stars here. Taking damage. Hypercharge for Chaos. Now push coming in. Inbound here for Team Heretics. It's now go time.
Hypercharge available for Luki. Same for Boss. He would love to have a super here. It would help him stay alive.
Der war kacke.
Keeps it up onto Lina. He's just one tap on the left side. iChaos vulnerable. Boss with the shield out. Takedown on iChaos. Humble close out the set.
Great control, much better composed there from Humble, and you can see it in
hat keinen Bock mehr, will schlafen gehen.
From Boss, and an outspokenness of Semantic, getting everyone communicating, you know, letting everyone know that, like, you know, we're back on track now. We've got the sets equalized out and the stats.
Bro, wieso kacken gerade alle auf RT? Das ist der dritte RT mit übel low DPS. Heute.
Nothing from Milan, 83 DPS. You know, it's really, really pretty, you know, score, you know, just. It's pretty abysmal, is what I'm trying to say.
Night and day difference, it seems, just in the vibes of their performance from the last set to
Crazy.
This one. Reddy, was that what you observed here? Was there a particular difference in what they were able to execute in this last game that, you know, was a bit out of pocket?
Ja, haben sie Strangi. 1-1.
Hitting their stride.
I think Humble basically figured it out.
Yeah, das ist Milo.
I think also you're looking at like an earlier Sprout selection, which was countered well. And we also saw that in set number 1. Sprout picked a little bit earlier, or just a thrower in general. It's quite vulnerable in close range. Melody was able to deal with it. RT, it's just not the catch-all solution.
There were some solutions, though, they did manage to pull out. What would you say was the ultimate fix there, Ark?
I think for me, Humble play a very good control game, you know, and they are that team which, you know, can really lock in when they need to, and, you know, just move past things. You know, in the World Finals especially, we saw that very thing take its place. We never saw, ever get 2 sets behind. They were just always eyes on the prize, and, you know, as a result, you know, they dropped 2 sets over throughout the entirety of the World Finals. That's composure. You know, that's really learning from your errors and your mistakes and coming back full circle to really focus on what you've got to get done. So this is what I kind of feel is always and has been always their best attribute. Putting it into effectiveness right there. Now tying up this series, and Team Heretics probably a little bit flustered. I thought the draft was pretty decent, to be honest, but like you said, Reddy, that, you know, Melody counter pick was a really, really solid one. It really forced the hand of where iChaos could really go, and you know, and what he could realistically do on the lane side, because he had to always be very cautious around it. And focusing in, but definitely not the result that they were looking for. Going into Gem Fort then for Gem Grab, the bans being Poco, Janet, and Lou for Humble. The Ash, the Kit, and the Max banned out by Team Heretics, who've got the coin toss here as well. Juju.
Like the obvious thing, basically.
Ich finde Kitban echt interessant.
especially on this map where you have indestructibles. Now, Stu also gotta be a big consideration here. Could be a strong first pick. Keeps you quite versatile, even into a thrower because you're able to break open walls. Yeah, I mean, and this isn't even like a huge read or anything. This is just how things have been going on Gym for it lately.
Hallo Mara. Mara, was sagst du?
Prepared to face into this. We've seen some strategies to deal with the Stu. Some of them have worked, some of them haven't. The Colonel Ruffs has not been functional so far, but it's going to take some other kind of mid to keep up with him. And another thing that I will shout out that we've seen on Gym for it is the strategy of making something that will hunker down in mid.
Alles wie erwartet. Sagst du 3-1 okay? Nicht 3-0?
Melody, however, is not headed in that direction. So I'm curious where Humble are going with this, because they have the last pick, and yet they've opted to not save this for a final selection.
Bit of a safety net. You know, it's very aggressive, gets in the faces of their opposition, and certainly for the idea of control, Juju as well. Like,
schlimm
on that front surge as well. So bit of an insurance policy, I guess.
Verlieren. Ja, aber ist jetzt schon, ist schon eine zweite Set-Lose in 2 Turnieren, das ist nicht gut, Mara.
So I don't mind it at all. Certainly the hypercharge as well. It's really in a good spot for Surge. But if left in that early stage, you know, you are still going to be not doing too much for your team. So you do
besser werden, ja 100%. Geht nicht.
Power Surge gadgets get quickly off the mark. Be able to do anything much for your team. Those side really looking to really lock down the mid too much now. Sandy's a great idea for that very thing. I mean, it doesn't lock things down, but it's certainly
Juju immer noch offen.
Ability to flush out the opposition. No one wants to stick around in the mid and be vulnerable to an attack when a sandstorm goes down. So, liking that from Heretics, definitely my kind of flavor, but a lot of lack of range as well. So, not really the most aggressive of brawlers. Certainly there's that, but it's going to be tickling more than taking down. So, I'd like to see something along those lines, either some range or some aggression or some tanking is exactly that. Frank going to come in, Team Heretics. We're lacking some hills on that front realistically there.
Doch, seht ihr auch da, glaube ich. Also, war das Chat?
What kind of stun are you bringing to deal with him? What sort of damage are you going to chew through all that health with? I think this is a sort of Colette with a question mark.
Ehrlich, Philipp.
This is how it's dealt with. Into the Sandy, into the
Spiel, ja, Chapi hatte doch Back-to-Back, glaube ich.
Possibly.
Und Ding auch. Was, Tensei?
I suppose that's where you... Okay, Griff is here to play. I suppose that's where you apply the surge, is into Sandy. That can work. It's just going to be kind of a, like, Buns matchup in the early game, because he's going to have to use the gadgets in order to compete there at all. Lurk in the bushes just a little bit. Or excuse me, or rather not use the gadget to level
Ich glaube, es
up,
war Back-to-Back.
Use the gadget to
Was nicht
reload
Back-to-Back?
ammo in the bushes. And that's only if Sandy actually decides to play that lane, because, folks, the game is at mid. That's where the gyms spawn. You can effectively play left and right lanes.
Eins und zwei, schon, ne?
You have terrain helping you out there too.
Wow. I'll be honest, I was not expecting Heretics to get that first
Nee, Sandy ist
set.
gut.
So to be one
Sandy ist
piece
nicht schlecht.
now, it excites me. We've got a match on our hands.
Nee, nicht gleich Roster, aber die Spiele, also was nicht Tensei und Achapi hintereinander? Alle Jonker. Gute Lags.
Does so effectively keeping that mid control of himself and Semantic, forcing back Lenan, who's running the Clash Royale skin. Love to see that as well. Make sure that you are gaining your Subtil ID points as well over on the Subtil store for that side of things, because that's how you get that skin. It's not cheap either, I like you. I love you, know.
Schau, wie viel Value eine Sandy Ult hat, Milo. Du brauchst eine Ult und du hast Control. Eine gute.
Sacrificing a gadget over here as well, completely baited out by Luki, who's now
Das ist halt
using the wall
schon
to his
stark.
advantage. No damage from Lena.
Aber ich finde Melody Gem Carry sehr interessant.
That's one.
Aber es
That's
klappt
two
sehr
more
gut.
gems for the guy, and he's waiting for number 10 to spawn in just a couple seconds now, with the chance to run all the way back home. Meanwhile, Boss is keeping up the pressure on the right side, so much so that Lena is forced to switch over, and he's still getting hit by Boss.
Ja, muss man gut spielen, Milo.
Eliminated by Drage, but it's just fine, because Luki is safe and sound. Team Heretics know that this game is over and it's headed
Naja, warte noch. Das ist noch ein langer Weg bis zu den Worlds.
Tensei
ist immer mich, Achapi.
Ja,
Ja, Achapi. Sieht der? Echt?
Leaving no stone unturned there. Just thorough, you know, thorough control. Gems consistently going into their pocket.
Was sieht der
Not too much back and forth. Team Heretics need to do more of
zweimal,
that on their side and bring a bit more fight to battle wall. I know swap lanes, but found boss immediately. That's just that's unfortunate. I mean, he tried his best to try to take Humble by surprise, but Boss run him like a book and already straight off that first.
Ja, ich dachte auch
exactly
Tensei.
what you want, despite that stun as well.
Ich glaube auch. Ich glaube nicht, dass es Site war.
The other side as well, ready for Lenan yet again, and
ich glaube, es war Chapi. Tensei?
Yeah,
Tensei oder Chapi, ne? Tensei oder Chapi. Ja, ja, ich bin Brawler-Lexikon, alles gut, Chat.
But Semantic's been busy. The demolition crew is coming in to get rid of some of these walls and the bushes. Now, though, massive area control. Boss, Luki gradually taking damage. Lena not going to get any
Zu
value
spät, ja, ja,
from that
Schlafenszeit.
super. Luki trying to close in for the kill.
Wieso war Luki kurz AFK?
Chaos is too much for Luki to fend off alone. Thankfully for him, though, Semantic and Boss have started to grant.
Passiert dem Besten und Mara.
It's a kill on Lena, and they're going to equalize the gem count by the looks of things. Trying to deny Drage the super for a little bit longer, with Lena about to crash through the window once again with a hypercharge and a super ready to move.
Luki continues to drop the 2024
Wäre schon gut, macht es,
champions
ja.
pin, just to remind Team Heretics that they are the underdog of this tale. Pushing that right hand side, trying to close the gap on Luki. Then is Lenan. Gems still spawning in the mid. Drage trying to dash his way around a bit of 7 apiece at the moment. Boss is low here as well, very low, 708 HP to his name. Drage falls back, can't close the gap, no speed, agility, super to be able to do so. So Chaos trying to hang on, and Boss finds a tap.
Wenn Luki gleich Ult bekommt, nur weil reicht. Postboot war unterwegs. Krass. Humble ist echt stark.
One from the mid. Yeah, it's not going to happen. They've got to go the aggressive. It's going to be Semantic or Boss, and it's going to be now. Gems straight to the hands of Luki.
Genau so, Shadow.
It's not going to happen. Humble secure it yet again. Another set going their way. Smarts for Semantic.
Hat er gerade Mittelfinger gezeigt?
Much more comfortable about this now. The once early lead from Team Heretics dwindling now. As the confidence continues to rise.
Amazing performance.
Das ist Free Tweet, Mara. Free Meme. Spul zurück, mach Screen.
Let's talk about Semantic over here. All of that damage.
Was ist da hoch? Ich glaube, es war ein Mittelfinger. Ich hab's nicht genau gesehen, es war so schnell.
But when we look across the way at Team Heretics, what was seemingly supposed to be the power player in Lena on this Frank just wasn't really able to get up there. That's because he had such a huge undefended path up to mid. He wasn't able to really use any walls. He wasn't playing that left lane. He's playing the open one, trying to utilize his health as best as possible, but getting out DPS.
Schon, ne? So ein Mittelfinger.
You can see the comfort rise in the Humble.
Mach schnell, bevor andere es machen, Mara. Sonst verlorener Content.
That's where we are. It's been a long day, and there is so much, and I've been so locked in. And gentlemen, we have seen so much good stuff from Humble here. I have to wonder, of all the teams that have come out in this monthly final, are they looking the strongest to current world champs?
Ich wüsste nicht, was schreiben dazu. Keine Ahnung.
What would you say, Art?
Yeah, for me at the moment, you know, this was the test that I was looking for, was seeing how they were going to fare in the semi-final stage, and certainly at the moment they are doing what they do best. You know, the first bit to start things off wasn't great, you know, no doubt about that, and it was great from Team Heretics that they were able to wipe the slate clean from their quarterfinals performance. But since then, that first set passed and Humble started to really lock in, and so far not
No cap das gut.
in time. So.
Bro, David, hast du viele Kanalpunkte oder so? Wie viele Emotes hast du schon geändert? Jetzt habt ein Duster, ja. 3? Welchen? Ah, das. Ja, okay.
Quite a trying time now for Team Heretics. That first quarterfinals was tough, but this is going to be even tougher for them. There's going to be Griff, Barley, and the Byron band out by Humble. The Berry, the Melody, and the Stew.
Poco offen, Dre offen, Juju offen.
Great to see the Berry band. Kind of already had to be there, but it just leaves Juju open at the top thrower to consider now on this
Melodiebahn.
But it's a dangerous map to bring Juju in a little bit more so because it's very easy to break.
Hier, Mara, mach Screen, Melodiebahn und dann schreibst du dazu Humble nach dem Melody gebannt wurde und Mittelfinger. Easy Content! Ich muss Social Media Manager werden. Warte, kann ich das nicht sein? Von mir selber? Ach, scheiße.
I think is a pretty decent shout. It's gonna be quite good against tanks as well. The high
Egal.
charge with that immediate stun as well. Just keeps that
Schlichter Draft. Schwer in dieser Meta. Zusammenklappen. Genau, mach OP-Kopf dahin.
That Lu now is gonna be a pretty big deterrent of that fact.
I figure when it comes to the Juju discussion, I believe that the Griff ban should make this pretty available. Griff is going to be good into plenty of other stuff. We'll see Heretics.
Ich vermute, die werden jetzt Poco gehen.
Someone's got to do it.
Heretics.
But the 2-3 combo, how do you make this Juju work a little bit better? Because enemy is going to be thinking about how they're going to disrupt the thrower. There are options to do this. Stu, notably, has been banned out by Team Heretics, so that's one fewer option to break down the walls. Let's see how they pair it up. 2-3.
Yes, easy.
Janet is a selection. A control brawler that
ja, dann spielt Humble halt Poco.
Humble have enabled this for themselves by going ahead and picking up this loot.
Poco Daryl.
Fantastic.
Poco Draco. Poco.
By getting some of the stuns. Just a top pick in general in Brawl Stars right
now.
Doesn't even have to be Hot Zone, even though he is the indisputed king of Hot Zone.
Yes, Poco schon stark, ja. Du musst die andere ID schicken, Mara. Die zählt nicht.
Nah, for me, Janet, Juju, can't go wrong there.
Jetzt noch Poco.
It's daunting. You know, it really is
Mach es.
a daunting thing, and I
Mach
really
Poco.
feel like the two brawlers on the side of Team Heretics do the best of jobs. Juju for sure with Grigi will be a good way to deter Frank.
Mach jetzt!
Doesn't really have the strongest DPSs, so I feel like Humble is a pretty safe pick at this stage of the draft and one that makes a good pairing as well with that loot. See, we want to follow up with, again, a bit of range on that side of things. Or control for the Juju. Going for heals instead though. Poco, again, I'm not overly convinced by it at the moment, to be honest. We've seen it a couple of times.
Und
I haven't been a big
jetzt
fan of it. Here I can more understand it. Support the
von No Cap in Dynamite.
You know, they put themselves in a position where there's not many other choices of healers to really help on that front. So as now Team Heretics try to ask themselves the question, what are we going to be going in to address this
Fühl ich
fact?
nicht.
They're thinking Ash.
Gar nicht.
It's okay. I'm not sure necessarily if it's going to be the biggest of threats against the Frank and who comes out on top in that kind of back and forth. It's a pretty level matchup for me for the most part, with the heals behind the Frank. I'd put my money on Humble staying on their feet more than the Ash pick. I think they kind of have a bit more of a harder count.
Ja, vielleicht nicht ganz. Aber wenn Lenane sagt Go, dann ist es Go, ne?
I'm tempted to say it's a winning draft for Humble just because it's what I'm more familiar with. It's what I've seen win more. Now, Ash, great brawler. Don't get me wrong. Just haven't seen it as frequently. Into the Frank as well, he doesn't have like a way of stunning Frank, isn't going to outlive a Frank in many situations. And he does have this gadget, but he's going to have to sacrifice a lot of his rage in order to get there. The rats aren't going to do anything to Frank anyway. But it looks like the idea is that they're going to farm super off of the Frank. Semantic closes around from the left side on the flank.
Juju's viel zu stark.
Is quite severe from Heretic so far.
Chaos is honestly, I say this every single week, he's such the glue. He is just the glue of the squad, regardless of the roster.
Sehr gut, Amo.
So quickly early on to establish so much damage. We're seeing a lot of trades, Semantic, the last man standing, but if Team Heretics keep this up, they've got this on lockdown, in my opinion. You know, Chaos on another super yet again, and now just rotating.
That's crazy, Godson. Ich hab ihn nicht, trotz Master. Schade.
Drage on the zone, now jumping away. Nice play. Love that from Drage with the backstage pass gadget there to jump away from peril. And now Humble's super low. They've got to be forced away from the zone yet again. As now Team Heretics.
Mara, hörst du die Calls beim Draften?
Just no contest when it comes to the Rats versus Semantic on this Frank. What are you gonna do? Lana, though, seems to be confident in his ability to farm the super and cycle it because Boss and Lukey are going to have a much tougher time. Not so much Lukey, he's able to hit all of them in one blow. Ooh, Drage stunned, but there's no one for support. Tries to get the kill on Boss, hits him just at the end of the Ice Block expiring. And Team Heretics are
Wieso ist Juju manchmal nicht gebannt? Ich check es nicht. Juju nimmt alle auseinander. Die ist trotzdem offen jedes Mal. Ich check's nicht.
He knew it was the end times. This is going to be Team Heretics running away with the game win.
Sagen die was? Also
really dominant, comfortable. Team Heretics feeling much more in their own skin for me. I didn't think the draft was that flashy.
Ich finde das insane, Anton.
But I wasn't convinced by it enough to think that
Okay, Stu verstehe ich. Dass Stu eine Juju besiegen kann, check ich. Deswegen pickt man lieber einen Stu. Aber wieso bannt man, also check ich nicht. Stu ist sogar gebannt hier.
Bringing that Grigri in so quickly is what he's got to do now. Look at Samantha. He knows that that was the mistake. Going in super aggressive, very overzealous, a little bit so there, but I think 2 shots away now. Chaos from a Grigri. There it is, and that's where things start to cycle things through. Drake already has super as well. He finds Boss in the skies too.
Die Ult von Juju nimmt Frank halb auseinander. Das ist crazy.
I think this was a lucky lane matchup for Semantic right off the bat because he got to get on this Juju who could not out DPS him. Oh, check out Drage getting a couple shots off before sitting on top of Boss.
Warte, aber krieg ich meinen?
For a moment, dodging a lot of shots. What? Have you ever seen a
Ist immer noch auf dem Schrank?
and not even get a kill and competitive? Nice stuff from Boss. Even pops another ice block to keep himself alive.
Ja,
Juju down. No problem. Semantic is on the case. And there's so much presence here at mid. Drage now. For a takedown on Boss, circling around for a second round. The heals
okay, das war crazy.
Out as Semantic avoided damage for long enough to start
das Timing.
Drage. Excellent sidestep to keep himself alive. You don't see that Janet gadget very often, so it's awesome to see the play come out. Boss also with the kill with the hypercharge. Drage once again has cycled a hypercharge of his own. But check out Humble's percentage here. They're up to 86%
Bro, was?
in spite of a team white.
Was hat Drage gemacht?
Heretics have brought it back.
No way, that play continues on to give Humble.
Die Map wird öfter so aussehen auf bei Infinity Gadgets. Die war crazy, die Hype war. Aber bringt halt leider nichts.
Honestly, unbelievable stuff, but it's not going to be enough. And now Humble move on now to 1 game away from being in today's grand final in their first monthly final of the year. Oh, what a shame for Team Heretics there, because that Drage play was honestly just so beautiful to watch. But the difference was there. For me, that difference maker was Semantic. By breaking open so much of the map in an early point in the game, eradicating those bushes, forcing the hand then of where IKS can realistically find value, that was all him. And as soon as the map was open, it really just came to a point where Team Heretics started to dwindle. And there's nowhere realistically for them to do much.
Juju hat nach 5 Sekunden Ult. Das ist crazy.
It is quite close. It is quite tight in this matchup. Anyone can take it, in my opinion.
Oh, Lana.
No
didn't
way.
hit that last shot on Boss, but did manage to finish strong. What a scuffle on the right side.
No
it didn't
way.
look possible for Boss to get the kill. It just needed one more shot, but Lana popped out of the stun and healed just in time. Got the win on the lane. Team Heretics took the control of mid, but in the meantime, Lana, he was busy feeding that super to Boss, which gives Humble the control of mid. Semantic also now looking for a chance to break open some of the walls. A kill on IKAOS. No, not going to happen with the stun, but it will happen with the gadget. Hypercharge out. Drage hypercharges, but can't get to the sky. He didn't even use a gadget to get out of the way. So much lost utility, and it's like you're saying, Art, all the walls broken down and nowhere for Juju to stand.
I agree, and Drage has been hitting those gadgets consistently well, and that was the one time that you've really had to land it, and had a lot of time in mind.
Julie gehen zum Finale. SKWD weiterkommen. Jinx, schade. Timing gekackt. Bro, der Kommentator. So Jinx, du. Sorry!
Humble are surely going to take this round. The hypercharge from Semantic to secure
Humble Finale.
Needed. It's not even going to be there. Humble are in the grand finals, and now they can celebrate. They brought it back. They kept their composure.
Bleib hier.
And the reigning world
Bleib hier.
champions continue to dominate this region.
Turn on the lights, Semantic.
Licht
there
an.
we go. Yeah, they had to turn off the lights so they could lock in real quick. No distractions, no nothing. Only Brawl Stars still got one more tough matchup ahead of them.
Mann. Digga, wieso bannt man Juju? Ich verstehe es nicht. Das macht dem Leben doch nur schwer. Das macht einem das Leben so schwer.
So sharp in these matches. So many times we've had to discuss, well, was this the other team kind of tripping up? Was this just them taking advantage? But I really think, and the stats will show here, Heretics brought the fire.
Kann es sein, dass Poco, Barry und so eine 100%ige Winrate haben?
Like they cleared out the center. They look like they could even turn it over. But moments of brilliance throughout from Heretics. Anything you want to shout out that we might have missed before we move forward with Humble into the grand finals? Art.
I think for me, it was kind of what I expected.
Was ist jetzt Foot gegen SK, ne?
Heretics didn't have the best start to the day, but they came into this series
Weiß ich nicht,
refined, like getting that first set. I thought, oh, hang about. This could be an upset that I wasn't expecting to see happen, and I'm kind of getting worried for our predictions in every match today because it has been one of those days. But so far, so good, right? But that was one that could have made me think twice. But then Humble just started to really lock in. Absolutely so. And
Mara, was sagst du zur Kanalpunkte-Wette?
Obviously gained more and more to it, and you know, I think the best team won at the end of the day. We've got the team on that side of the bracket which deserves to be in the grand finals.
Absolutely, and ready to take a look.
Nein, läuft schon, Mara. Die läuft schon. Warte, was sagen die? 41% SK Gaming, 48% Humble. Zenix, doch.
I'm gonna go with SK. Even though they did drop a set to Papara Supermassive had pulled off some pretty serious stuff in the qualifier bracket. They actually managed to take down Foot Esports. Now Foot Esports kind of stumble through Team Electros, which was I think, purported by many to be one of the weaker teams in the competition today. So I'm gonna go with
4% Heretics, 7% Foot.
Alright, well we've got greatness ahead in the form of our next semi-final and then grand final match. But we've got some greatness to look back on too with these replays. We'll be right back with more Brawl Stars.
Wenn jetzt die Hyper nicht kommt, ne? Gescammt. Also von Rage, diese Janet Ult. Eine gute Chance? Ich glaube nicht. Ich glaube die Chance ist vielleicht so 20-30%. Nee, Maurice, die läuft ja, also die ist am Laufen. Also abgeschlossen, aber es muss noch beendet werden. Dieser Clash Royale Pin, ne? Das ist das. Stark, David.
It was last year's World's Grand Finals, and Symantec clutched the game with Hypercharge Super.
Come on!
So here, Gale used a wrong gadget. Tornado.
Mann! Die machen ihn zum Hund!
So this was a set that started the legendary Juan Carlos kit meme.
Bro, wie kann man... Bro!
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship EMEA Monthly Final, the first of 2025. We've seen an incredible performance from so many teams. Lots to write home about in individual games and sets, but the matches are what matters here, and that last match sent our team Humble, the current world champs, onto the grand final.
Hast du mitbekommen, Mara?
Dive into SK Gaming versus Foot Esports to figure out who else
mit dem Joker-Fail. Die blenden irgendwelche Highlights ein. Die machen Highlights da, wie Humble Pop-Off geht. Dort macht jemand irgendwelche geile Sachen. Dann zeigen sie, wie Joker freies Tor verkackt. Bro! Die Produktion ist auch. Achso. Und wait das. Weißt du wer das? Oh, weißt du wer das ist? Hier hinten.
and also humble if they make it all the way in the grand finals.
Respektlos extrem. Also beim Chat meinten, das ist Hurricane. Der Manager. Wie heißt der? Weißt du's?
No small feat to get past them, but Foot definitely has the history. Now taking a look at it a little bit deeper, Ark, what's jumping out to you?
Oh, I mean, from the player cams, I mean, I was getting spicy in that locker room, I'll tell you. But esports history, however, of course, if you're all new to the BSC, maybe you won't necessarily know, but last year, this is the squad that was Zeta Division and were the reigning world champions, who coming off the back of 2023, lifting the trophy and then losing it in the form of a belt to Humble, who took it and so well at the World Finals last year. But you know, it wasn't the best Zeta Division. But I mean, we say that, but by comparison to the whole scene in the whole region as a, you know, across the BSC, I think Zeta did really pretty well. It was just simply going out in the first round of the bracket stage of the World Finals, you know, to the SK Gaming to a 2-3 scoreline. You know, it was a definite upset. It was the biggest upset of the World Finals for many, because we expected to see Zeta Division go all the way, but it wasn't to be. And for SK Gaming as well, on the other side of the field, you know, they're a fierce competitor. They've been really wanting to establish themselves in World Finals more so over the years, and this is their chance to really like get ahead of the game to start the season. I mean, this is how SK Gaming tend to start every year. They tend to win the first monthly final of the year. They did so last year. This time was their first in March to win the monthly finals. They didn't win one after that, but they tend to do very well in the opening months and dwindle down slightly from there. Today, they can't do that. They've got to start and end the season as they mean to go on. And there's a bit of a rundown here from Joker's Pass as well. 4-time monthly final champion. I mean, that's very, very good going. No doubt about it. Member Masters champion as well for the SPS back in 2023, as well as the Champions Invitational champion.
Also diese Zeichnungen, die sind fatal.
Joker's won 4 monthly finals out of 17.
Chaos sieht da ganz schlimm aus.
Pretty impressive. This is his 18th monthly final here today. It's Yoshi's 24th monthly final. There's a great amount of prestige.
Das ist Mara, Chat.
Yeah, taking that closer look at Joker, Trav, I gotta wonder, you know, it's not just the accolades that this player's bringing to the team. It's a lot of history, a lot of experience. What in particular do you think makes him a strong player?
I mean, he's been, you know, he was a prodigy before he even started, and like I think his mechanics really, you know, set him above the rest in the to start with. But I think as time's gone in, it's kind of come down, and like his mentality and his leadership and stuff kind of brought along with his mechanical skill. Obviously, still has that that makes him the player that he is, and he's just a player that so many desired early in his career. So it's not like he was really searching for a team for so long and kind of just recently. As soon as he turned 16, he was pretty much picked up by Reply Totem. So he's been playing at the top level of Brawl Stars for such a long period of time now. He's got about as much experience as anybody can ask for.
We've got our maps, we've got our game modes here. Now we just have to let our players get set. And all that tournament experience they're bringing to bear. Have you seen any difference really in their online, offline performance from either of these teams are?
Nicht Zeta, nicht, keine Ahnung, so ein Undercover-Ding.
I mean, again, bringing OP back into SK Gaming, I don't think is a bad roster move at all. But it's going to take a little bit of time to find each other's selves again. It was great to see OP playing them all. There were some mistakes along the way. I felt like his game wasn't necessarily up to the same standard today so far as Yoshi and Joker. That's just my opinion. But again, as time passes, that synergy gets to be a bit more resolved, and the confidence will grow with it. It's been a while, remember. So I think that this is a great opportunity for him to be able to put that into motion in the semi-final stages. Get into the grand
Genau so, David. Genau so fragt sie ihn. Englisch gibt es nicht. Hola, Pedro. Un helado o un café?
He's always been very much present in the scene, and even last year when he wasn't on what we felt
that is crazy.
Standout roster, was making the grand finals of monthly finals, coming second place, coming shy, but
Una cerveza, por favor.
He's chasing that first monthly finals win, and today he's going to want to demonstrate that he's fully able to do so.
Has so many feathers in his cap, the average person wouldn't notice that he's missing one, but totally get the drive to get that score, and he's certainly got the support of the talent team behind him. All of us choose an SK.
Maps sind aber auch immer gleich, ja?
That is entirely up to Foot and SK as we head on to our first map. Was taken away.
SK Manager, nee, sie ist Ersatzspielerin.
Well, 84% Ark. I think that's the right place to start, isn't it? Very, very surprising to me. 2023 World Champions versus 3 players who have
Nein, Spielerin, Aaron. Also die springt ein. So, wenn Open nicht mehr spielen will oder müde ist, dann springt sie ein. Muss Humble, Finale. Das gemeint. Nein, ja, sie springt ein. Wenn Open nicht mehr will, dann springt sie ein.
Former world champions. I think that might be partially to do with as well. Like I said earlier today on the event site, now it's showing the win rates as well. So that will go back to the qualifiers and such and take everything into account on some level. But,
nein, main team.
At the same time, you know, I think that it's fair to say that
diese emergency sub.
By far the biggest struggles in the qualifying stages. You know, having to go through the lower bracket stage there.
Sie haben es geändert. Es gab immer 3-Spieler-Roster, jetzt gab es 4-Spieler-Roster. Jetzt haben sie Mara angemeldet.
SK Gaming on the other hand really just breezed through it, beating Eclipse Esports to a 3-0 scoreline, a sweep in the upper bracket. It's a bit of a night and day for me. So going to Bounty,
da komme ich vorbei, David.
Especially after what we witnessed
Escape Facility
for esports, they've got to really prove me wrong today here if they're expecting to make the grand finals. Banning out the Max, the Gene, and the Carl, the Angelo, the Juju, and the Tick of SK Gaming. I think the exact same bans we saw from today. Many teams valuing the Tick ban on Shooting Stars.
Sprout first.
First pick a Sprout is a dangerous thing to do when you've already seen today SK Gaming and OP picking Mortis, showing that they're not afraid to really take a chance and a daring one at that. But against the Sprout, it's not even that. It's just logical to go against it in something aggressive. But a first pick, regardless as to what way you want to look at it, is a very risky place to pick a Sprout.
I mean, Melody still on the table, right? Like, not banned out, so yeah, it's literally like the exact same as Mortis, but a bit more reliable when you can actually still fight at range. They're going to take the RT, that's pretty normal. You know, if you're getting pushed back late game or need to push late game, dropping your legs and going forwards is always a very good thing to have. It's just so versatile, short range, long range, whatever you need to do. RT can do it. So SK Gaming still have this second pick now, should be coming in very, very shortly. And a Piper, not actually going to choose that aggression at the moment, more of a long range, which surprises me when Sprouts already been picked up first, but they might be waiting until last.
I'm always for it, you know me. Piper in this
Sprouts first wundert mich sehr stark.
The golden years of BSC, love it. Let's see how for esports want to respond.
Andererseits ist Juju Tick gebannt.
Definitely in for esports.
Karl auch, Jean auch, Max auch. Also es gibt eigentlich keine bessere Mitte.
So if one isn't, then I would like to put my money on. There you go, this is it. I'm inside the minds of the team, but again, they are, for me, SK are kind of giving for esports the best possible chance
ist aber schwer, also man muss schon gut machen.
Perfect counter picks, which they are as comfortable as they are with. You know, it's kind of feeding a bit of fuel to the fire for me really here, but SK wouldn't be picking Piper if they weren't expecting a solid hard counter like it. I wouldn't mind a Pearl, not sure whether okay, yeah, and that is the flavor. Okay, we're just on it today in these semi-final stages for esports with a decent draft. But is it one
mich nicht wundern, wenn OP jetzt Mortis spielt.
Certainly that Pearl's going to do a good job of
Willkommen bei mir, Sandra.
Sprout, if we see something from SK Gaming here, it's going to be going on that border specifically.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Both Nanny and Pearl can deal with like a Melody at close range or anything aggressive at all, to be honest with you. So, nice picks there. They're going to have to pivot away from the probable Melody they were going to go for. Which is kind of, you know, it's okay. You had that TP set up. I'm not sure if it's my shooting star pick, but
ja, mach mal bitte.
That unbreakable wall and put them in a bit more of a compromised position is definitely a solid thing to have for this roster. But we're going to have some long-range matchups on the lane, and for the most part, the Sprout should be beating the Grey.
Nee, Gegner hat Matchup. Dennoch.
Die
Map ist aber auch nicht gut dafür. Und Rosa auch nicht. Gegner dennoch. Q&A mit Pedro. Nächsten Stream Special Guest, Pedro.
Get back to their former selves, bring their thumbs back to normality. That's what I'm looking for in it. Gary wanted to show already joking.
Pulling natürlich Spanisch. Hola amigo. ¿Qué pasa?
Beautiful stuff and Meow with one shot missed there. Duolingo. Back over, but Joker's moving around the situation really nicely for me. Tried to get another gadget and now.
So, ich finde, das war ein bisschen zu offensiv für Joker. Aber er muss.
I mean, overstayed is welcome for about
Sprout controller, it's over.
They probably should have just got the kill and like gone back with it, to be honest with you, but felt a bit too confident in his jukes after dodging a few shots, I think. So, not that he shouldn't be looking at this. TP's in now, gets walled out, but might be able to TP
Nächsten
out
Fall
in
gut,
second. Pulls that now
weil gegen Sprout musst du rushen. Viel Spaß, Mara. Gegen Sprout musst du rushen. Aber wenn dann ein Pearl ist, du kannst nicht rushen. Nee, wegen SK-Match, Mara. Mein Gelaber ist scheiße, weißt du.
Beautiful stuff, and now Joker making an aggressive advance on this right-hand side, but big taps from now onto the middle there, making OP have to rethink things through very much so.
Ist egal,
Gary down to 100 HP.
Pearl hat die Anwesenheit extrem viel Druck gemacht. Bitte überlebt Joker. Nein. Oh! Nee, doch nicht. Dachte nie.
But Footies will still have the lead. 9 stars and the blue, just that 1-star lead. But now with Peep coming in, it's going to find someone here. Who's it going for? It's going to find Joker, but no follow-up there. It means that Yoshi can just push forwards onto Garo.
Yeah, that's fine. It's pretty much
Bisschen zu offensiv für Yoshi. Zu offensiv. Too much. Ja, Milo.
I just don't know whether that is the play that... I mean, maybe you should wait for your teammates. I mean, it's a bit of a desperation attempt. I think that OP knew that nothing was going to come from it as well. But, I mean, just it just looks like you're just handing over stars, doesn't it? But I think prior to that, the game was already done. I think that's put esports back in. And like you mentioned, rightly pointing out, I think SK Gaming just had overconfidence. They just went in really early, overly aggressive, outstaying the welcome, being out of position. And, you know, despite us saying earlier that we felt that esports should have put up a better fight, making silly mistakes, that is another one happening right there, because Joker's waiting for that, and the blue star as quickly as that hand over, now he's out of position as well. You know, for esports aren't playing it the cleanest, but SK were definitely a victim of their own aggression in that last game.
Jetzt haben sie Lead und jetzt wird es sehr eklig für Foot. Wenn die Nani-Ult nicht trifft.
But did perfectly and got that back. So there's only 1 star different now. Joker was 4, and with how aggressive he has to be and how aggressive he has been in that last game, I'm sure he's probably not going to last a minute and 15. So SK might need to add a few more stars.
Yaro's bringing in so much value for his team, making so much space, and now we're seeing SK on the back.
Jetzt ist eklig für SK. Jetzt, das ist nicht eklig. Wallbreak ist sehr wichtig gewesen.
But actually not activated on the side of SK Gaming, so good awareness from them and keeping Gary low HP. But now back to mid.
Echt, Aro?
Try and find another Peeps with a hypercharge now as well, so if you can just get that before the end of the match and connect it. Here it goes. Going around now, but SK will be so cautious, trying to bait out from OP the jump potentially here. The longer it goes down,
großer Kopf ist, ne?
TP away from Yoshi. This has got to land. It finds Yoshi, but again, where's the follow-up?
Yoshi,
around the corner is there. In the meanwhile, there's a trade bringing more stars over to SK.
3 stars in it now, and Joker will be the man they're going for. He has his TP to be able to get away, though. Yoshi getting tapped up on this right-hand side, and Blue Star will stay their side if they get OPE only. Nice peek from him, and he didn't even go down. Now the wall comes in from Meow, but if he's left alone, Joker will be able to capitalize and get that kill. OP down to 1 shot. Yoshi as well on the right-hand side, and they might be better off focusing those two, but they're choosing to go pretty much 1 player each and not focus the same person. Down goes Gero, and that's going to extend the lead for SK. Joker goes down, TP almost goes down and does, but Yoshi narrowly survives and keeps the lead in SK's favor.
Good turnaround for SK, I'll be honest. I mean, it's going to be a really tough thing to continue this up, but that is how you respond. It really is. For SK there, that was the way to play it. Take back control and
Bounty geht immer bis zum Schluss.
The aggressiveness of everything. It's a great way to start things off. Confidence is key, no doubt about it. But again, it's a fine balance in brawl to get that right. And that was the way to go about it. I want to see Meow be much more cautious in this blue star this time around. Trying to get the kill on Joker. He fell for it again. Pulled in. Luckily able to avoid the shots from both Yoshi and OPE, but that could have gone south. Again, if esports are making sort of the same mistakes or taking the same chances, I should say. And not always.
Welcher David? Ich habe 5 im Kopf.
Well, Gero on the right side. This should be his matchup. He should be pretty comfortable about this one. Look, Joker with some walking canes through the mid might be able to bring Meow through that wall. At the moment, he's at a risk of going down himself. Also, OP on the left-hand side. Both of them one-shot, and Foot should start to move up the map here, take advantage of the fact that they're going to be healing, but they do have the lead, so don't want to overextend too much. And choose to wait it out, and Meow already hypercharged in the back.
Yeah, hypercharge for him. I want to consider on the left-hand side here, just blocking the OPE. Not the greatest of walls, but he provides somewhat of a saving grace, but can replace it, I assume, if he wants. gadget. Kane
Stark.
finds then Meow from Joker. Oh, that follow-up was almost there as well from OPE. I think tanked just in the nick of time there, but now he's going around yet again. But
schon öfter passiert damit.
Securing kills to just kind of connecting and getting damage.
Ja, okay. Ja, Theodorov. You are the worst, Max.
And try to time it with your teammates to get.
Go back to the jungle, you fuck.
But now in the back lines, only one singular kill for SK to have to make. Hope you have a nice connection there onto Naui, but shield is there and it's not going to do too much.
Yeah, Sprout Wall was a bit useless as well, but Meow recycles it in time using that gadget. Now he losing that shield does get it back up and running pretty much instantly. The wall is placed down, but there's so much pressure on them. TP available from Joker as well, and Hypercharge used just for a bit of extra movement. Gero now in this position to use this peak. TP forward from Joker. But the return to senders there. Joker.
Aber schlecht getimed. Hätte warten müssen, bis Hypercharge weggeht.
Has a lot of work to do if SK want to bring this back, and that's just not going to happen as Foot Esports takes set number 1.
Chloro back. I wasn't too sure myself. The last game was pretty convincing for me on the side of SK. I thought they may have been enough to secure the set, but that was very much better than what we've seen all day, in fact.
1-0
and a very important set to claim. But we saw in the last semi-finals match the exact same
thing am Handy.
With Humble losing that first set, but they came back strong consecutively. So now the question is, can SK do the same? They are that team, a momentum-based team. For esports, that's a victory that hasn't been really
Digga, wieso ist euer Team immer so low bei DPS? Was ist das?
Momentum has not really been in anyone's favor. We've seen so much swinging back and forth that I still have strong hope for SK Gaming here, but I have to wonder, what is that hope based on? Seeing a little bit of their scramble, a little bit of that eager aggression, especially in that first game. What was your read on what SK was bringing? Do you think they're going to be able to kind of reel it back in?
Kein Aim.
To be fair, only one kill, should I say, really separated them across all the games. It was very close, pretty much every single one. So I don't think there's that much that they really have to do too different. You know, it's between these two teams like Foot and SK, it's going to go back and forward so much. I don't know how much necessarily they need to change to be able to make a win. I'm sure eventually it'll just swing their way if it's meant to be. And I know that's bad advice, but I think that's just how it is between these two teams.
So just hold on, stay strong. What do you say, Ark?
For me, it came down to that very thing that I said going into the match. It was always going to be, for me, a question of whether the Piper pick was worth going with, because it was going to get countered by Nani, and SK know that, like, Foot Esports are going to want to play Nani. Like, and they're just giving them more reason to. And Gero was cycling peeps all over that game. I mean, time and time again, he was piloting. And all the time that he's doing that, SK can't really push, and they've got to be there to protect each other and ensure that there's no follow-up to those damages that he's able to consistently bring into the table. So, I mean, and this is another map where it's a very Nani-based map. I think that Foot Esports are getting quite blessed, actually, with this kind of map rotation at the moment. I think that Pedro's going to be cautious on this draft. Don't give Foot Esports what they want. Try to bring them out of their comfort zone, as we've already seen today. As soon as teams do that, Foot Esports have crumbled. So I think that's the way that I would play this. It's almost worth having a lesser draft for yourself and what you want to play for the sake of Foot Esports having a weaker draft and taking some of their favorite ideas away and putting them into that position. So let's see as the draft comes in. The bans need to be there. I need to see a Melody ban for sure, because if that's not part of it, you can certainly expect it's going to be valued quite highly up. And a Juju ban as well, and an Angelo ban. In fact, you know, why not throw Eve in there as a potential? I think it'd be more likely to be picked than it will be banned.
Humble finale, yeah.
A bit of a must ban there for me. Colette probably up there as well. But certainly many options on this map. It's kind of why I like it in the rotation. It's one of my favorite heist maps actually we have going in the BSC. So.
Yeah, nice and slow. That's the thing. That's what we like about it. It's not as rushed as the rest of it. It does still kind of like, you gotta stay calm and composed, pick your moments, get damage where you can, and it's kind of rarely just done in a one push, unlike some of the other maps, like Hot Potato, which is just go for it, go for the safe a lot of the time, and safe zone definitely makes you think about it a bit more, and I think that's heightened if Melody and Chuck are both banned out the way. It gets that base race even less. But as you say, start coming in soon, and we expect to see the Melodies, the Chucks, Angelo because of his water walking ability. So it's kind of a bit of a sharpshooter match, but recently we've been seeing a lot more mid-range coming down these kind of lanes.
Achso, die Spieler oder chillen kurz.
Carl as well making a bit of a comeback here as well, which is quite nice to see. Over to really get onto the safe and definitely
kein Juju.
And it's not banned out here. The cult actually is there, but I think it makes a lot of sense. OP is definitely the player that would be looking to bring that kind of thing into the equation, or albeit a high-risk brawler pick. In the BSC, you know, this is the best players in the world for a good reason. So certainly those 6 unique bands.
Also ich sag dir ganz ehrlich, Pauline, für 2000 € mache ich auch eine 2 Stunden Pause. Ist okay für mich. Mach ich. Wieder kein Juju. Ich check's nicht.
It's one of the best maps in Heist. Can struggle a little bit though, especially now opening up the doors to a potential Eve pick for me, because if that now was to be used, it's really tough for Andrew to play into. At this stage in the draft, it allows other brawlers to really kind of compensate for it, but certainly it's just something to consider there as well. But Pivot is an option, wouldn't play well into an Eve either, so let's see what they're thinking. I think there's plenty of options here, but it's a very good starting hand for esports, albeit a bit of a risk.
Yeah, I mean, Angelo, I think you've kind of got to. Regardless, I mean, Juju somehow managed to slip through as well. Angelo and Juju both getting through this banning process. Extremely surprising to me, considering a lot of the pathways through on this map are water, and these are the 2 best water-walking brawlers at the moment. So definitely surprising to see, but they clearly value that penny above the Juju, which is extremely surprising to me. And the same with the Colt above the Juju. Does, you know, make me question it a little bit, but at the same time, like, they're going to be completely fine. Bell coming in through the mid. Some of these bounces that can happen are very, very good, but when you've got brawlers like Angelo and things are a bit more spread out, when people can be on the water, people can be in the mid, people on the lane, Bell becomes a bit less useful unless they're
Juju
bouncing between the safe and the players.
Yeah, Bell's definitely not the flashiest.
Will du noch der Damage?
Like it. I've never had a problem with Bell
at all,
but it's not the flashiest for me.
Nee, Eve wird nicht gepickt in dem Matchup.
8-bit in any way.
Vielleicht von SK, vielleicht.
On this particular map, but they're going to go for it regardless. I mean, that is saying a statement, isn't it, really? The confidence behind that brawler pick.
Aber nicht von Foot.
Into the Bell, knowing full well that those shots are going to ricochet between itself and the damage booster. And then
kann mir Byron vorstellen jetzt für Foot.
Power choice. Are you going to go with plugged in? Are you going to have that additional movement speed? Or, you know, because a lot of players will, you know, opt against it in this mode and just have that boosted boost, have a wider radius of effect to allow your teammates to gain more off the back of it. But now that Lily's shown its face, then it's pretty less likely. Not really going to get much value off the back of having that additional range to that damage booster, but it's going to.
Kann mir jetzt Daryl vorstellen.
On the back lines for sure. Being able to hop
Lily
straight
zum
to the
Durchgehen
and then just
an
move your way towards the safe, and you kind of guaranteed damage that way. With the truck band, it makes a sort of worthy addition to consideration there. So, third and final pick.
Yeah, Daryl. Chat, ich bin Drafter.
We were saying about the Carl coming in. That was very much a similar idea. Having that role just be placed to perfection. If you time it perfectly to the river, the little lake that goes through the center of the map, you gain additional range by doing so as well. So you can go from one side to the other relatively quickly with not too much on the defensive. SK are looking to bring that 8-bit away from the offensive, and that's going to be quite problematic on the side of these, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be very difficult. I was surprised to see the 8-bit after the Bell pick, to be honest.
Yeah.
It was a very odd one, considering you kind of usually pick Bell into the 8-bit, right? So it's odd to see it done the other way around, but at the same time, I think, you know, we're going to be pretty even across the board here. Foot Esports do have the lead, so that means SK Gaming really further in need of having to bring this kind of set back, but we're seeing double left-hand side as Meow and Gero want to avoid bounces through the extended range of Yoshi. Good taps early on and move from Gero towards the Juju. They've got such good control for really no loss whatsoever.
Now he's not missed a shot yet, by the way. Damage booster plus the super. Now he's going to be getting so much value onto the safe, and no one's landing shots on him. OP's got the roll, choosing not to go for it. Oh my word, now what a starting hand. Gets the poison connection there onto OP.
Meine Schuld, alles dank mir, meinst du?
Well, I mean, that's about as good as it gets. It's 2% damage left on the safe.
Schlechte Rolle.
In favor of Foot Esports, and SK Gaming haven't made a scratch.
Schlechte Rolle. Was macht der? Baitet die nur.
Moving up again, and he's been hitting so many shots, as you mentioned, super available as well. He's going to drop her a bit further back, but Gero just going again, wants to try and push up the map, eventually going towards the safe, but not going to make it very far, and not get a lot of damage either. Whereas Naui, up top again, trying to find some shots onto Yoshi, who's forced to pop a shield to tank that shot. And, you know, it's not one of the best uses of the gadget, but at least he stayed alive. Gero having a tough time, marked up and shot twice, and he goes straight back to spawn. SK finding some ground here.
The damage is crazy. 8-bit is insane.
Bring back some composure to the table. And Gary got absolutely destroyed there. Some lovely taps for him as OP goes in with a hypercharge there, getting some really good damage. Juju as well now creeping
SK kann das noch gewinnen. Easy. Ah, liegen sogar vorne jetzt. Ja, das ist schon besser, Strangi. Das Gameplay hier.
They got connection from now on to OP with the poison yet again is going to probably see his demise as Gero now can aggress on that right hand side. Big taps from Meow. We agree there on the damage.
Juju ist also.
Connection is there, but not that much damage, all things considering. And Joker and OP are forcing the safe now through the mid.
Bin ich gespannt. Defensiv. Nee. Base Race.
Daryl's going to go down. Joker with the hypercharge. So much movement speed going on, and it's just not being matched at all. Yoshi with one shot over the top, and SK Gaming will take the game. Really nice stuff from them to come back from that because the start was not going their way at all.
Yeah, some big amendments.
Weil es meistens aggressiv ist, Strangi.
It came down to about 14%
über was anderes. Bisschen zu close,
ja. And I mean, the start couldn't have been better there for Foot Esports. I mean, I thought it was going to be a blink and you miss it and just chalk up a game immediately there, but credit to SK keeping things under control towards the end because that was not easy to do at all. Can they do it again? Can they claim back a set? Can they equalize this one up? OP now pushing himself right in the middle of the Lions Den, realistically here, just pinch between everyone. Still staying firm, rolling in now, we're going to get caught off guard, just gets a little 3%, but that's it. Now, Foot Esports can try to recollect themselves here in the mid, heal up off the back of that.
Lily wird sehr oft gespielt, Milo.
Get back into the thick of it.
Rice ist Riesenfan von Lily.
Yeah, I mean, 3% is pretty minute in the whole big scheme of things. Yoshi having to throw down Grigri to tank here and doesn't find that killing blow onto Meow, so that's going to be a little bit unfortunate for him, but we do see a bit of percent on top and the lead swaying now to Foot Esports.
Für was hast du gepusht, Mara?
OP has the super available as well, so he's just going to go straight forwards towards that safe and bounce off the wall a little bit to the
was
right.
Lily gemacht hat, extrem Druck.
In the end, he should be going down, but he's done a lot.
Kaum ist sie unsichtbar, muss sich SK zurückziehen. Schau jetzt. Juju tot. Ach, scheiß drauf, ich halt die Schnauze.
Yeah, huge damage there. Gary tries to do his best to come in with a super, close the gap and get the kill. Secured, but the damage already dealt into the realm goes Gary. Joker's going to know that he's going to be going to the right-hand side now, but he actually stays into the mid.
Wow, Mara. Ich jinxe für SK, damit die überleben, damit sie gewinnen. So musst du das sehen. Den Draft habe ich predicted.
Solid defense here from Foot Esports. The damage raining in. Now he goes down. It's still OPN. Yoshi now joined by Joker. All three members on the safe. And where are Foot Esports? They've got to secure this. 3% is going down. It's whistling as SK getting for the R demise. And now Foot Esports on the safe again in retaliation.
No way.
It's trickling down. The final shot reaches as now he lands it.
Evening the score, brilliance there from Foot
Doch,
Esports. SK Gaming just almost got it on 3% left. The 8-bit came out of spawn with so much DPS and just cleaned everyone up, and then didn't stop. Straight line towards the SK safe and managed to get the damage done themselves.
Von wem, Mara?
You know, it's not hard for Gero to just stand on the safe, but a props to him for staying alive as he did, as long as he did when everybody was respawning.
Weiß nicht.
So it is 1-1 in this, and now Foot Esports have the chance of extending this lead to 2 sets when it looked so
Wahrscheinlich Opel.
It could now go completely the opposite way.
Tischler.
How do you stay calm in that regard? When you've got 3 members of SK rushing your safe and you're there to defend? Unreal stuff. I mean, this is so much better from Foot Esports. They're taking risks, but they are more often not working out in their favor. But
ja, es ist fatal, Mara. Mara, gib mir Feld. Ich schau Ingame zu. 3% pro Hit, Strangi. Und Reload Speed bei der Munition ist insane hoch. Schau jetzt, zack, zack, zack. 10%. 16. 20. Krank.
Yeah, Gero will die and OP will come forwards. Now he in the super, so we'll have some heals as well. Moving forward, this tiniest bit, and Joker unable to find the shot onto him to reset that healing, but he's doing it himself by just...
Sorry, Rice!
They do have a very narrow lead and Meow
here
as well. Now the hype charge comes in from Joker, nice connection with that onto Meow. Gero takes a few shots, but not without going into the realm. Will go towards Joker.
Joker with the ult.
Kill and does. OP now has to go back and defend, but
Oh,
he's
oh.
choosing to go on the aggressive and just
Oh,
go
oh.
for the base race again.
Oh, oh. Ich glaube, das ist ein Lose. Das ist ein Lose.
Rotates the gadget on the safe is going to get so much damage. They're taking the risk, and the SK Gaming safe is the one that's going down far, far faster. Now he's still there with the Greek, who's actually tanking the shots. Gary then clears up OPE, and now it's back to the mid. But a lot of damage dealt, more so by Foot Esports in my opinion.
Oh, oh. Immer noch ein Gadget.
He's going to make it count. He's going to find a connection. Just 3%. It's going to leave an open door for SK to retaliate.
Yeah, this could be huge for OP in this role now, but we're seeing the hypercharged turret being placed down all the way at the back. OP's just going to go straight now. He doesn't actually finish the kill. Garo can super into this mid and get some shots in, maybe free up some space, but the shield being used by Yoshi, Green placed to tank as well, does just that. OP now rolls on in, should be able to get good damage down, but not quite enough just yet, and he does fall, opening up for a good push for Foot once again.
Ich glaube, was das jetzt entscheidend ist, ist Gero. Pop-Off oder Lose? Er geht Pop-Off. Reicht nicht. Reicht nicht. Reicht nicht. Nein. Oh! Yoshi verfehlt! Yoshi verfehlt!
What have I just seen? What have I just seen? The shot was mid. The shot was mid-air. It was literally about to land, and the percent was about to tick down. But it didn't make the connection.
Foot hat gewonnen, Mara. Foot hat gewonnen.
So relieved at that point. That is absolutely crazy.
All I can think about is I can't wait to see the caster.
Yoshi hat verfehlt!
Whatever the heck is going on your side of the screen when that happened. Every one of those games was closer than the last one, and I don't think you could script that last 1% difference there. That was what Foot took
hat verfehlt!
SK in that set. Now putting them up 2-0 over the favorite that we thought was going to crush their way to the grand
Schau jetzt hier!
final.
Schau auf Yoshi! Schau auf Yoshi! Nur Yoshi anschauen!
Honestly, I mean, look at this. You don't get much closer than that, really. I mean, you really don't. Unreal. I mean, the lead up to that as well, I think.
Boah!
There it is. I mean, it's what we live for. Moments like that are what we live for in Pro Esports. But I think the way that when you package the whole thing back around together, you know, the fact that for Esports,
SK hat gerade dreimal knapp verloren.
Making this stage of the competition, and now to go up against a team like SK Gaming, who you know, at the beginning of the day had down to go the distance to win the whole day. And they're actually bringing things back to order. I think that's what's most surprising.
I mean, SK kann das. Hat schon öfter gemacht. Schon sehr oft.
Trav, you're the SK fan too. You thought they're going all the way to the grand finals and taking it. How are you feeling now? Can they bring it back?
I mean, they can. They definitely can. Like, that is like a 1% between them getting the set and for Esports now only being one set away from victory. It's like the most minute of differences, and everything can change. As we've literally just seen how fast a game can change, but it's like it's possible, but it's very unlikely. 3 in a row required from them now.
I'm getting hot.
David, chill jetzt.
I'm getting sticky. I'm getting hot. And I absolutely love it. I wouldn't have it any other way. This is the match for Esports or for SK Gaming to make it to join Humble in today's grand final. The first monthly final of the season in the EMEA region, and you can just see everything on the line here. It really is both sides taking risks, giving it everything they've got, and even for Esports showing some signs of emotion. Traffic, we know how much of a rarity that really is. Doing any Beatles, the map Hot Zone up next, and a 2-set lead for Esports. The pressure really now mounting onto SK Gaming, who have been pretty consistent over the years at claiming the first monthly final win of the season. Now their question mark around
Wenn Juju jetzt nicht gebannt ist, ne?
Now pivoting on this set. Bans are in. The Lou, the Juju, and the Stu for Esports.
Also ehrlich, Mara?
The Macy and the Jesse then for SK
Das ist
Gaming.
eklig.
Valuing that Jesse ban, I kind of rate that. It's one of my favorite brawlers to play on this
Juju
map,
ban.
so I don't mind it at all. But certainly, yeah, that's the scary one. He left out the bans by doing
Aber SK kann die
so.
Comp. Die machen das. Die gewinnen Hot Zone. Und dann ist Momentum wieder bei SK.
Scary pick.
I mean, you see, the thing is, I said this in the last one with, I think it was Supermassive versus SK, when Berry was left. Oh, maybe it was the last semi-final. I don't know. I said this at some point. I think it was Supermassive versus SK, where the Berry Frank picks came down, and you kind of look at it like, okay, maybe the game is done. But apparently, it doesn't always mean that, and things can change. So you never know. It might be. I'm thinking it's probably going to help SK Gaming a lot all the way through. But Foot Esports have got a good kind of first counter pick against it. It takes a lot. It's like 3 counter brawlers to get rid of the Berry and a Berry and a tank. Sorry, and Griff is a solid place to start, especially on Julian Beals.
So much pressure, tension. I love it. Griff, though, for me, is a very good pick. I mean, you want to expose the Berry as much as you can. You really want to have as much of an angle towards being able to take it out. And the walls are going to be the friends of Berry. And the longer it can stay behind them and heal, the better. And that's a brawler to take away from that combo as well. So I quite like where Foot Esports are thinking here. Bringing something in, maybe even combining a B to this wouldn't be the worst of shouts, but they're going to have it left open on the side of SK. I think that's where my mind would be set a little bit here, just to try to whittle down the Frank. Or certainly, as we saw already earlier today, some other counter ideas to go into the Frank. We've seen even Mortis being that very thing, played to perfection for me. On the SK Gaming, wouldn't be opposed to here either. And it is such a daring one, you know, in that regard. And at this stage, I don't think you can take that many risks. You need to bring back a set, not risk one. And Draco going to come in. The Berry Hills
Die haben halt noch einen Poco, Rice.
Decent, but I'll be honest, the Draco win rate today's not been the finest. So now's time more than ever for SK Gaming this month to be able to bring as much for it. There it is. Yeah, I quite like it, but I still feel worried for them, less so about the draft and more so about the momentum behind Foot Esports at this stage of the competition.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, they're 2-0 down, and they had the Frank against the Draco, which is a great shot. So, you know,
kann sein, doch. Mit der Star Power. Byron kann wirklich sein. Byron wäre gut.
Was kind of taken away from them.
Ich glaube,
the Draco still works, it still does very well, but it's not as good, to put it simply. And Foot are going to go for the Barley as their last.
Also,
tried to get rid of the Berry and Draco a bit more.
Ich will ja keine schlechte Laune geben, aber
you know, it's going to be literally just held down on the zone with infinite Berry supers.
Ich glaube, die B sieht kein Land.
Barley can just throw all of the shots into a certain spot and they'll do some damage, but Berry can pretty much out heal all that.
You can see it there on the face of Joker and the entirety of SK Gaming. Got a little bit on your lip there, Gary, mate. Get a napkin. Getting some much needed fuel, as I'm sure energy levels must be low on the side of Foot Esports. They've been through it today, no doubt about it. But now it's SK Gaming that are going through it, and you can see it on their faces as we go in to what could be their final set today. They start to get their act together and claim back a set already. OP going straight on the aggressive, finds me out there, straight to the corner as well. And look at that, clearing up house. SK Gaming coming back so strong, and already 25% on the zone. Big hills there coming in as well. What a start.
I mean, you know, this is what I said, you got the Barley super on it, but you've also got a Berry super that can pretty much counteract exactly what that's doing. And now Meow throwing out super up top, and this is just domination from SK Gaming. And who would have thought with this composition that they've got another Barley super was on the zone, but yet again, really doing nothing.
Now he's so low here as well. Should go down very quickly. And OP back into Dragon form yet again, straight onto the air. Not even going to worry him. The super's going to go to nowhere. Finds Meow as well into the corner there. Much better. I mean, look at this. This one's almost over. This game is almost done. Hypercharge there for now. Gadget, but not really much more than that. SK Gaming played this one like a fiddle. One little saving grace, one little Hail Mary here.
Kaum picken sie Griff, verlieren sie, ja? Davor 2-0. Kaum kommt Griff los.
Now SK join the mid yet again. Hypercharge from Yoshi. I mean, wow. What a response. This one is done in terms of the game. Set up for grabs, but I mean, that was... I mean,
Willkommen im BS, Mara.
I mean, from what SK have shown so far today, that's the best so far.
I'll honestly just come back next set, Foot. Chalk it up, start thinking about the next one. Because that was about as dominant as it can get. It was very good from SK Gaming, and when they needed it the most, they've shown up. For their sake, they've got to keep on hoping that Foot don't make any changes and don't play it differently, because
also Griff ist sehr gut gegen Berry Combs. Sehr gut.
OP coming aggressive now, surely should be going down, but not just yet, thanks to that gadget always helping him stay up. And now he caught in a tough position once again. Joker narrowly staying alive.
Aber SK macht das besser als Meow.
Yet again. Another gadget, probably going to keep him alive, but actually doesn't this time, and that can be the change that flips the game. Probably not.
Well, who knows? I mean, there's advancement now, pushing the left-hand side. Good gadget, but OP again staying firm. Again, the last stand, staying firm with that gadget pop. Look at that.
Ich glaube, sobald Foot einmal Control hat, wird es extrem schwer.
Crazy, the survivability as well. Great touch from Joker bouncing there, and a really tight angle. Garrett almost goes down, but those heals now to keep him in the thick.
Aber Gero gefällt mir nicht. Gero soll B rausfokussen. B, fertig.
It really is a bit of an uphill struggle at this moment in time because the heals are just extreme.
Yeah, well, Meow eventually able to stay up for a bit. Oh, and now
ich verstehe nicht, wie Joker nicht sterben kann. Danke. Foot hat gewonnen. Die Map. B muss sterben, dann ist free. Nicht da. Ja! Ja, komm.
Oh, good aggression. Good synergy there between Meow and Naui. As for esports.
Das ist eine Scheißhuld.
Shine more towards 60% to 30 only of SK. And now that entire right hand side fully open. It's working a bit more in favor of Foot Esports, but Joker will be able to capitalize now, getting his feet onto the zone as Yoshi gets behind things. Gary stays standing.
Das überlebt, ne?
But he is the sole remainder of Foot Esports.
Becker, weiß nicht.
Being really addressed by SK Gaming. OP being kept low by these Barney splash shots. A last call over the shoulder as well now. OPE healing up yet again, and Joker's landing tap after tap.
Out of context kommt das Böse, Mara.
I will say it covered pretty much the entire zone and stopped them from retreating, other than all the way around the left-hand side and cut off the healing that Yoshi would be able to provide. But he's supering forwards now, and Meow just goes for the help as he takes down Joker. Now he can super this one as well. OP pinned into a corner and a hypercharge from Barley, second of the game.
Die brauchen nur Control und die gewinnen das. Die brauchen nur Control.
Huge kill and only 2% needed for esports match point, and what a bounce back.
You just never know which way this one's gonna go, do ya? In this set, at least, it's gonna be said.
Wie? Busy kein Land? Wenn B tot ist, kann der Frank rein.
And bring it over, in my opinion. But that was convincing and a good retaliation, to be said, for esports. The first time being tested. Now, can they do it again? Because I feel like they're up against a very tough comp. This Berry, this Draco, it means business. It's the best hope that SK Gaming have got. Can't deny it.
I mean, OP should be falling in the early game again, and now he's not looking too unhealthy either. Joker making the move around this side, and this is good from Foot again. They've got that control that they didn't have in the first game, and starting very well in game number 3 here. Now he goes for the super, not going to clip OP this time, who will just push towards him. Going to be using a gadget, I'm sure of that, but once those gadgets start to run out, forced to use a super to keep himself alive, and gadget coming in from Gero to provide the heals, and SK Gaming start from the back again.
On the back foot, SK approach, but that's a lovely healing path laid out there by Yoshi. But actually, if he chooses to go to the left-hand side, now he's got super as well. That's the problem here. The hypercharge taken care of by Yoshi, beautifully done.
Stark, Yoshi.
Nothing that Meow can really do there with the,
das hat das vielleicht das Game gerettet.
Straight on the zone. Another heals super yet again from Yoshi. This is looking really quite bleak now for esports as Meow falls, leading 2 to the 3. Again, that gadget from OP just keeps him standing, and SK starts to bring back this deficit now, almost to 50% to 55 of Foot Esports.
Yeah, but only one more Draco gadget left, and that means the matchup will flip to now.
Die fokussen jetzt Barley raus. Barley ist das Problem.
Meow kind of just left watching. Good heal coming in there from Yoshi as well as he's super
stark
left to the right, and Meow so low, and this percentage is ticking away from Foot Esports now.
Sehr stark. Jetzt rein da oben. Gewonnen. Stark. Yoshi, brutal gespielt. Das Ding ist, Cesar, versetz dich mal in die Lage des Franks. Du kommst da nicht rein. Solange eine B da ist, kommst du nicht rein. Wenn der Barley aber die B rausholt, was übel einfach ist als Barley, kommt der Frank ohne Probleme rein. Und wenn sie mal die Kontrolle haben, wird das sehr schwer. Nur reingekommen, weil Yoshi 20 Goals hintereinander hatte. Das war das Entscheidende im zweiten Game für Foot. Sie haben die Biege rausgefokust. Im dritten Set habt ihr dann gesehen, wie sie den Bali rausgefokust haben. Was?
It's a coin flip. It's a sliver. It could go either way, but we've finally seen one go in the favor of SK Gaming. Full set now. Do we know anything about the momentum? Do we know anything about how this is going to change their approach to future games? Does this sliver of hope give them enough to stand on heading into this next run?
Ja, Jonke.
I think they've definitely
das ist wichtig.
now. I mean, that game where they pretty much won 100-0 with all control will have put some pretty
Was
good
denn,
thoughts in their
Stangi?
mind, I'm sure, and that's what gave them the confidence to be able to go and win this set. But we need another two, and Foot Esports didn't look out of that one at all. They still got the game in it. They had a good showing in the third one as well. So it's not like they're completely out. They're definitely still in it. Their mentality's not going to have wavered that much because they know that they weren't in a spot to be losing that hot zone. And also SK just had a very, very good draft. And we've also seen SK lose on this map against Supermassive. We're going on to hard
spannend. Das Ding ist, Griff ist extrem stark gegen eine Berry-Com. Und Foot ist halt drauf eingegangen, dass sie Berry bekommen. Dafür bekommen sie aber den Griff. Wenn sie Berry gebannt hätten, hätten sie immer noch einen Poco, hätten sie immer noch einen Grey. Deswegen haben die ihn wahrscheinlich offen gelassen. Das ist das zweite Halbfinale. Lavinia. Also das erste Halbfinale war Heretics gegen Humble. Humble hat gewonnen. Das ist das zweite. Wer hier gewinnt, spielt das Finale gegen Humble.
For me, we saw Rico left out of the bans a lot in East Asia yesterday, and we haven't really seen that same thing be said for EMEA just yet. But it has now. So
nee, Griff ist einfach zu spielen.
Penny being valued on both sides of the coin.
Das Schwere ist, was Yoshi geschafft hat, besser zu sein als Griff Value. Und Yoshi hat das gemacht im dritten Game. Der hat Griff outhealed. Er hat den Griff Damage outhealed, was schwer ist, aber er hat es geschafft.
Others like that to really utilize those lane sides. Buster, we haven't seen any of today. I still think it's very viable in places like this, but for sure. Good start for esports. And Stu is always going to be that aggressive side lane, or mid even. It's one of these brawlers that's quite versatile when it comes to the gems too. So the hypercharge now, of course, really giving a nice escape route as it heads over to SK Gaming. The first pick to go for. On that side of things, Gene definitely gonna be playing a lane side, a mid side for me here. No question about that one.
Juju, bitte Juju, bitte SK, bitte einfach Juju. Einfach Juju.
Good for the most part until Foot Esports come in with an 8-bit and managed to dodge it. So that's still on the table. It's quite surprising to see the Gene pick actually coming through. They're going to take the Surge along with it, same as last time.
Die wollen wahrscheinlich das gleiche machen wie vorhin. Gegner holt sich Juju und dann gehen sie Mortis. Aber es hat nicht geklappt. Es hat nicht geklappt gegen schlechtere Gegner. Alles gut, Lavinia. Einfach Fragen stellen, wenn du nichts checkst. Versuch's dir zu erklären.
I think Gus is better for me, yeah, for sure. I think Gene is still very decent, but there's just a lot of brawlers that can kind of like counteract it, like you say. I think 8-bit is my favorite of mids here. It's definitely not the flashiest of them, but yeah, here it comes. You know, it's definitely one that's susceptible in a lot of scenarios, but again, the kit is going to be very predictable in that regard to try to give itself the best place for survivability. Cheat cartridge, a simple tap of that green button, you teleport it immediately back to your damage booster. So if you place that in a good spot, and you know you're timing that correctly to the point where no one is waiting for you, that's the thing. In these regions, you'll see that as being a very, very good methodical approach to try to create that predictive almost sometimes.
Mara, ich befürchte einen Mortis. Ja, bin ich, Lavinia. Ich befürchte einen Mortis.
I said, what a draft this is now, though. Like, for esports, that is a wildly good draft, in my opinion.
Ich befürchte auch einen Lose, wenn sie Mortis gehen.
All you can say is that, you know, if SK bring this back to a fifth and final set, it's not as if Foot Esports did a bad draft. For SK Gaming is a spicy Is it the best one? That's the question. I mean, certainly there's a lot of ability to evade its attack. No, the Stu can dash away, the 8-bit can TP if needed. The Juju's got the Gree as well. It's a bit like susceptible to Mortis without super for sure. That's where I guess it's really going to be aiming, and it's going to be OPE on it, in my opinion. I'm just not too convinced there's enough of a reason to warrant it, no?
I mean, we saw it before, and it did something.
It didn't work, though, did it?
It did something, but it didn't do.
Also für die neuen Leute, SK hat im Invitational-Turnier ein Set verloren in 3 Games. Sie haben alles auseinandergenommen, mit Chirino gewonnen, 4.000 Euro oder Dollar. Dann hatten sie schlechtere Gegner als jetzt, hatten Mortis auf dieser Map und verloren. Sehr deutlich. Jetzt passiert genau das Gleiche. Gegen bessere Gegner.
On a surge pick, you're going to be going into the late game with absolutely nothing to say about it other than a speed gadget, speed gear rather. You need to get off the mark, get those stacks in, have the additional range, have the additional speed.
Ich habe nicht gejinxt, David. Ich habe nur aufgezählt. Stark, Joker. Stark. Das ist wichtig. Extrem wichtig. Das war... Oh. 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 Okay. Okay, ist okay, ist okay. Ist gut. Ist gut für SK. Okay, schlecht für SK. Das war eine Drucksituation. Ah!
4 gems on Naoi's hands, but he wants to be aggressive, and he's not even going to get the chance to be aggressive because 4 gems drop to the floor, the countdown starts, and Joker can even wait for another.
OP's playing fantastic. He really is. It's the timing of everything that he does, which is so great. And there is the classic.
Also Yoshi, ich weiß nicht, was er gerade genommen hat bei einem 2-0, aber seit dem Miss auf den Heist Save ist er irgendwie Tensei Prime.
They timed the explosiveness to perfection, and Left Foot Esports really in the dust. 1 game away from being all tied up. Did we see this coming? Because I was certain
Wer ist das? Was macht Mutz da?
Is fighting through here.
I mean, the thing is, we saw this exact thing last time, but then it was Supermassive who just actually played Brawl Stars instead of waiting for like 10 years at the start, which doesn't seem what Foot actually seemed to be doing. Like, at this point, you know, you start to go forwards, you start to change things up because it just didn't work, did it? Like, you lost quite convincingly as well by doing this same thing and waiting at the start. I don't know if they're just going to play it differently and kind of hopefully not have Joker pull me out when he goes for the gems, but like, you'd have thought something had changed, and eventually, yeah, now he's really starting to push down his right hand side, but really isn't doing too much either.
Yeah, it's just the patience. Oh, that was almost a shot from Gary that could
have...
is supported. With Meow and now coming together there for the takedown.
Das wird schwer jetzt.
But again, this damage booster placement is not the finest of me for that cheat cartridge gadget. You know, you're not really going out of the mid, and OP is going to have a prime ability to come through and get some value. If everyone's stacked here as well, OP is going to get the value, but oh, look at that swift takedown. You need that. How long can Foot keep doing that? Because if he gets super, then the survivability of the Mortis is going to be very much more there. Time is ticking. 7 gems though into the pocket of Foot Esports, and that is to the advantage of SK Gaming. But as OP does get value, I just worry that he's going to be able to start the cycle and maybe even get a team wipe. He's that kind of player. Proxy yet again going in.
Scheiße, guck mal. Oh,
he gets 2. It's just now all alone. And as I'm speaking, SK are playing it, running away with the gems. 13 in the pocket. And what can Naui do here? He's all alone, taken care of. 5 seconds remaining. It's Meow and Gary that have got to come through here with the
Halbfinale, Dave.
Don't see them getting through the bodies.
Was hat er gekocht?
It's gonna be SK Gaming going all the way to a 5th and final set.
Just about. The shot was like almost the same as high.
Ein Glück ist er nicht in Frankreich, hä? Zum Glück ist er in Köln.
Not enough time on the clock for the Juju to be able to get that reset.
Man.
Unfortunate for Foot, but
212 DPS als Mortis ist geisteskrank.
After the first, they'd start to change things up and start playing less passive, but they didn't. And for that, they deserved a set loss. And SK, after that gameplay, really deserved to go to the 5th and final.
OP for me, man of the match. It's got to be, right? I mean, that is just such a competitive performance. The patience, the resolve of SK Gaming. They just didn't seem deterred by the strategy of FUT Esports, just sitting back. And that's what you're going to do with a Juju. But, I mean, when the aggressiveness needed to come through, it is really did.
Was ist die letzte Map?
Yeah, we've seen so much from OP in this back and forth with FUT, but now it really seems like Joker has stepped up in this last
die letzte Map?
Excuse me, this last set here. And I'd like to know exactly kind of what you saw from him to pull the team together.
I mean, to be honest, the player that I thought would be the one to really kind of bring things back around for SK
Wirbelhöhle, danke.
But again, I said coming into this matchup that until this point in time, I haven't felt we've seen his best.
Sneaky Fields.
And that I had to see it to be convinced of SK going into the grand finals. He is the reason, in my opinion, that they are looking to do just that.
FUT hat Sneaky Fields vorhin verloren. Einfach um es in den Raum zu werfen.
As soon as SK started to get momentum, it was because of OP really initializing that aggressiveness. The support was there, no doubt about it. The beef from Joker in the hot zone set, tapping away. The support network has to be there with any aggressive player. Similar with people like Lenar, they can't just carry it all alone. It's not a solo man project. But nonetheless, he is the initiator. If he falls, then nothing can really be there to help support it regardless. So, I mean, he has played 2 exceptional
Das Team mit Juju?
Really kept SK in the conversation. But, I mean, it's not done yet. The 5th and final set is now upon us. But what you can
Laura, kannst alle Timeouten, die jinxen. Oder absichtlich.
And FUT Esports, they look defeated already. I mean, look at Meow there. I mean,
Nein, doch.
Where has it all gone wrong? And can they bring it back around and dig deep enough to bring the results now? Sneaky Field and Brawl Ball, there's so little in it. But SK
Juju offen.
Better and better against all the odds, and FUT Esports have gone backwards.
Juju offen, Griff gebannt.
I know what you're talking about. That's normal Meow face. I know what you're talking about. Like, I don't know if I've ever seen him smile.
Someone called 911. There's been a murder.
Oh, look how disappointed he looks. No, that's just that's what he looked like when he won World Finals.
That's his smiling. What do you mean?
That's what he looked like when he won Worlds. But yeah, I mean, you've got to stay concentrated. You've got to,
oh god,
because they're 2-0 up. It's now 2-2. SK Gaming looking really good. And OP is picking Poco. First pick, which I can't say is what I expected.
Das ist risky.
But I'm sure it'll work. We've seen Poco kind of have its ups and downs throughout today.
Das ist voll risky.
He looks good at some points and look terrible at others. But the Surge, the Griff, and the Janet Mans from their side, and the Surge, the Nita, and the Lou from the side of FUT Esports.
It's called the Polish smile, by the way. That's actually a thing that is referred to in Poland for. And again, much of their sort of mentality is very much on focusing on the task at hand and retaining those celebrations.
Monat für Search, mate.
The moment for esports may not even get a chance to at this rate with the way that SK Gaming really are turning all the screws. I'm not a big fan of this Poco pick, but I'm warming to it. I will say that. I wasn't a fan of it and will never be a fan of it seeing it played by Team Heretics earlier in Knockout. That was a different story, but in this map and mode, I get it, I understand it.
Das Ding ist over, Chat.
I don't know whether I'm still
Primo, Ash, sag ich.
Provides somewhat of a value which wasn't there previously, so I'm okay for it. Draco, it's a great map. It really is for it. The melody as well, super aggressive. They're lacking the heals, which are very much now on the side of SK Gaming, but Barry is still available. Has everyone forgotten about that particular brawler being pretty decent in Sneaky Fields? I mean, if they leave that open for FUT Esports to then trample over in that 3rd and final pick, I mean,
Bro, hast du das Matchup gesehen, David?
Burying themselves here and putting the final nail in their own coffin. Let's see what they choose to back it up with.
B, Frank B, Frank B, bitte Frank B.
But will they do it? That's the question. I mean, even if it's just a Frank and a Poco, that's still a daunting prospect.
I hope they do. I really do. Like, it'd be funny to just see a Frank not being able to take any damage and just being healed all the way. And also, like, if they leave
Gib mir
it,
die Wii.
esports have got one hell of a comp here. Melody, Draco, and Berry. That seems like the dream comp anybody would have won. Looking at our games today and yesterday in the Brawl Stars Championship, because they're probably 3 of the most picked brawlers. That SK
Nein! Nein! Nein!
I like it.
Nein! Gut geht das Bier, das ist verloren!
And honestly, it brings home the goods. Dismantles the bush, just gets them all out of the way. Nothing that Draco can really do about that.
Ich glaube, eine Bee nimmt das auseinander.
It carries a lot of weight. You know, it's very underrated, but no one plays it better than OPE.
Also wenn die gleich eine Bee gehen...
It's wild, is what it is, in reality. It's very wild.
Nee, Shelly wird schon öfter gespielt, Guido.
Don't get me wrong. Like, I think Shelly is...
Was? Okay, SK ist noch im Rennen. SK ist im Rennen.
So much, and Cordelis, I think, is a wonderful pick as well. For esports comp is really...
SK ist im Rennen, alles gut.
SK is wild, and I honestly hope it works, but it's gonna be tough.
Trust me, Cordelis ain't the math, but it is when you're looking at Shelly. You know, that is actually a really smart draft by Foot Esports under the circumstances. You wouldn't normally see it. It's a direct response to that Shelly. By putting it into the realm, it's the one ability to take away Shelly's super, which is so good on defense. A guarantee.
Die werden Melody Mitte spielen. Gegen den Poco. Was eklig wird für Poco.
Keep it around and ready to be able to really deflate what Shelly brings to the equation here. Already, SK Gaming storming their way through a missed gadget there from OP.
Bro, diese Legs! What the fuck? Was ist passiert? Was ist passiert? Ich hab's nicht mal gesehen! Tor, gewonnen. Gewonnen. Was? Was? Digga, Cordelius Pick war so gefrot. Heilige Scheiße.
They can't do this, surely, right? They can't just reverse sweep into semi-finals like this against what was looking such a convincing series from Foot Esports. And now, after 30 seconds, they're on match point. I mean, Foot Esports need to bring this together so quickly. And I think this comp is outdrafted. A lovely gadget again from OP, pulling in then. Foot Esports could have made
Digga, was?
Chose better of it, but it doesn't matter. Because all 3 members of SK stay there. And there's the goal after 17 seconds. Foot Esports, please wake up.
I mean, I think they're awake. I think they're just incapable of doing anything. They've managed to rail one of them. I mean, it's going in, surely.
Was?
To everyone. And in a minute of Brawl Ball, the match has been decided. SK Gaming going to the Grand Finals to face off against Humble.
Erst kacken die, dann machen die es voll knapp. Und dann macht die sowas.
Some might argue slightly anticlimactic because that set was done in
Bro, gar kein Bock. Yoshi juckt es gar nicht. Er will nach Hause. Das.
409 DPS
Boah.
is a stat that you should never really see on the poker, but because it went over so quick, it's there. Now we have 566 and 0 kills because the match was so short. But who cares about him being highlighted?
Bro, wie kann alles immer so knapp sein? Und dann machen die sowas.
And are in the grand finals for esports with egg on their face right now.
SK Gaming, they spent more time in the draft by like a factor of 3 than they did in the actual game here. But that's also, according to you guys, where they won it. That Shelly pick early on, the full composition. Break down for me why this is
Das
so
ist crazy.
SK's hand strap.
Ja, David. Und es wird noch geiler. Ich glaube, Humble gegen SK wird noch geiler. Bin mir sehr sicher. Chat, euer MVP?
Absolutely crazy. Like, the composition is just... It's just wild, and Foot didn't have a bad comp, but they just had no damage to deal with it. It's
Joker.
Just beautiful drafting.
They didn't even need the Shelly in the end. They just walked it through. Like no one did anything about
Opa.
it. It was just like, oh, you're the goal. Just help yourselves. It's right there.
Oh, an incredible performance for SK to finish on, especially after such a
Stark,
start.
Cesar.
They've got to feel really good, and they've got to hold on to that good feeling, because now they have to take it against
wollte die andere
Humble
Map noch
here in the
spielen.
grand
Für die
finals.
Mastery-Punkte.
We saw Humble looking strong, hardly
Hallo,
losing even a set. Only one to Heretic.
Humble gegen SK wird geil.
Meanwhile, SK Gaming has gone the distance
Das
against
ist echt geil.
Electros and now, against Papara Supermassive, and now Foot Esports. They've got to be tired. They've got to be flagging. But after that last match, they've got to have reignited that fire
100%
again as well.
Karina.
We're going to send you guys to some replays to re-enjoy that match. And when we come back, we've got a grand final that is absolutely worthy of your viewership. We'll be right back.
Nee, nicht ganz, Milo. Humble ist italienisch. Jetzt Pause, ja, aber nicht lange. Humble Sponsor? Weiß nicht. Ja, das ist crazy, was SK da gemacht hat. Das ist schon... Bestimmt wieder, ne? Also wenn ich Aktien in E-Sports-Teams machen würde, dann SK.
Welcome back
W
to
Glaze,
All-Stars Championship EMEA monthly final. And this has been like LAN grand final quality all day long, but now we have got the best of the best, the only two teams remaining. And despite how much trial and tribulation these two teams face throughout,
das ist übrigens recht wichtig für das Seeding. Für die nächsten Monthly Finals, welche gewinnt.
SK Gaming. Now we gave Arc a break because he's had some of the longest rounds of the day, but we've got Ready back in, we've got Trav back in, and we got Humble.
Ich schwöre euch, ihr könnt mir einfach ein Bild zeigen von irgendjemand, ich wüsste nicht, wer es ist. Ohne Logo, ohne Trikot. Ich wüsste es nicht, keine Ahnung.
Enabled them to do what they need to do. Are they going to be fighting against SK? Am I worried? Humble's going to be okay, right?
Well, it's certainly going to be their toughest match of the day.
Ja, vielleicht.
SK have
Aber wegen der
proven
Bilder.
that they really deserve to be here. Didn't even really falter.
Das macht er auch. Der hat ja manche schon stark geboostet. Also, ich weiß nicht, ob man Chaos noch irgendwo sieht, aber Chaos ist nicht Chaos.
Especially in that first quarter final, breezed right through it like it was no issue at all. So I put my faith
Warte, wie groß ist der? Das
SK Gaming.
sah gerade aus wie 1,20.
It's going to be their toughest matchup of the day.
Yeah, the only time we really saw them slipping was against Heretics in that first match. Was there anything in that match, Trev, that, you know, we saw as a moment of weakness, or is that just Heretics playing their butts off?
I mean, I think Heretics are just a very good team. Like, I'd argue that, you know, Heretics and Foot probably on a similar standing, to be honest with you, from what we've just seen in the semi-finals. So both of them had about as equally a difficult game for them to get to this point. But I think if you look at SK Gaming, they have just gone straight into the grand finals, and that is either going to be the
Nee, mir auch nicht, David. Ich werde jetzt nicht schlauer in Statik. Digga, ich dachte, es geht schneller, es ist 6 Stunden.
Joker voted MVP by the community in that last match against Foot Esports, now coming in against
Ich wollte Statik lernen.
We saw them pull some stuff out that I wonder if they were trying to keep in their back pockets, that Shelly, Frank, Poco line up for that last game. Anything that you think that they've revealed, maybe that they were possibly saving for Humble here? Ready?
I don't think so. I think we're looking at a different set of maps over here. SK Gaming, I think, have played their cards pretty close to the chest. Haven't given anything away. This is what they had their sights set on. This is where the majority of their prep would have gone in the lead up to this month.
Ja, Joker ist ein bisschen nervös, habt ihr gesehen? Das war schon... Ich glaube, so hat man auch gezittert. Komm mal, wie er zittert.
The crazy stuff.
Ja, ist nervös.
Made you, made Arc, made Trav stand up and scream so far today. So I'm excited to see what you consider crazy stuff now that has been saved and unlocked. But Trav, if you had to make a prediction, what might it be?
Oh,
Pro
I said at the start of the day that I was going to stick with SK all the way through, and this is what really pains me, is I'm going to go Humble. Like, I should just stick with it. Like, on the event.brawlstars.com, I predicted all the way through. I had these as the finals, but I predicted Heretics against Humble, and I'm like, why have I done this? Why have I changed my mind? I would have got it right, but it seems
sind wirklich immer die gleichen Maps, ne? Immer die gleichen Maps.
Considering how well we've just seen SK reverse sweep and how well they've been playing, I thought at least one of us would have gone for something different.
Well, SK was looking good, but Humble seems unchallenged here. Ready, you smiled when they came up there. You feeling confident in your pick?
I always have to question it, right? Because we have like increasing degrees of difficulty, I think, here, if we're to drive a humble, focused narrative.
Heading to Heist, Kaboom Canyon. I'll pass it on over to you guys as we get our grand final started here between Humble and SK Gaming.
Well, Kaboom Canyon's one way to start it. We'll see.
Das kann sein, Victor.
As well, because it's been a crazy few
games
for these guys, I should say. Because every series that they've been part of, you know, Humble have had a bit more of a clean run through, I will say, than what we've seen SK, because they just had to literally reverse sweep 2023 World Champions. Difficult semi-finals, if you ask me, but SK Gaming, by the end of it, looked in a good position to head on to this grand finals in a pretty dominant position.
I hope SK Gaming don't get any deja vu when it comes to the draft or maybe the final moments of the Heist game, because we just witnessed how devastating that can be. That's how they got in that position to begin with. Even Foot were shocked that it happened.
Wer redet?
But SK Gaming had the
Ist das
momentum
Teddy?
coming into this matchup. Humble have had a moment to rest up, download what SK Gaming are going to go for
Semantic
here.
clip.
So each team
Ready?
does have an advantage because SK Gaming are coming off a win.
Semantic
Humble
clip.
have gotten to
Den habe ich nicht hier.
analyze. I expect this is when Humble are going to try and put the brakes on SK
Ich kann es
Gaming.
danach zeigen, aber nicht, ich habe den nicht hier. Andere Szene. Da müsste ich das alles wegnehmen jetzt kurz. Bei zwischen den Games kann ich es zeigen.
Some of the stuff I'm looking at, especially, is like the Crow, the Colette. We do see those
Lola Lily Crow.
opposite across the way.
Also wenn Rice mir gesagt hätte, band die 3, ich hätte ihn dumm angemeckert.
Melody and Lily, which made a surprise appearance on Hot Potato.
Yeah, well, there's still the Chuck that's managed to make its way through.
Was bringst du? First Pick? Also ich würde Judo sagen, aber ich lag bis jetzt immer falsch bei den First Picks. Also vielleicht eine Penny?
In a lot of these maps, I will say.
Eve?
The bands for the most part are very, very solid. You could see
Ja, schau.
looking at the bands who has the first pick, Amber is actually going to be SK's first.
Bin ich nie drauf gekommen. Das macht Sinn mit dem Crow-Ban, aber ich werde nicht auf Emma gehen.
Is quite difficult to counter, especially in the absence of Crow. Secures a pretty safe first selection.
Und das Skate-Draft ist sehr gut.
You can get some offense out here, burn the bushes if necessary. Difficult also to run in to Amber, since she can practically hold down auto aim and deal a ton of damage to you. So a safe selection.
Ich kann mir vorstellen, oh, okay, sie brauchen Damage. Damage oder Defense?
What's more, they have that final selection available. Suppose they didn't want SK Gaming to have that as a possibility for themselves. It's the only real reason that you would select it so early in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, it's, as I said, it's become a lot easier to deal with, and then it gets picked as one of the first. You know, we've seen.
Ja, hab's gesehen, Matcherinho und Release. Also, in Scrim vom Matcherinho.
Kind of just has to sit back and play along with the Chuck on the defensive side of things, but we're going to see the 8-bit go along.
Die werden rushen. Ich vermute, die gehen jetzt einen Cold. Vielleicht sogar ein Spike. Oder ein Lou. Aber ich glaube, Cold wird kommen.
Always an option. She gets some decent damage on the safe. Keeps people also from sticking too close to the safe because the damage will reflect back onto it. I think
Hyper glaube ich nicht.
Rede mit mir! Is the approach here. So
Rede mit mir!
Damage on the safe. This is the offense. And this is how really you counter the Chuck, is by
Wird nicht passieren, Nico.
Pretty much. Not you can take a defense approach, you know, like you mentioned with the Cordelius, but then you have a dedicated defense, no real mobility to the front lines. I think if we are to go with something,
die gehen aggro, die gehen voll aggro. Die gehen rein. Und jetzt wird Humble entweder auch reingehen mit einem Spike oder so. Oder Humble geht Defense mit einer B oder
too fond of this SK comp. It does seem to be lacking in places that I can't really explain.
Nee, nicht Juju.
Surprising to see Amber as a first pick. Colt, I think you kind of
Juju
got
wird
to
nicht
take
kommen.
away from this Humble play, because I think that's probably what they would have wanted to go for, to be honest with you, to add some extra damage to the safe along the 8-bit in that.
Ja, da kommt er nicht mehr in Game, Nico.
But they've gone with the bell, which is solid.
Ist doch nie passiert. Ich muss sich die Regeln durchlesen.
And you can mark up
Oder Mara weiß
but
es.
when Carl flying up towards,
Ich
you're
weiß
gonna have
es
some
nicht.
issues. But I think Humble are kind of just hoping that Semantic's going to be enough damage.
Nein, die gehen nicht Control. Die gehen voll rein.
I think also if you're playing Bell
was passiert, wenn jemand dodgt, Mara?
Star power in case Carl decides to get aggro on you. That way he can't reload for a few seconds. He only has 1 ammo, so you're going to get a lot of value out of that star power. On a Colt as well,
weiß ich nicht. Nee, ich auch
range,
nicht.
not that grounded's going to make an impact, but you will be able to get some damage against him at range. I think win lane against him most likely. We'll see how they aim to support Semantic over here, placing that post down on the left side. Joker going.
Schau, wie die reingehen. Die müssen. Gegen Chuck musst du rein. Ja, das sagst du zum Gadget? Okay, jetzt hat gewonnen. Jinx nicht, mir egal, es geht gewonnen.
Well, Yoshi sliding through this mid, can use a gadget on Luki and find him out there as well. Joker
GG's.
just going to use the gadget, just rain down on this safe now. Amber moving forward.
GG's.
Has rammed back all the way and Luki only spawns with 1 bit of
SK lose, SK win. Die haben gewonnen.
Sliding up and choosing to go forwards instead of back.
Nein, die werden Defense. Und dann lassen sie Chuck die Arbeit machen, aber es wird nicht klappen. Wird nicht klappen. 1-0 SK.
Boss is really struggling to keep up here on the 8th hit. He has yet to get a turret down. Joker assaulting him from the bushes, and now in with the hypercharge. Yoshi combining to get the final bit of damage, and a first game win for SK.
I mean, what a game for SK that is. I mean, I don't think it could have gone much better. I don't think it could have gone much better for them. They're continuing this momentum on from the semi-finals. Clearly, they've just reverse swept Foot, making it a 3-2. And now they're coming into this one. They've drafted what I thought was a little bit odd, but it seems to just be working pretty much perfectly.
They're pretty much running in a straight line. Oh, but check this out. Little
Gewonnen.
swap right off here off the beginning. Opay now.
Super Start. Extrem guter Start.
Semantic did get a couple of
Ist ein Win.
which is huge, but Boss gets taken down. It's a 1v3.
Stark.
Opay cementing his position on the left side. Semantic on the Chuck trying to defend him, but Joker is absolutely hammering the safe. It's already down to 40% and can fall a little bit more.
Dominant, das war extrem
taken
dominant.
down. And that's where it's going to sit, is 40%
Ja, das
for
war
now.
echt.
SK Gaming
Das werden die
now
nicht
just
verlieren,
defend
niemals.
against this Chuck setup. It's already placed down, so Humble have to find a way to defend, but it's going to be tough against Joker in with the hyper.
Wenn sie das verlieren, kaufe ich Foot-Aktien. Humble. Jetzt kommt der Gewinner. Sehr viele Punkte für die BSC. Stark, Gruppe. Das meine ich nicht mit nicht greedy werden. Manchmal muss man chillen. Ich wäre da hingegangen. Ich wäre zu 1000% in den Safe gegangen. Und jeder aus dem Chat auch. Alle rein.
As a spectator, especially Boss on that 8-bit, he did finally get a turret down there and look.
Also der Gewinner kriegt erstens viel Geld und zweitens sehr viele Punkte.
It was just such a struggle. He's slow, he's being
Genau so, Mitski, genau so. So gefällt mir das.
Flying in, Joker is lining up some crazy clips. And if we were to wind back the tape to just game 1, we see Opay, Joker running it down on the lane. Boss wasn't really able to keep up, and Semantic on the Chuck, just not a good lane. He was able to get the setup down, sure, but he wasn't able to help out his teammates who were being overwhelmed in this 2v3.
You know, we're seeing such momentum here from SK. We're seeing some beautiful choices being made. We covered the East Asia region yesterday, and it was a lot about mechanics. Extremely mechanically skilled region, but if you had to give that same
Das ist halt
kind of
die Entscheidung, die man treffen muss, wenn der Gegner Chuck hat. Aggressiv oder Defense. Aber in der Regel muss man aggressiv gehen. So viel, Victor? Deutlich weniger.
That these guys are able to channel, and that's a tough one as well because you got to have good synergy with your teammates.
Juju ban, bitte ban Juju, bitte.
You all need to be on the same page. You all need to be able to move in as a unit, and that needs to be a sort of unspoken agreement that you are going to move in together, or can be simplified down to a single word, which is push in.
Yeah, the thing is, I will say, in my opinion, the accolade of the
Sehr
would
gut,
probably be draft. Like that's at least what I think. True. But mechanically, I kind of do agree with you. Semantic didn't look too happy there. His usual happy face is not appearing at the moment, as he's just been absolutely wiped by SK Gaming and Heist. But moving on to a new set, they've got to think a new draft coming fresh, coming with a bit of a better draft, because it was a fine draft. They just didn't execute it that well, and SK Gaming kind of just
Was hat er in der Hand?
wiped the floor with them. But it's Brawl Ball. It's a humble game mode.
Was ist ein Handtuch? Was war das?
With what they've been picking in the past. So it's a question of whether or not they're going to be able to bounce back, or if SK Gaming will extend this lead even further.
First pick coming in for Humble. Note that Juju has been banned, so has Stu. Some of our
Juju ban, sehr gut. Danke, Pedro.
Also, just out of the question.
Stressball. Barry.
So, bit of a mystery what Humble will opt to go for, but popular things that we've seen on Triple Dribble and just Brawl Ball in general. The Barry, the Frank.
Da Barry.
This kind of stuff has been so strong. Barry, wide open for anyone's choosing. The SK
Die gehen jetzt
might
Karl.
want to do this into the Larry. Larry should be able to win that range matchup versus Barry, but into whatever
Und
he's
Barry.
paired with will be a different story.
Yeah, Larry is pretty solid overall, really.
Ich glaube das Finale.
Very good pick, and you know, I'd love to see the Barry tank again, but honestly, SK just run it down with.
Okay, sie wollen die Bären-Cycle.
And Shelly again, to be honest with you, but they choose to go a different route. Max Nita is going to be coming on in, and that's a very good route as well. Might struggle against Larry and Laurie off the start, but once they start getting bears, that's when they're going to be in a wonderful position, and max speeds as well. The hypercharge that can provide the boost in going forwards is just next to none with that max.
So now the question becomes, are Humble going to choose anything that will actually give Nita any bears? They have a couple of options here. They'd be sacrificing a lot of
Das
big
krass.
to get something tanky here. Amber should be able to keep things at range, fend off a
Das
lot
ist
of
so 5
aggression.
Modis.
I don't think Max will be able to out-dodge that. Nita should be able to out-peak
Also, best of
that
3, best of
Amber,
5.
and thankfully there's a lot of terrain
Also,
at their disposal here. But
5
Nita's still
Games
quite weak into the Larry.
Auf
So
best of
SK
3
Gaming
bezogen.
are taking this out of Humble's
Ich weiß
hands.
nicht, wirklich, die
Humble with
Musik
the
nervt
early
mich voll.
thrower pick want to influence the draft in such a way that
Oh, der
SK
Mist.
are going to struggle to get any kind of anti-tank. So this is when they have to hit us with the real punch. A couple of jabs, and now for the real stuff. Do we see a tank? No! More anti-tank from Humble.
Dynamite.
I mean,
Dynamite.
the Gale is wild. I will say,
Free Dynamite.
listen, when the hypercharge first came out, it was everywhere on, like, especially this map, everywhere in Brawl Ball, everywhere.
No Cap, Mara, schau das an! Rice. Rice, 1 bis 10 Dynamite.
It's been nowhere. Like, it's been so long since
Oh,
I've seen
this-
Gale. We did see it, I believe, in a game of Heist, but in Brawl Ball, it's just really not been showing up whatsoever. But SK Gaming choosing to go for the Kenji as the last pick. Really going in with this Kenji, and against a Gale, it doesn't seem like the smartest of options.
Nee, fühle ich nicht.
Not at all, but into the Amber, I think he'll be able to get right on top of her. It's not really a comfortable position for an Amber. She
Da wäre mit
does, of
Dynamite schon
course, have the
lieber.
Dancing Flames that should be able to do something in close range, so they'll have to watch out for that. The Larry also should be in danger. It's a lot of pressure. Larry is able to throw those shots on the ground and defend himself quite well in terms of just a damage, right? But Kenji is able to go
Best
right up
Ope.
into the sky, sort of be an
Der war früher
airstrike,
schon bei
if
SK.
you will, in certain
Ist
situations.
jetzt zurückgegangen nach
I
SK.
don't think it'll be too much
Ja,
of a
Gott sei
struggle for him to get that super, especially here in Brawl Ball, where things are enclosed in close range. I'm also looking to see what Ope is capable of on this max. Joker already getting position, healing up. No ball reaching his.
Wieso rushen sie gerade alles so? Das ist crazy.
SK from getting a goal right off the bat.
Yeah, you can't really ask for a better start for SK Gaming other than a goal, I suppose, but it seems like they might still get it at this point as the bear comes down, and that's going to be really tanking Knock.
Holy shit!
A lot of damage to Semantic here, trying to get him off. Joker just going to dash onto that ball. Wonderful through ball there from Yoshi, and that's going to be a goal for SK Gaming, and it doesn't look like anything can stop them at the moment.
Nice synergy there with the pass. Here comes a speed in from
Die wollen Speedrun!
Already pressuring forward.
Die wollen nach Hause!
Not too much impact now going for Boss, which was a big issue. Now up in the sky, can't get hit by those shots from Larry. But on the right side, Semantic and Luki have held down the defense, now pushing the ball forward.
Ich will auch nach
They need
Hause.
to get Larry in a position where he can make a real impact. But if he keeps on getting pretty much thrown to the wolves over here versus Joker, then that's not going to be possible. Ideal matchup is versus this Nita on the right. That's why she's going for the lane switch. She's also got that hypercharged super ready to move. That's a lot of damage to ask from Boss, but he is putting down the spawnable, so should be able to churn out some damage.
Ja,
that
das
way.
war nicht
Semantic,
gut.
despite being on low health, is able to do
Das
so.
gefällt mir
Boss
nicht.
now looks for the kill on Yoshi, but he doesn't have the reload speed to make it happen.
Stark.
He might go on a bit of a tear here.
Eee.
Just narrowly misses Semantic. Gives him a bit of a haircut along the way. Just the ball being placed in the corner. And what more can we expect of SK Gaming? Maybe a few years back they'd have done this a little bit sooner, but now with a minute on the clock, ball in the corner, and they're just attempting to keep them back. And this is just typical SK.
Pretty much the defensive strategy.
Für wen bist du? SK.
Let's see what Yoshi's able to do on the left side. Remember, the peak strategy versus Semantic is where Yoshi's going to thrive, but Boss is such a big problem for him. Nita's so bad into throwers, and anti-tanks in general usually fall into that category. We see Yoshi eliminated by the spawnable from Boss, and now the battle has turned. to the side of SK, unless Joker's able to keep up the pressure, which he's not. Taken down by Boss, and Lukey pressures in towards the right. But check this out. Ope already has another hypercharged super. That's going to be free. Everyone stacks on top of each other so that Nita can churn out another bear. She's got to be close to getting a hypercharge of her own as well, which will be a death sentence for Humble as they're down to the last few seconds to somehow get a goal. Bounce past to Boss. No takedown on the Yoshi. Ope still alive,
gewesen,
and
aber
not a chance of Humble getting a game win.
I mean, not only did he just not get a kill, he missed the goal to start with as well. Like, it hit the box next to it rather than being on target. It's a little bit disappointing there from Humble. And SK just continue this run forwards. They've been non-stop winning for like 4 sets in a row now, and it doesn't seem like they're going to be stopping here. What a wonderful start from them. Had control so fast. The click of the fingers in the opening seconds of this game. But towards the end, it seemed like Humble were bouncing back and maybe figured out how to deal with SK.
To expand on just the dominance of SK, they reverse swept. They didn't lose a single game in the process of that reverse sweep, and now they're continuing. That's 3 games in a row in this match. In comes Joker. That's 1 kill. Looking for Lukey. Things are blocked off on the right side, but it's no
crazy.
Yoshi, who walks it in from the left. SK Gaming, they seem unstoppable. That was only 28 seconds to put them 1 goal away from winning a 2nd set.
Well, ball might be able to be placed on the right-hand side, and might be able to score. Just going for it now. OP might be able to dash through, and
Stark.
Can't clear it in time, and that's the set. As quick as that. SK Gaming back again, and I think they love brawl ball a little bit too much at the moment.
Bring an arc real quick, so we bring this one to a set 5 because things are going a little too quickly here. SK Gaming, they've started and they do not know how to stop, but it's a good thing for them.
Ja, das ist crazy. Die werden komplett an die Wand gefahren.
Games in a row, coming off a reverse sweep in the semifinals, and no breaks, all gas.
Yeah, there's a lot of conversation we made across the history of esports.
Wollt ihr den Semantik-Clip sehen von mir? Chat?
Have a little bit of break to kind of catch your breath and reorganize your thoughts. Well, SK Gaming right here seems to benefit from the momentum. They came into this hot off a really tight win over Foot Esports. Now it seems like that was a perfect warm-up for what Humble is bringing to the table there.
Helikopter,
How were they
genau.
able to dismantle them so quickly and brawl?
I think really it was the aggression that they were able to churn out here. We see Humble in with early thrower pick, which leaves them vulnerable to this kind of aggression, especially health. And the mentality here, I think, was Humble trying to keep some of that Nita away from them. SK Gaming really did manage to make that.
Das war im Ding, Monthly Qualifier.
Because they applied this pressure so consistently with the Kenji, and Humble just were not able to keep up.
Well,
Ich liebe den Clip, der ist so gut. Der ist perfekt.
Where we might end it all if SK continue on like they are. Humble got a lot of work to do if they want to be able to stop SK Gaming in their tracks, and yeah, they're quite literally going to have to reverse sweep them, which, as games go by, it seems less and less likely.
And given what we have seen in Hot Zone today, it could end
Nicht spoilern, Mara. Semantik ist bestimmt in meinem Chat. Mach mal Stock Semantik.
The Barry, the Frank, basically making yourself unkillable and completely outdrafting the enemy team would not be the way that Humble wants to go. Last year, this roster was plagued by 2nd place finishes, and returning to that streak off the beginning of the new season, not quite how they want to do it. 2nd place is always fantastic if you're focused on the postseason, but they can put an exclamation point on that with the win. For now, SK Gaming are looking to establish that title for themselves. We'll see them start things off with a Stu first pick, and can't complain about that.
Yeah, I mean, Stu's been absolutely great today and yesterday, and I guess in 2025 in general, because we're not that far in, really. So the Hypercharge has really thrown Stu so far.
Lola sehr gut möglich, Milo, ja. Lola ist gut.
To get around the back lines, dash as much as you want, heal so much with Gasser heal as well. It is a massive, massive thing. Very pleased to see Berry banned out, bear in mind, and the same with Draco as well. And Gus going to be the first pick from Humble. I like it. We haven't seen too much Gus, to be honest with you. I'm not sure if that's because it's constantly banned or just because it's...
Oder so, Mara. Wer weiß. Disuse Toast. Wer weiß.
When you combine with this Gus, well, you have a last pick, which can be a great way to get aggression in.
Lass es für dich. Halt es für dich, Mathis, wirklich.
Let him go. It won't be Melody. I will always give a shout out to Daryl, though. We haven't seen him today, and haven't seen him a lot recently, but he's still really, really strong brawler. The third brawler, Amber.
Lola ist vielleicht doch nicht so gut in dem Matchup. Ich kann mir vorstellen, dass die jetzt Piper gehen.
Sure, you can fend off a lot of aggression. In a lot of situations, you do get outpeaked, but there are not obstacles really to speak of.
Juju! Juju! Wie kann Juju offen sein?
Yeah, well.
Mara soll Juju durch den Raum schreien.
Do have some work to do. Two picks that are going to be able to counteract, you know, two of the best brawlers on this map is going to be tough to find. And SK Gaming, as the time hits 0, should have the pick coming in just a moment.
Juju,
bitte.
Penny,
and it's been very solid as well. The hypercharged mortar is dangerous on this
bitte,
map.
Pedro.
And I think that, especially if you don't have something to break walls. Kenji being brought back again. They obviously like the way it worked last time against the Amber. So,
okay, so Humble now have to decide, do we synergize with Gus or do we just like pick up a Squeak to deal with that Penny turret? Also can get some good zoning versus Stu, for example. It's a little bit more difficult for him to like dash in.
Ja, also jetzt mal ganz ehrlich, eine Juju in diesem Matchup, bitte. Buster ist sehr gut.
So come in with the shield, stay together as a team and synergize. He'll also be able to stun that Kenji in close range. If he has a super, then that gets a little bit more complicated because then you have to time it really, really well. My question though is, how on earth do Humble plan on taking down a Penny turret?
Yeah, this is the question. I mean, I guess technically Buster should be in the backlines, right? You know, flanking left, flanking right, so maybe you'll be able to pick it up along the way.
No cap, ich glaube, Juju hat die gekocht. Aber kaum, also vorne und hinten, unten oben, überall.
Throw over a wall, deal with it.
Right.
So it's going to be quite difficult for them. I guess maybe
that's genau.
Will just pick it up along the way, or they'll just have to focus it down and at least get one of the sides. There's no easy route to it, but SK definitely in with a great chance to finish this out in 3.
Joker already creating the aggression towards the backside. Ope taking a lot of damage. Takedown for Boss. And really the whole team, as Humble are marching forward, arms linked together. They refuse to leave each other on their own.
Hat nicht
Humble established their dominance on this
Ope vorhin Kenji gespielt?
Ope taking an opportunity to heal up here with Joker trying to apply the pressure on the backlines. In comes a super. Just one slice on a Luki, but it's enough to get him off the point and distract them so that Yoshi can close in on the right.
Okay.
Yeah, Yoshi still looking for this turret, and so far.
Die Auto ist so kacke. Bin ich auf Trippen? Die Auto ist doch kacke.
Boss looking to try and move forwards now, get some damage done. Joker moving in, doesn't get the super off in time, so that means no heals along with it as well. And the bounce back from Boss, good splash through, and there's the turret eventually. And now we'll see if this will change the tide of the game.
Surely it will. It means Humble can't really rotate around the same position. And Semantic is somehow going to have to get a super and then get it onto that turret and then do a little bit more. But Joker's on a tear! That's 2 in a row, terrorizing the bushes. Luki respawning excellently, lines up that shot to take him down.
Nein ist bei Team Heretics, Jakub. Kennst du vielleicht von Velo? Sehr großer Ort.
All over the place, all the way to the front lines too. Dash around a little bit on the back line so that he can heal up before putting himself in Humble's own back lines. A hypercharge super out from Yoshi just to really make it clear that SK Gaming are going to be running away
zusammen mit
with
der Chaos und Rage.
4%. Ope occupying the point just like that. SK
spielt super.
Game wins in a row, all the way to a match point.
I mean, Humble, really not in this. They were very good the first half. I said, how is this turret going to change the game? We'll see if it changes the tides. And you're like,
die sind rausgeflogen, Halbfinale, Jakub. Gegen Humble.
The turret literally changed everything in that game. And as you said, they just can't step
Recht offensichtlich, eindeutig.
Really strengthened it.
Penny turret ist brutal.
Bit more resistance from Humble this time. We saw Humble drew their strength from it, staying close together. Of course, you're going to have to beat up with Boss, but oh, look at that. Semantic taken down early in the team fight. Means it's just Boss and Luki together. Should see a takedown on Joker, but Boss does not have the ammo. Bit of a wasted super there as well. A bid to reflect that damage back at OP. Really near miss.
Ja, Victor.
There, we'll see the super.
Nee, Juju war offen. Juju wird nicht gepickt.
He has to fall back. Keeping up the aggression on Boss, but a takedown for him, and Humble keep toe-to-toe with SK.
Yeah, Semantic so low, and a little splash through from Yoshi will get him turret, and it changed the tides last time. We'll see if it does again. Joker trying to make the move once more. Super into the backlines, OP using the Gasser heal along with the Hypercharge to make the move. So he's just flying across the map, and Semantic surely can't deal with it. Throws out a Super and does burn him. He might go down and choose.
Doch, dennoch. Deswegen wundert mich das auch so krass.
Should be too hard to get it back when he returns to the fight in the mid, but Boss.
Die Picks? Ich glaube, es ist einfach SK. SK ist total gut aktuell. Aber auch Draft, ja. Beides.
So much better this game, but all it's really gotten for them is an even matchup. We'll see Semantic in with the super. Don't know if that was meant to hit the Hypercharge super, but it completely missed. We'll see Boss pretty much hung out to dry over here on the top side. Does get the takedown on Joker as he returns.
Ich glaube, es ist over für Humble. SK hat das.
This Hypercharge turret is keeping Luki and Boss pretty much locked into place.
Das ist sehr wichtig, Endry. Für das Seeding. Das hier ist sehr, sehr wichtig.
They gotta move now. Take down on Joker. Now more momentum on a Yoshi. Yoshi got so much damage with the use of the salty barrel, but things are closing in. Humble now almost matching the percentage of SK.
Stark, Joker. Alter, was macht der da? Geld, Endry, Geld. Stark. Crazy. Das war super gespielt von der.
To end things off. If that isn't dominance, then I don't know what is. It doesn't get more perfect than that, folks. And speedy games along the way. Brawl Ball gone in the blink of an eye. I'm pretty sure they spent more time in draft in Brawl Ball than they did actually playing. Really shut down the World Finals champions.
Seemed to be the trend there. And ready, as we take a look at the stats here, we can see that play out into another great match for Humble, but not a match for the speed of SK Gaming.
Not at all.
Kann man die Prediction sehen irgendwo?
Look how close the percentage came. But I think that's like a little bias there to say Humble were doing well there because it's only comparatively that they were doing
Oder sieht man das nicht
sure
mehr?
Floundered in the first couple of sets. Game number 1, SK Gaming were all over them. And they started to finally match that pace, but they were not able to outpace SK.
Du hast meinen, Mitski.
Not able to outpace them, unfortunately, but SK Gaming has got a heck of a story for this first EMEA monthly final and a nice championship crown to wear on into the next one.
Stark. Wo sieht man die Dings? So, Chat, redet mit mir. Scheiße! Ey. Hä? Hä? Das ist verbuggt. Wieso habe ich Humble im Finale, wenn ich Humble nicht gesagt habe? Ich habe doch Humble gesagt. Ich bin mir sehr sicher, ich habe Humble gesagt. Nein, 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 nein. Hier ist doch Humble. Da muss ich doch Humble gesagt haben. Ah, was ist das? Mein Screen ist kaputt. Schade. Bro, bitte. Du hast was verloren? Ja, aber ich habe predicted, dass Humble gewinnt. Deswegen war Humble auch im Finale. Bei meinen Predictions. Habe ich Redix gesagt? Mann.
I mean, you got to give a massive congratulations to Humble as well for making it to the finals and obviously coming in second place, but it's just not comparable to anything that SK Gaming have done at the moment. It's incredible how dominant they were.
Ich habe wirklich Redix gesagt.
Over. By the community. Your thoughts on that, Ready?
Screen kaputt.
I mean, you put Joker on the Kenji and you kind of let him go. Like
ja.
Beyblade, just set him down and let him do his thing.
Genau, Cesar, genau so. Genau so! Stark! Du checkst langsam.
It was just allowed to happen over and over and over again. Like Humble didn't really have an answer for it.
Jet und Rainwear.
Humble was not able to put
Big
one
spin.
Together, especially in that time crunch they had in that final match. It seemed like every game, every round, every set went by in a flash, but
the Big Spin?
A strong performance.
Das ist SK Content Creator für Ding.
What do you think this means for them going into the rest
Wird
of
passen.
this season, coming out on top in this first match here, right?
I think that this has really set the tone for SK Gaming going forward. You're taking down the World Finals champions only a few months ago. Humble
Stark,
pretty
Nico.
much breezed through all
Wette,
the
ach
competition
stimmt.
that was available. The
Mods!
best brawlers in the world tried to
Prediction.
give it their best,
Team
but
Sweden,
even in the grand
SK
finals,
Gaming.
Humble managed to take
SK
down
Gaming, ne?
Raccoon 3-0. So now to come back to the
SK
home
Gaming,
region
good.
and be not just like silenced, but
Nichts für coole Idee.
completely
Aber da müsst ihr
shut out
Lärm machen,
by
sonst ist
SK
cringe.
Gaming. It almost
Sind
feels
über
like the match
1200
didn't
Viewer.
even really get
Ist der
started.
Chat aktiv?
There wasn't any conflict. I mean, what kind of story is this?
Nee.
SK Gaming
Okay,
are running
Chat,
the
wir
show
können Lärm
the
machen.
entire time.
Wir müssen Lärm machen, sonst ist cringe. Ernst. Was machen wir? Den Brocky Mode oder SK Win? Oder
started the year last year as well, and SK did pretty well throughout the year then as well. So I'm expecting another really solid year from both of these teams. Both SK Gaming and Humble should have a very bright 2025 ahead.
Du lernst langsam. Schlau. Hab keinen Sub dann ohne Ding. Wer keinen Sub hat, macht ohne Brock. Also Chat, danke fürs Dasein. Ich hoffe, es hat euch gefallen. Und ich glaube, Bixfin hat das gecastet. Bin ich mir sehr sicher.
Yeah, I think we're all over the moon, like winning the way we did, especially after what happened in the second set against Foot.
Wollt ihr Interview hören? Ihr kennt Schwein, sind wir ehrlich. Also Chat, viel Spaß bei Bixfin. Ciao, ciao.
So we're really happy.
Congratulations once again. Trav, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask.